going to check in on whether this connects to the studio, and then I'll set up my phone or Skype call. And we need your feedback to let us know that you're hearing us. Then we're going to hear that incredible ring from Skype. There's no other ring in the world like it. Okay, let's get that going. All right, call Aristides, and we bring it in from there. Okay, I'm hitting the call button. All right. There we
Hello.
go. Our dear Aristides, do me a favor, bring everybody on, and just hit every button except, of course, for a few exceptions. We generally tend to, I think, have a unspoken agreement on who those are. We bring them in. What's that?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Yes, Aristides does. He is the man. And as I've always emphasized, all of this would be impossible without him. And we'll take it from here. We're going to, after people are brought on, we are going to, at some point soon, have our man Aristides deliver the blurb. Then I have to psych myself into the night. We don't know how long tonight's episode is going to be. It's pretty much as long as I can stand it. It was a long weekend. There's no describing how long this weekend was. There were good parts of it, and then there were not. All right, that dude 873210 says loud and clear, Doug. Thank you so very much. Okay, let's make certain to give him a proper thanks. Thanks, that dude. Okay, and good. There we are. So, all right. We're going to see if Brooke Gibson comes on tonight as well. I haven't had a chance to speak to her. I spoke to her not too long ago, everybody. So she was doing okay, but then really wasn't. As a matter of fact, El Nīhõ in Australia, and you've tried to add him to the call as well, right, Aristides?
I'm doing all that now. I just sat down, so.
Oh, no worries. No worries. So let's say thank you to El Nīhõ, who sent me a nice little Skype message the other day. Hope that you recover 100%. And I thought that was odd, like a miscommunication, because I was talking about a different health issue at that time, my skull surgery. It turned out to be quite prophetic. It was like he was saying that ahead of my needing it. Like he was anticipating my needing that moral support. And I sure as hell needed it. Might have helped to pull me through for all I know. Now, what I'm drinking is some cold Italian mineral water. Galvanina. Yeah. Galvanina, I guess is fine. Lemon, naturally flavored mineral water. It's the minerals that, quote unquote, give it the hint of lemon, supposedly, I think. The temperature, he says, no, I just posted that after hearing about your surgery. I know that. What I meant to say was, maybe psychically, he anticipated something coming. Well, not consciously. And that's appreciated regardless. Regardless, I needed it, believe me. Needed all the help I could get, or all the encouragement I could get. Let me see. The only other encouragement I'll need now is, good, having somebody else come on so they can hold conversation with Aristides in case I need to take a break, but I don't foresee that too soon. Welcome aboard, dear Brendan, and it has been in just the roller coaster ride of the century for myself. We'll get into that soon enough, elements of it, and but glad that you were able to join us. And we are progressing with some of our personal projects. We are not going to share too much with the public about those. That's mostly among ourselves, but we welcome Heather Holman aboard. And oh my God, Heather, we've got next weekend is the big celebration weekend of your, what would we call it? Kind of like live-in partnership.
Ouch.
Yeah, you're. I love that start.
I'm trying to stand up.
Oh, sorry to hear that. How's that going?
We're still gonna have it.
Yeah.
Oh, my health.
Yeah.
It's the same as it was the day that it happened.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry to hear that. No improvement?
Not really. I mean, yes and no. It's been improving, but I mean, I think I'm gonna have to have a surgery.
Right. And you've talked to them about this, right?
Not yet. I have an appointment this week.
I thought you were going to see the doctor about scans.
No, I've been doing that, and then they're gonna check for the RFID or whatever implants. They were gonna check for that before the MRI.
Now, honey,
that's good news.
What?
Honey.
I said that's good news.
Yeah, Brendan Jenkins said that's good news. Honey, they actually said this.
Yeah. Yeah, I've already done the pre-screening for the MRI. I haven't heard anything back.
Now, we welcome Aaron Tice aboard, and we'll ask him how much time he has with us. But once again, before Aaron Tice even speaks, Heather, I've got to ask this. It's shocking to me. You told them about, probably at this point in history, I mean, guys, hear me out on this and tell me what your own impression is. Maybe at this point in history, there's so many people who are convinced that they've been chipped, that they hear this all the time, and they just say, reflexively, yeah, we'll check for that, instead of giving you any grief. But is that essentially what they did? Just said,
they just didn't argue with me. They just said, okay, whatever. It seems like they tended to believe me.
Wow. Maybe they do see chips in people. Holy shit.
Well, people pay for, they open doors and they pay for their stuff sometimes. And people
maybe
buy
they're
them and do
trained
it
now.
yourself.
Actually, that's a good point.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit. Well, the world is changing all around us. I am.
Right?
Oh my God. That's not necessarily comforting. If this is true, that's not very comforting.
No, in fact, there were two people that were giving me the x-rays, and I didn't even know the second person was in there until I was talking about going through the scanner at the airport and what it was reflecting. Mm-hmm. And I said, and there's supposed to be like 9 electrodes right here in my shoulder. I go, I don't know what an electrode is. And then the guy goes, it means a wire. Like it's a wire.
Okay.
So.
Like he knew.
Like he knew. He knew, exactly.
This is incredible. I mean, I'm not doubting you. It's just that if this is true, and more people are showing up like this to the point where the technicians are not dismissive, they simply roll with it, then that's not necessarily a comforting perspective on our world today. Well,
they could also think that I'm crazy, and they're just like, okay, yeah, no, she's crazy.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's what I would think. Maybe they're trained psychologically, and they just respond. Remember, when you hear people say something like this, you just go with it, because, and then they, You don't
want to trigger them out.
Right. Maybe that's the case, but, or it could be the far more dystopian perspective, which I'm also willing to entertain, just so people understand. I'm willing to believe that there are enough people who are chipped and electroded or wired where they come in, and they see it so often, because how could they not? Remember what I said about the young girl with me in Letterman Army Medical Center. So, yes, it's like this. They must have, your average person who does enough imaging has got to run across this. So, I'll be damned. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
thank you.
So we're going to discover how much time we're gifted with Aaron tonight, but stay hot, Heather. We're going to get back to you. Aaron, how much time are we gifted with you tonight?
I'll stay till about an hour and a little over an hour, till 1/4 the next hour. Okay,
let's take advantage of that time. We're going to spend most of our time talking with Aaron Tice, and this will probably force me to go into the majority of the story that I have, and so what happened through the weekend. And again, I do want people to know Brooke Gibson hopefully will be showing up at some point. If not, we'll try and check on her tomorrow sometime. I will. Hopefully everybody else who has an ability to call her would do so as well. Last time Brendan spoke to her, he got the impression things were actually on the up and up, meaning that her life is actually improving. She got a restraining order. But if I remember correctly, the last time Aristides and I were speaking to her, either right before that time or around that time, it was like she was trying to race to get home before he got home. so she could make certain to barricade herself in the house and kind of lock him out, I guess. And I think that was kind of like the message that I got, but it was hard to tell concerning the text that I received. And then after that, there hasn't been any communication because I was so involved with Halloween. And of course, the Japanese Culture Day, which was today. So I got home in time to start the transmission. And so if anybody is wondering about the photographic image embedded in thumbnail of live stream, that's myself with my son, you would never know that I was over half bled out at that time, and that I had been basically subjected to a toxin attack in my face, something similar to an acid attack that happens to a woman, and that there was no point in calling paramedics and getting me to a hospital because it was Halloween. Considering what happened to me the other night, calling the ambulance when it wasn't a Halloween, there's just was no point in calling an ambulance on Halloween night. By the time they got to me, I would either be dead or I would have survived. So I went to see the doctor the next day. We did make certain to call my doctor, Benjamin Chung, my internal medicine practitioner, who agreed to see me the next day. So he saw me basically on what day did he see me? It was I'm gonna have to look at my calendar here, but that's how bad it's been the past few days in terms of keeping track of time. I did not even set
Halloween was on Thursday.
Yeah, so Halloween was on Thursday night, and I saw him on Friday, November 1st at 1:30 p.m. So that's when we took a rainbow spectrum series of blood tests. Because I was exhibiting a number of symptoms indicative of organ failure at that point. And of course, all of the blood tests came back completely clean. It's just, and he actually got to the point of talking to me about I've seen your kind before. He believed I had been through a toxin attack. He did tell me that, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but in the past I brought up when I was still working with that asshole Peter Moon, we were still humoring that son of a bitch, Vinnie Barbaric, his real name. There was one time I brought up that my doctor had pointed out in his career of 30 years of treating patients, he had run across people like myself before that were not baseline human, and that he had brought that up. And Peter, of course, wanted to know more. And I just told him, hey, I just asked him about that. What can you tell me, Doc? And he just said, I'm not going to go into it. That was it. That was all he indicated. But this time, he actually went a bit more into it. And he said, what he told me was, if you live your normal lifespan as what you are, you should make it to 120. Now, I'm sure he doesn't tell that to the average patient. And I'm certain he wasn't just trying to comfort me. It was based on his own experience of dealing with my kind in the past. Now, when it came to, because obviously if I were a true vampire, I'd be living longer, and he probably has never encountered those. Your average doctor never would, simply because they would never need to go to a doctor. A true vampire would either be alive or dead. There's no real in-between point. But when it comes to, in other words, they don't really get sick. If they're taking so much damage it's going to impact them, they're going to die anyway. But in my case, it's more like you've got other factors going on. So when it comes to the story itself, I'll happily go into that. But first, just want to bring Aaron a little bit more, because we will be asking everyone else how they're doing later in tonight. But about yourself, Aaron, whatever you're willing to share, status report, situation update, please share it with us. How was your Halloween? I mean, after all, you've got a kid.
Halloween was fun. We went trick-or-treating. It was nice weather, which was a pleasure, because sometimes it could be chilly. It was smooth sailing. And sugar is not the best thing for a child. So rationing the sugar so you don't have meltdowns and, emotional breakdowns.
I was about to say, what you mean to say is sugar for a child is not the best thing for a parent. But go on.
Yeah. So, we try to do our best to ration it and not make it like it's a treat. We try to, mix it in like it's not a treat, because then it can create issues later on. So we're just dealing with the whole sugar fest of Halloween. But overall, it was smooth sailing. I'm sorry you had to deal with what you had to.
The mineral water, the what is it again? The Galvanino went right up my nose with that, and that stings like hell. Goddamn.
Mineral water does do that.
Shit.
But it's unfortunate. You're still dealing with unpleasantries. It might be time to make another deal.
Oh, well, let me tell you, that brings us to the crux of my experience. Over the last few days, as Aaron Tice knows, there's only 3 times in my life I've ever conducted a spell. And this was the 4th time. That's how serious this situation was. Now, and I'll get right into it. And what I'll try to do throughout the rest of the night, and Aaron might have remembered this, though he never had the opportunity to see the photographs, but Brendan Zogit, I believe you did? Brendan Zogit, do you remember the time that a photograph was produced via the geosynchronous satellite? Whether it was Google Earth or not, I don't know. Google Earth, of course, is ubiquitous at this point, and it was so pervasive at the time that this was prior Starlink, so it was probably Google Earth. But there were several very unidentifiable spider-like creatures, like many of them, like a dozen, that were basically over a very large landscape. So they were extraordinarily large creatures, biologically impossible for an insect at this point in history based on oxygen levels. But they were covering what looked like to be a good size of acreage. Do you remember this photograph that was that I brought up because of an attack that I had suffered at that time? Brendan,
no, I do not recall this. This is different.
Okay, so that was at that time that I had brought that up. I'm looking for the photograph that I have, and it's somewhere in my files. I'll have to look for it. I would think, have put it under Edom or Klepoth. I doubt I would have put it under spiders because, of course, I'm too technically, anal to put it under something that it's not. Your average person would put it under spiders because it's just looks like that to them, but it's not. For one thing, there were far too many legs, so to speak. Imagine more like supermassive organic or semi-sapient tumbleweeds, and that's the phenomenon that we're describing. So this was, you might remember what I said, It was the incident with the school bus. You remember the kids were on the school bus and the Blood Boys. And I know that that's horrible. I use that term. I shouldn't use that term because it's not bright fucking yellow and it doesn't look like a school bus and it doesn't say school bus. Yeah. But I always call it the school bus because we load them up on a bus that, they're in. And it's like at that time they can be quite vulnerable. You'd never want an accident to happen. And then the clouds appeared to darken on the horizon and they looked like they were rolling in like really low storm clouds, very dark, and they were coming in at speed. And my son and I were outside of the bus, but all the Blood Boys were loaded up, and I basically said, those aren't clouds. And that's, of course, when it turned out to be very hideous, spidery looking, supermassive tumbleweed type objects that began to engulf the bus too. You don't remember this at all? Am I relating this?
No, this doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
Now, did you say that consciously, or was it?
No, it was definitely conscious. Okay. I told the story conscious.
Can you give me a time frame about?
This was back when
years ago?
This was right after Jambo the Reese monkey had suffered.
Okay, so I think I was on hiatus at that point.
Okay, that might.
So I
have
may
been.
not have heard that.
Yeah, that
I was traveling, perhaps.
Might have been. That might have been what had happened. Aristides would not have remembered it. Heather might not have been listening at the time.
I vaguely remember it, but it was maybe after the fact. I didn't get the full picture, Does that make sense?
Right. And at that time, of course, I feel very dedicated to these Blood Boys as basically their shepherd, and they're my sheep. For those of you who think that's metaphorical, you just don't get it. They're a food source for me. They voluntarily provide me their life source. They voluntarily garnish themselves for me. And of course, presentation of food is just so important. And most people just don't understand. It's basically, I live in a kind of gourmet heaven for vampires. And as a result, I do my best to take care of them with all my dedication. But because of my background, I do have a samurai code of ethics. And if any harm were to come to them on my watch, I would feel obligated to obviously avenge them, but even to kill myself out of a failure for performing my duties of service in terms of protection. And of course, at that point, all I was concerned with was more of a sense of rage. And what Peter Moon was saying was that Salman Sheikh and Jason Reese are too powerful for you, Douglas. I don't know if you remember him saying this on air at that time. And
talk about overestimating.
Well, he was on their side. Don't forget. He always said that I'm on their side. He said that multiple times on air, that I'm on their side. And so I hope no one ever let that get past their attention who is listening, not just the men who are on Team Dietrich and Heather Holman, of course.
The problem with that being is that it was just hard to listen to him, so we kind of just tuned out a lot of the shenanigans.
Thank you. Basically, I was talking to Amy Como just the other day, and by the way, Aristides, you did call Amy Como as well, correct? And let's see if Aristides...
Yes. He did. I can see it at the top of the screen. He did.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Aristides, and thank you so much, Aaron. So when I was talking to Amy Como the other day, and I was asking her about, the time that Peter Moon said, my implant fell out, which Aristides did hear directly because he was on the call, as did Brendan Zoge, who was also on the call, and they both heard him as well as I did, where he kept repeating himself robotically, my implant fell out. I asked Amy, you must have heard it, because Amy takes notes. She takes copious notes. But then what happened was Amy came out and admitted, whenever he was on, I just turned the show off, and she just wouldn't turn it on until, midnight Eastern, and, wait for him to leave, and then she would listen. So that's the way it was with most people, is from what I'm getting from emails. So unfortunately, a lot of times people didn't hear what Peter was saying, where Peter was saying, I'm on the side of the enemy, and he said that repeatedly. And especially during that Jameson Reese time was when he said that openly, repeatedly, and adamantly, and insistently. So he declared multiple times what side he was on. And he would say it every episode. He'd say, I'm on the side of the enemy. I'm turning to the enemy because they're the winning side. That's what he would say repeatedly. But at that time, that's what he was saying was, oh, Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh are too powerful for you, Douglas. I said, it's not them. This was like Peter Levenda or Don Webb. And those were both heirs to the Temple of Set. And they were in this struggle as to see who would be the alpha in the Temple of Set. And I don't know which one ever accomplished it. I don't really care to investigate. I do know Don Webb was working with Michael Hemmingson, I believe the man's name was, who used to do the Dreams episodes on Revolution Radio. And Don Webb, of course, therefore, was telling Hemmingson that he was going to be the alpha. But Peter Levenda told Brandon Young it was going to be him, and which Brandon Young related to me. Peter tells me, meaning Peter Levenda, the other Peter, he said, Peter tells me he's going to be in charge of the Temple of Set. And that's, of course, when he exposed himself as the enemy. And then when I pointed that out to him, why are you in contact with Peter Levenda, the man who tried to kill you? And that was after that he conducted the ambush where he said, I've got this film of Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson having sex, this video cassette. So all of this, believe me, people, if you're listening and all of this is getting entangled, let's drop the entanglement and I'll get back to the experience of what happened during the Halloween and then Friday weekend, which was like, I honestly can't believe I survived. And this was about as bad as it gets. But understand that what had happened last time, when I'm describing these qlipothic entities that were taken via satellite, there's a picture of them taken via satellite. And I can guarantee you, if you look it up online, because people at that time were looking it up online for me, the coordinates that were provided by the screenshot that was taken because it was uploaded onto Facebook. What happened was the photograph, of course, is from satellite. That's not taken by myself or my son, but it was of these unidentifiable phenomena is the best way to describe it. Very spidery, very tumbleweed looking, but enormous. And whenever anybody tried to verify the coordinates, some would come up with England and some would come up with different measurements and different coordinates, and they would identify them as various places, but nobody could really identify where it was. Wherever it was what I saw face to face. Now, at the time that happened, no photographs were taken. I simply felt an incredible outrage, something similar to what I felt in Africa at the time that members of the Dinka tribe were enslaved, and we ran across them, and they were being guarded and trafficked by the individuals who... Okay, here we are. Let's take a look at what our man has found. Brendan Zogit has found something that is probably...
They're claiming it was taken in...
There we are. Turkey.
Beni, Turkey.
Right. Other coordinates...
The city of Set. Yeah.
Yes, the city of Set in Turkey. There we are.
Beni, yeah.
Okay, so you put that where other people could access it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
In our call.
Good. And feel free, if you can, to put that into the chat, if one of Team Dietrich would be so kind. This is what it was. This is, yeah. So these came in rolling at high speed like tumbleweeds, surrounded the school bus, enveloped it. All I could feel at that time was an intense flash of anger. I felt like I was burning, literally on fire. And it was a feeling I had similar to the time in Africa where the Dinka tribe ladies, hundreds of them, probably half the females in the tribe, had been taken by what was called the Battalion of Madmen. These were the United Nations troops that the United Nations had promised a heavy payment to third world nations that would provide them with soldiers for peacekeeping operations in Africa. And what happened was that it was the Hungarians that basically emptied, along with the Bulgarians, as a matter of fact. Hungary and Bulgaria both emptied their insane asylums of all of their criminally insane, and they just turned them over to the United Nations and said, here, you can have them. And the United Nations armed them all with machine guns and turned them loose in Africa. Hundreds of them. They were known as the Battalion of Madmen, or Battalions of Madmen, because there were enough for a small army. And they began human trafficking operations, complete with United Nations support. And they had enslaved half the Dinka tribes, females. Certainly that's what it looked like. They were in cages, one on top of another. And by the time my unit ran across them, there was this enormous pile of used sky powder baby blue condoms that all were in boxes stamped United Nations. Actual sky powder baby blue United Nations condoms. Just a whole mountain of them. That was used condoms that were by these cages, where these women were caged one on top of another, where all their piss and shit would flow down upon each other. And I blacked out at that time. Same kind of feeling, very hot, very as if I were burning.
I did an etymological search on the name in Turkish.
Yeah.
It's literally pronounced Seytan.
There we are.
So the town is called Seytani.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And that's
there's some suspect things going on in that town.
Yeah.
It's like basically a village out in the middle of nowhere in Turkey.
Yeah.
Atrak.
Oh. And I want people to know that there's another photograph very similar to this. The coordinates were found in England. So which is no surprise either.
Yeah.
So when as I said, what had happened in Africa was when I came back into consciousness from that blackout, I had not even expended a single round in my machine gun, but all of those United Nations troopers that were guarding those cages were dead. No one would ever speak to me in my unit after that. All I got was yes sir, no sir, I don't know sir. But something very similar happened when this phenomena enveloped the what I call the school bus of the Blood Boys, and I blacked out. The closest thing I can remember was an image in my mind of like someone coming to me in a prison or school cafeteria and stuffing their fingers in my tray, my meal tray. It was like they were trying to take my food. And my son, of course, when I came back into consciousness, said that they had all burned away, his term for it. And he said that I myself, he described it that I had become so bright that he couldn't look at me at all. But when he tried to look at me directly, All he could really see in the middle of all that brightness was kind of blackness. But that's the peacock angel, and the effects of when full possession.
You're basically like the Jin Shuruki of the Medic Taos. Yeah.
Thank you.
The host.
And that didn't happen this time because I suspect it would have taken all the blood boys with it. You might have think something like that might have been a danger when they were in the bus. But this apparently was a much more complicated situation. Basically, for Halloween, of course, they had set up the one of the houses on the estates. There's several estates. One of the houses on the estates was set up for Halloween. We had, through my son, of course. My son handles all the celebratory measures. And he basically acts as kind of a, shall we say, kind of like the hostess. He's kind of like a combination of a madame of a bordello. It's not the best way to put it. The blood boys are not being prostituted. And kind of like, well, he's basically the major wife, what you would call the wife in an old Chinese household, whereas the blood boys would fit under concubine status. So he's kind of like the matron figure. And as the matron, he handles the hostess responsibilities. And he sets up celebrations. So he had hired, of course, 13 witches. And, of course, they were comparatively young. Comparatively, I mean, maybe at their oldest, they were pushing 50. And they were putting on a lot of makeup, of course. And they were on the grounds. But by the time that I showed up, the first thing I noticed was that he had been called away for taking care of some of his other responsibilities. By the time that he came back to rendezvous with myself, then he basically was as shocked as I was, because we went to, he drove me, of course. He drove me to the estate that was set up for the haunted house festivities, where the witches were supposed to be escorting the blood boys through. And the whole place was covered in these monstrous entities. Now, when we got there, I'm talking about the entire building. You could see its outline barely, just blanketed in these entities. And the first thing I said was, okay, where are the witches? And so he said, well, let me send some of the other men to go out and look for them. He called security. Because obviously I am not security for the estates other than in consultation. I don't patrol the perimeters. When the security showed up, they said, we were told to go here by the supervisor who was taking your place. She said that she had orders from you to basically patrol this area. And it was, of course, away from the mansion per se, the haunted manse. And it's set up for Halloween to be that way. And the blood boys were inside. They had signed to it that they had all gotten in safely with the witches, and they left them in there with the witches. There was nothing they had done wrong. But my son tried to call the witches in the house, and they were not in the house. And so we dispatched the security to look for the witches. And when they came back with the witches, I said, you hired 13, right? And my son said, yes. And I said, I see 14. And there was one who was running away, who I apprehended. And the witches that were rounded up were told that, oh, we were told to leave them in the house while we were preparing the things for them to search for in the yard by the head witch, who was taking my son's place, apparently. And my son said, there's no other person who should be involved with these operations. And, of course, I said, I'll just take her aside for questioning. It's what I told everyone. And, of course, I took her to a very secluded part of the estate. And at that point, this woman was elderly. I could see that, truly elderly. There was no makeup. This was an old white lady. She was small, probably about, I'd say, 5'6", 5'5", really. Maybe 5'5", and she was truly elderly, truly white-haired, truly just in good shape for her age, but she had to be 80. And I told her, basically, I said, you're going to die here, right here and now. And I said, this can be easy or this can be hard. I can make this as painful as possible. I need to know who you're working for before you die. And at that point, she did something that I had only heard of. I'd never encountered it before, because I never knew anyone who would be willing to do that. And she pretty much projectile vomited in my face. And it was this blackish, foul ichor that was just burning. It was worse than being maced. And I've been maced. And of course, at that point, I threw it to the ground and I killed her. That wasn't difficult to do. And it was easy enough to make it look natural. Nobody cares at their age. They are simply dismissed as cardiac arrests. They're dismissed as strokes. And after putting her down, of course, there was no way to find out who she worked with, probably her intent. And I basically realized that there's a spell that needs to be performed at this point because of the entities that were surrounding the house. And of course, I began to make use of her blood to draw the circle that was needed. And I had to use my living blood, because at that point her blood was useful only for drawing the ward and the circle and the various symbols that were needed for the spell to be cast. And I had to use a lot of my blood. Certainly at least enough that was proportionate to each of the blood boys in there as representative of them. And bear in mind, that's a lot of blood. If you are trying to ever ask something stupid like Peter Moon, like, how many blood boys are there? At that point, you're just going for security issues. That's something I cannot say in terms of an exact number because that's a security issue. But let's put it this way. If you're dealing with an elementary school bus, on average, about 75 students are assigned to an elementary school bus. It's only when you get to middle school, you'd be dealing with about 40 students. And these are not high school lads. If you're dealing with high schoolers, it'd be like 30 students to a high school bus. But honestly, when you're dealing with the kids at this level, you're talking about, let's just say this, to protect the security issues that are extant here, 40 to 75 kids. This is not an easy number to represent with a blood ritual. So I practically drained myself dry. And I did this while casting the fourth spell I've ever cast it in my life. The good news is it balanced the other spell out. You might remember I conducted a spell to lengthen my mother's lifespan. That was really the first spell I had ever conducted in my life. The other blood ritual I conducted was to balance that out because a life requires a life. And that was when Amanda Ute's children were going to be claimed under custody by her son's father, who was going to, well, he was evil incarnate. Her son had grown up being raped, and he was, at the age of 9, made a bartender for Hell's Angels parties, where he was sat up on a bar stool and would dole out drinks for them as a 9-year-old boy while they had orgies in front of him. That's how her husband was raised. Her father had the same intent for her children, or rather her husband's father, and I saw to it that he died, and that spell concluded or drew a conclusion to the spell that lengthened my mother's life, the time she had the catastrophic brain injury. There was a third spell I had conducted that eventually required a balance with a life, and that was met on Halloween. So this old lady died and provided that life sacrifice. Now, for those of you who don't know about quote-unquote tumbleweeds in California, or anywhere in the American Southwest, understand this much about them. Everybody thinks that they're as American as apple pie, that tumbleweeds are as American as... Yeah, they're not. Tumbleweeds are an invasive species. They were a Russian biological weapon. Tumbleweeds were dumped in the United States by the Russians under the Tsar in an attempt to prevent the Americans from advancing into Russian territory. And the tumbleweeds are Eurasian plants, and as invasive plants, they are incredibly, shall we say, unnatural in the sense that they have devolved to the point where their reproduction, their ambulation, is unlike any other plant on Earth. They were early experiments in plant hybridization during the time of the Tsar. Don't take my word for this. You can look this up. So tumbleweeds, they're not American. They're an invasive Russian biological weapon unleashed in America. If you don't know it, your United States government spends a lot of money every year keeping tumbleweeds under control because they cover entire houses. They blanket entire houses to the point where people can neither get in or out. And people call in tumbleweed experts. And tumbleweed experts have to hack, slash, burn, and basically air blow their way through a tidal wave or a tsunami of tumbleweeds that overtake entire villages, towns in the Southwest and in California. These were not tumbleweeds. Your average person probably would have looked at that and thought somebody had encased the tower. The haunted manse had a spire. It basically was a converted old church, and it had been added on to over the years to immense proportions by an eccentric millionaire, now long dead, purchased for its exotic nature by my son's husband for just these occasions. This time it was covered in what looked like coils of barbed razor wire. That's how these entities were. And we told the Blood Boys, get into the basement, because they were telling us that a lot of these weeds were breaking through the windows and that they were extending tendrils deep into the estate itself. All the witches, or the adults, were outside, led outside by this old female I had killed. And, of course, the Blood Boys were now trapped inside. So that's why there was no dealing with this with some kind of, I guess, outrage. I had to conduct a spell to really take care of the problem without destroying the house itself or the people within, which seemed to be the potential. And when I did such, they began to burn in a very strange way. Burn the way that tobacco burns. If you've ever seen someone inhaling tobacco or an incense stick, burning in that sense. And then finally just smoking.
Smoldering.
Yeah, smoldering and then smoking in this vile, toxic effluvia that created an ash that blanketed the ground that was red and green. Just disgusting colors like puke. When all of that was over, the Blood Boys were released outside. We made certain to contact my doctor, set up an appointment, and then I had to dispose of the body. So I asked my son, who's the most expendable employee you've got on this estate? He said, we have a lot of migrants, of course. We get the paperwork for them, and eventually they become U.S. citizens. He says, there's one man in particular who might be willing to help you do something. I think he's a full United States citizen. He looked through the papers he had on his cell phone. He can access this sort of thing in a manner I could never imagine. And I said, tell him that Sugar Daddy will provide the money that he needs to keep his family supported for a year. If he brings a car up here, he's willing to sacrifice, preferably a truck, a pickup truck. But he needs to be willing to get rid of that truck. Tell him we're going to buy him a new truck too. And that Sugar Daddy will have to budget for that, supporting his family for a full year and purchasing him a truck, regardless of whether he's working or not. And so my son relayed that to Sugar Daddy, who gave the go-ahead. He knows that I deal with security issues that require this sort of thing. As soon as the man arrived, we drove down to the largest homeless encampment in the area. For those of you who don't know California, homeless
No comment.
encampments, they're not just like gatherings of 10 or 20 people. They're shanty towns
It's like a whole village. Yeah.
of hundreds.
It's a war zone.
Yes. We just dropped the body off there, and then I told him, you take this truck, you keep driving. You go down south of the border. You take it to a chop shop, and you have them dismantle this truck." And he said, because he had gotten the message his family was going to support it for a year, and that he would be given a new truck. So he went on driving, at which point I called my son to pick me up. He rendezvoused with me to pick me up, and we went back. And even though everything that happened was so traumatic to the people on the outside, believe it or not, the Blood Boys all thought this was part of the Halloween scare, and they were having the time of their lives. So they had only happy memories about this incident. So I myself, of course, washed myself off thoroughly, decontaminated as much as possible, but my body became flushed, and then I became extremely itchy systemically. This is a neurological issue, and it's the response the body has in total organ failure, for instance, or failure of the liver, the kidney, something of that nature. So, of course, despite all that, I took the photograph that you see embedded in thumbnail of live stream with my son. By the way, you might notice the spell book in that photograph. If you take a look between us, my son on his lap has the spell book that I used, which is in ancient Japanese. As a matter of fact, it's not even technically Japanese. It's actually Muvayan, and which is the only language you'll find similar is a real a dialect of Okinawan, which is similar to what's in that book. And you'll notice the rosary. That's a Buddhist rosary that I was using when I conducted my spell, one of the implements I was using. So my son has that on his side.
And the opium pipe, but that's another matter.
Yes! Yes! Yes. And I felt, if I'm going to die now, I'd rather die here than anywhere else. You know, with my son, we've got the photograph taken, I have my blood boys I can feed before I go. But I didn't die. And then when I saw my doctor, then, of course, he knew that I didn't tell him the full details of the story, of course. I simply said I suffered a toxic assault. Somebody had thrown something in my face, and I was concerned because of my symptoms. And he said, well, those sound like organ failure. Let's take all the blood tests. And then they all came back clean. So then I lived through that. I'm certain if this had happened to a normal human being, they would have died. Not to mention that I bled out. So I asked him if to take a blood test to see if I needed a blood transfusion. He agreed to that, and all that came. My blood had reproduced. No doubt that was because I was able to drink blood from the blood boys that night. So there was no problem really replacing the blood I lost. But all that being said, so I recovered pretty much immediately. So that's what happened, Aaron, over my Halloween.
It's like a real life episode of Stranger Things.
There we have it. And Brendan, any thoughts or insights? Yes, you're welcome to it. Here's what also happened was we were all blanketed. Brendan, tell people whatever you're willing to share about what happened to you. And I do want people to know all Team Dietrich was attacked. I don't know if Aaron suffered anything, but believe me, the rest of Team Dietrich did in one way or another.
Give me a moment to use the restroom, and then I'll explain.
Sounds good.
Just
well, he takes care of that.
Delay.
I want people to know that all of Team Dietrich, whatever Aaron experienced, I know that the rest of the core of Team Dietrich, we were all impacted in one way or another. And it's just, some of us are more immune to occult radiation. But I was saying already on Wednesday night, we were under occult assault. Aristides, of course, was saying, "Whoa, are you sure I didn't just fat finger things when?" But don't forget, Aristides had no control over the photograph inside of thumbnail of live stream, and that blanked out. The photograph was taken out. I had to refix that, and it was everything because it impacts the electronics. So let's just put it this way. I'll say only this about it and no more. I personally am convinced that Aristides experienced a lot. He experienced a lot. I think that that was probably the first time Aristides has really kind of felt some of the heat. And I want Aristides to start putting up wards. You know, talk to Brendan Zogan about what kind of wards you need around your house, because that's my personal conviction. We aren't going to go any deeper into it than that. But let's just put it this way: things began to happen. It was just, and certainly Brendan, I know, has a lot to share that impacted him health-wise as well.
Well,
yeah,
for myself, Halloween is never a fun time. It's just a difficult day to get through, and it was par for the course. It was exhausting, and it was negative, and I think the difficulty this year is also it's an election year, so there's extra tension and angst, and when there's extra tension and angst, that doesn't help. So it was more of the same as far as occult attack, but the story's harrowing, and it's so frustrating. I will alert the listeners that when I had recently said, well, maybe it's time for a fourth contract, I did not speak to Douglas until this evening. I didn't have the time to jump on a private call, so I had no idea.
That's true. I told him I'd like to speak with you privately before the call, and he said it can't be done. And so the fact that you said that just shows how attuned you are.
Yeah. And I'll speak to you privately about what I just messaged you. But yeah, it's a difficult time, and I don't enjoy celebrating Halloween, and it's not because I don't support the holiday or I have a negative annotation towards the holiday. It's just that it negatively impacts me year after year. And
could you give us some examples that must provide some morbid entertainment?
If you're kind of moving and grooving in life, and you're kind of blissfully unaware of what happens. I mean, and if you wake up tired on a Friday because Thursday night was Halloween, you may not notice, but if you start to pay attention and then you try to figure out why, like you can barely function or things are going haywire or it's really, you feel negative or whatever you experience, you start to try to detail why, and then you tune into Halloween, you realize that it's not a bad day. It's just a day that some really stupid, bad people choose to sacrifice a lot of other people to make their dreams come true for a chaotic, horrendous world. And once you come to grips with that, you realize it's just not a good day in general. So you try to just get through it.
Yeah. By the way, Brendan is back. Continue, Brendan.
Yeah, this year it was on like a weekday, so if anyone has parents, and I know that kids weren't too happy at the schools about that, is that you don't get to enjoy it, quote unquote, because they're used to, like, from what I remember, when it falls on a weekend, it's like you get a whole shebang, but they had to go to school the next day, so they were all bummed out, And if you're a parent, then it's even more annoying because you have to like try and get them to bed after running around and eating sugar. So when it falls on a weekday, it's kind of tough. Yeah, it's different.
By the way, Brendan, if you can find a way to improve your audio by earbuds or whatever it takes, please do so in the next few moments. I do want yourself and Aristides to back up what I'm going to say. I got home after Halloween Day and I got home in time to tell Aristides and Brendan I'm on my way to the doctor now. That was on Friday. So I called Aristides and Brendan both on Friday and said I'm on my way to the doctor. So both of you can back me up on this. I did say that, correct? I did call you and let you know.
You did say something like that, but I just brushed it off like I didn't really think about
it. Aristides, you do remember my saying that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Yes, and it was there we have it. And by all means, Brendan, now share with us your own occult assault. What's been going on with you lately?
Well,
and you sound infinitely better. You sound infinitely better. And by the way, Nīhõ put up some wards. We want to thank him for putting up these wards. Swastikas, understand, people, the elder sign is the swastika. That's what you need. Go back to Brendan.
Yes, and Su-astik means good going. It's like in Sanskrit, Su-astik. So Su-astik means benefic or auspiciously going or turning, auspicious turning. So it's something, it's very the swastika mandal or the swastik mandal is very important in Vedic and ancient cultures for its protective ability, its ability to draw in abundance, its ability to draw in light and to protect the hearth and home and the heart. And it's related to the initial chakra of the seven, the one of the seven chakras, which is ruled by Ganesh, and it's also ruled by the goddess herself, Devi. So it's the initial chakra called Muladhara, the root, the red root chakra. So that's that's what the swastika is. It's the initial turning of your spinal column, and it helps bring in health and wealth and all that. So yes, there's that factor. For myself, the situation is my technology's crumbling around me. The modern technology, the vintage technology is actually going really well. I've had a lot of boons coming along.
Of course, tell people about how vacuum tube technology is immune to the occult.
Oh yeah, it's it is, in a way it's immune to it, but it mainly is an etheric technology, because it is the only technology that we have that not only cannot be explained fully with the technical information that we have, but also it operates in a vacuum on where the electrons travel from plate to plate inside of a vacuum, thereby using the ether, the fifth element. It's the only technology we have that is public domain that is showing that, you know.
It turns from electrons, from particle to wave. It makes that transition and back, and that's important.
Yes. In the ether.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aristides.
Yeah.
So that's the engineering secret of
Thank you, Ari. Yeah, that's a very important point, Aristides. Thank you.
And wasn't that the technology that was used by Mr. Aquino to duplicate yourself?
Yes, that was they did involve vacuum tube technology. This is quite
thousands
true.
and thousands of vacuum tubes.
That's quite correct. I have never brought that up publicly. How did you know that?
Actually, you did bring it up publicly.
Okay.
In a transmission. Yeah, okay. In a transmission, and I didn't forget it. Some of these things stick with me.
There.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And they also show it briefly in some fiction. If you see like the first Hellboy adaptation.
Yes.
They'll show it when they're opening that portal at the beginning in Antarctica.
Yes. Yeah.
You can see that they're using like vacuum tubes to like open the portal and all that to hell. And or the flashback. I think it's either the beginning of the film or one of the flashbacks where the Germans are opening this portal. You know, the fictional Nazis, not the actual, which they also knew of its uses as well. Of course, everyone at that time used vacuum technology. That was the standard.
Yes.
So that was the standard. Do what you needed.
Isn't vacuum technology what the violet ray generators use, where they trap the orgone gas inside the glass tubes?
Those are more like fluorescence and plasma. So that's another. That technology opened up the door to like neon, and all of that stuff has been removed from public domain. Like when I was in school, we actually had to sit there and look at all the rays of light through all the tubes. I don't know if you guys ever had that in physics. We literally got sat down in a dark room, and the teacher would turn on like, this is xenon, this is pure neon, this is, you know.
God damn! I never had anything like that growing up. What fucking school did you go to?
Yeah, I went to a special school. I've said it before.
Right. No, yeah, I don't know anybody who's gone through that, but I will remind everyone that light bulbs were switched over several years ago, and you can't get a normal spectrum light bulb any longer because they don't last with the frequencies that are being blasted all the time. They basically burn out in a week. So not only do we not have the healthy light spectrum, we've got unhealthy light spectrums, and they don't burn out with what they're bombarding us with. So it's a side note, but it's an important side note.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, I want people to know I put the link to the image into the chat so that people could see it who are listening. So the entities, the phenomenon which I'm describing, you can look that up. And again, I challenge anyone to look up the history of the tumbleweed, the environmental history of how it was introduced invasively to the United States by the Russians, and that it is a bioweapon. It was meant to prevent the migration of American settlers into Russian territory because it dominates the Southwest of the United States, and actually all the United States. Look up federal efforts to control tumbleweed as an invasive species. You'll find out what I'm saying. And believe me, it's relevant to what I've described as a phenomenon, because this is obviously something that has to do with the essence of the tumbleweed, as well as this kind of spider-like sentience that is involved.
It's
Yeah. Take it.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Carry on.
No, take it away. Take it away.
Yeah, the tumbleweed, which is also called the wind witch and or the Russian cactus, are among the names, also known as Russian thistle, Psilosa tragus. Yes, so there you go.
Thank you. Thank you. And it can block up access to entire small towns in when it envelops them in a tsunami of biological blanket. And they're no fun, believe me. They're like razor wire in and of themselves. So if you imagine them kind of ambulating on spidery-like legs, where they begin to kind of branch out and are no longer balling around, and they're much bigger, that becomes biologically actually possible, because they're not spiders dependent on oxygen, and therefore can grow to very large sizes. The tumbleweeds, I mean. So it's almost like more... Think of these plants as given an unholy life in a more sentient sense, where they're able to ambulate more aggressively than they already do. But we turn it back to Brendan with this, and tell us a bit about your own experiences.
I'm telling that it's called wind witch.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, say that. Question?
Oh, no. I was just saying, tell us about the kind of occult assault you suffered over the past few days.
Yeah, technological. My one and only computer is completely shut down, essentially unusable. I was having other technical difficulties contacting yourself as usual, and just basically a constant wave of occult radiation. I mean, it's just like, at this point, it's like daily. I have to deal with daily wards, daily shielding, and I have certain things on my side that I've done that are invulnerable, in a sense, that render my situation in a way completely shielded because of my disciplines and my certain Vedic practices. Certain sonics, certain waveforms that are played over my my vacuum technology that prevent certain things from getting in when I'm sleeping, and etc. So I've had to maintain nigh constant, essentially a constant stream of shielding over the last few days and months. I mean, it's been years in a sense.
It's like they work in shifts with Brendan. They work in shifts. They relieve each other on post. But Brendan,
they've got like an alarm clock that goes off, and then someone.
Well, they have a reason to. The reason is he, has a bloodline.
Yes.
And they expect anyone in that bloodline to step to and listen and fall in line.
Yes.
And the fact that he has not angers them greatly, so they decide to take umbrage at that and pay a little extra attention.
Yes. And
they have, since before I even knew of Douglas or listened to him or at all. There's been this kind of something which I've actually never brought up on air, but it will be brought up eventually. They have done what they did, before I even came across Douglas, but now it's like a personal, like you said, it's a straight up vendetta.
Yes.
There are issues with me, and then also there are definitely what else could we call it, like this past life situation with Kemet and different things that my DNA actually is associated with, certain Egyptian tie-ins, and there is a lot of issues with that, which is why they've always tried to attack my worship of Anubis as opposed to Set. They have a real big beef with that. Yes. Where, I literally had people like Miguel Andahar come up and say, how dare you, basically in so many words, say, how dare you go for Anubis? Like, Set is the real god and all this shit. So, yeah. Like, they consider, because Set also has a canine appearance, they consider him a rival to Set. And that's why they don't they essentially don't want people worshiping Anubis, which is why they make Anubis look all evil and shit in all the films.
Yes.
They always kill him off first, or like banish him like he's a demon. So there's all this trickery going on with the Egyptian as well.
Yes, and also share with us what happened to you health-wise. When you're at work, you don't have all that sonic shielding, and at work you almost collapsed, or certainly felt like you would have if you hadn't taken the time.
Thank you, Douglas. That is exactly what happened. So I had did I tell you about that, or
so let's just put it this way: when I was telling you I had to see a doctor, I think that came up on the side. Yes. Continue.
Well, that's why I had felt so bad. So okay, so there was a physiological aspect to it. Is I had we did speak of this. That's right. So basically, I had a hypoglycemic attack in the middle of my work shift. During a very busy and stressful time at my work, I nearly collapsed. I had to stop everything and go not only sit down, but I had to go get food. And I have not had a hypoglycemic flare up in probably like 5 or 6 years. And everyone at work said I turned like pale white. I was barely functional. I looked like I was about to topple over like a sheet of paper in the wind.
Oh God.
And I had to go in full siege mode and not only get food to ground myself out and bring my blood sugar up, but I had to do a ritual of sorts at work and ground, and that is what brought me back to normal. But so there is, so basically they attempted something to do with the health in that sense.
I'm also hypoglycemic, so I know what that feels like.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I hope no one ever experiences that feeling. It's so enervating.
Yeah, you know what Vinny would say? We need some chocolate.
Oh yes, that son of a bitch. Yes. Honestly, he's like, let's just put it this way: consider him to be like Charlie Brown, the cartoon, except Charlie Brown grows up and he's an asshole. It's
yeah. He looks like a grown-up Charlie Brown.
That's it. Yes, that's
well played.
Thank you. Yes.
And when he talks, I told Douglas this before. It sounds like the parents from Charlie Brown when he starts droning.
Yes.
Wah, 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 wah.
It got to that point where I'd heard all of his stories so many times that I would literally have to like sit there and focus on listening because otherwise my brain would get out.
Yes.
Well, Brendan, I don't know. You might not have been listening hard enough. Zalmoxes and the purple goddess of the mountain near the Sphinx, near the technology, said David Anderson is God.
How did you absorb all that, Aaron?
Yeah.
It's like, damn, you're fully indoctrinated. He's got it down. Aaron's got it down. That's the shit Peter was pushing.
Well, I think as I observe...
Well, he read the book, so right.
Yeah. Well, I heard him drone on.
Forever. But you did attempt to suffer. You did attempt to suffer through the rapey cinnamon bar. We'll call them rapey cinnamon bar books.
I tried to get through those. I couldn't though. They were insufferable. The other books were interesting to a point back in the day because there's really not many books that are published that are available these days that are actually interesting,
Yes, it's true.
So, for whatever it was at the point, they were interesting. But the rapey cinnamon, it's hard to put cinnamon with rapey, but it's like it demeans it properly. Cinnamon is such a wonderful spice.
It is. It is a disservice to cinnamon. You're right. We got to think of something else.
Rapey Cinnabar.
Snicker bar. Rapey Snicker bar.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Rapey Snicker bar.
They eat the Snicker bars upside down for obvious reasons.
Yeah, true.
But it's just obnoxious. The whole thing is just obnoxious. But it's an old story, and nobody wants this out there.
Yes, and I do want people to understand that, again, we'll talk with Aaron privately about how far we've gotten on the project thanks to Aristides. I don't think that I'm giving any real secret away. I want people to know I'm proud of Aaron for rewriting the introduction, and I'm excited. I'm really excited. I want to see how he does that, and then of course I'll talk with him about any improvements I think might be able to be made. Our man Aristides has now taken the part of the book that was completely excised by Peter Moon, and that was the part concerning my father's service in the Philadelphia experiment, and because he was trying to protect his false god, Mr. David Lewis Anderson. I don't even bother to call him doctor at this point, but just put it this way, David Lewis Anderson is no one to dismiss, but it's not because of any accomplishments. It's simply because of what he is, which is an evanescer. And the entire bizarre aspect of this, one of the things I can assure Aaron Tice is that when we spoke of, and I want Aaron Tice to share with us his own perspectives on the Comte du Saint-Germain, but when it came to that individual, Aaron Tice was pointing out it was almost as if he were perfectly possessed by the peacock angel, which might have been the case, but Aaron was also saying there were elements of him that seemed almost like an evanescer. But here's the difference. The people loved the company of the Comte du Saint-Germain. He was a person people would want as the center of their party. He was a social butterfly. Somebody like Dr. David Lewis Anderson is none of that. I mean, I don't know if you...
a parasite and a pariah.
Thank you. And I don't know if you... Did you ever see
Lucifer,
this? Yeah, go on.
Lucifer is accomplished, and he's magnetic, and of course everybody would want his company, you know. So there's a big difference there. But I took a deep dive. I was obsessed with the Comte du Saint-Germain, and I was gravely disappointed with the lack of information out there. There's literally nothing you can find. I searched as many times as you can, changing keywords, commas, apostrophes, you name it. And I got somewhat nearly all the information you had discussed. I believe it was Heather that asked the question.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, honey.
Yeah, and I was grateful for her to do that, because I had asked years ago, and I don't know if you went through it years ago when I asked, or I missed it because I had to go to sleep. But you know, he had elixirs for longevity and had a very strict regimen. And I mean, he's in a lot of diaries, the famous females of the day. He escaped capture so many times, but then he was, you know, just like Jesus, kind of possessed by different cults of the purple flame and so forth. So there's a lot of misinformation about him, but you said it perfectly two transmissions ago. He was documented regularly, and so this is a part I don't think I've ever spoken on, but the pastor of the cult I was raised in talked about, you know, the beginning of the American Republic and the signing of the document. Now, this may make you infuriated, Douglas, but I will still go through with it because it may be just a debasement of the information. But this is how I came across it. I don't know if it's true or not, but the pastor found this certain information, and it was about the picture of the unknown person in the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and nobody could name him or whatever. And I don't even know if that's true. Who knows? Like, people sensationalize things. And anyway, this person supposedly got into a locked building to urge the founding fathers, who we all know now are evil.
Yes.
So we're all on the same page there. But he urged them to sign the document, and it was a very poetic telling from a church pulpit with all the emotional vigor you can imagine. And I was always kind of taken by that story, because it's like, well, who's that guy? Like, who could urge these people to sign a document when, you know, if they're found, they're going to be hanged or whatever the case may be. And then, who was it? Who was the other fake scientist? Was it Fred Bell that wrote the book about the pyramids?
I can't remember.
So I borrowed a book from my friend who, I think it was Fred Bell. He had like sacred geometry in pyramids that you could create or buy, and you could put them over your bed or over your food to create better frequencies, which Slim Sperling, I feel, did a better job because he was taken out.
Right.
But supposedly Fred Bell was Art Bell's brother.
Interesting.
Very interesting. So again, we're running in families and genealogies, and lo and behold, in like, I think the first or second chapter of that book, he had mentioned that one of the people who helped get the Declaration of Independence signed was none other than the Comte du Saint-Germain at that secret meeting. So that was, I just paraphrased in a number of minutes, but that was probably a 20-year journey to find that piece of information. So whether it's true or not, I'm not attached to. I'm just relating it to you to let you know that that's one tidbit that I found.
Right, right. No, I mean, it's, I would just say I puzzle over it. So go on. Yeah, Ari, is that you? Or Brent? Whoever was talking, continue. Sorry, there's a delay.
If that's true, then he's definitely evil.
Yeah,
I'm just joking around.
No, understood. Yeah, and again, like I don't have attachment to it, but at the time, it was revelatory, and now I'm like, well, who cares? You know what I mean? Who cares? Like, how does it impact my daily life? It really doesn't. But at the time, it was very interesting to find, because there's just nothing out there on the Comte du Saint-Germain. I believe it's either, I think it was Manly Hall who was in charge of documenting things, but Albert Pike supposedly had one of 7 handwritten manuscripts from the Comte du Saint-Germain on the elixirs of longevity.
Who is this? Who had it?
Albert Pike, who wrote Morals and Dogma.
Right, and who was the man who initiated the Ku Klux Klan, was he not?
I don't know about that specifically, but I will tell you this.
Pike was the Freemason, the head of Freemasonry.
Yeah, the head of Freemasonry. But in Morals and Dogma, and my sister's ex-husband brought this up to me, and this was interesting. I found it after he told me. Now this brings us right back to Douglas's story. Now, the pastor of the cult I was raised in would talk about the Holy Spirit being an emerald green.
Yes.
And
peacock green. Yes.
Right. Now, in Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike talks about the same emerald green being holy. And I'm not interested in any color Albert Pike is interested in. So we're right back at the Emerald Llama.
Right.
And it not being very holy whatsoever. But again, weird connections and intersections.
But these people, the thing is about that is that these people
invert.
knew of universal realities and universal laws, and these colors do certain things, and also the colors are actually so I mean I could go into why the colors are that, but
right.
But the colors are actual entities.
Yeah, that makes sense. But it brought me back to those intersections.
Angels are angles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely. And we want to remember that the Comte du Saint-Germain, who's never been, it's very similar with Aaron Tice. While there's a fascination about him, and I still think historically it's important people know about him, he was never someone I personally identified with. But if he was indeed involved with the founding fathers in the man who convinced them, go for it, your heads are on the line, but you go for it because basically profit is directly proportionate to risk. Understand, we might be talking about somebody who's playing the long game and who is seeing something else that is collaterally something that is benevolent. Now, it's hard for me to imagine, knowing what I know about American history, what exactly he was seeing. But it could simply be because, say, for instance, the Freemasons at that time, by doing what they did, forced a reaction in Europe, because the Freemasons were definitely, when Aaron Tice, for instance, mentioned the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I'm turning around here and I'm going to try and reach for a little booklet that I have called the Alma Verita, I believe. And if I can't find it, then at least we can have Aristides look it up, because he is so good at that. I think I see it right here, and we'll see if I can prevent myself from knocking it down where I can't reach it in my ever-expanding pile of dead-weight books. But here we are, the Alta Vendita. How could I? Jesus Christ! You like the way I butchered that initially before I looked at it?
Tell me how it's spelled.
Alta Vendita is spelled ALTA, then a space after Alta, vendetta, like vendetta, except it's vendita, Vendita. So the Alta Vendita was the permanent instruction, like the protocol of the Elders of Zion for the Freemasons. It's the Masonic blueprint for the subversion of the Roman Catholic Church. So when the Masons established their own nation in the United States of America, it forced Europe to respond. And Europe responded through Adam Weishaupt and the formation of the Bavarian Illuminati, which was formed in 1776.
Yes.
So in 1776, the Bavarian Illuminati was fighting against the Freemasons by striving towards a united Europe. And they are the ultimate source. They are the roots and the origins of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, which became consecrated under Adolf Hitler, my biological father, as his guardians. So without the SS, which was born in 1776, then it's kind of like, shall we say, Judas Iscariot. Without him, there would be no Christ. So there is the need for a Judas. So if the Comte de Saint-Germain is to be seen in his actions as benevolent, perhaps he's provoking the establishment of the evil empire for the ultimate establishment of the Reich, which, though people may claim was destroyed in the span of 12 years on the surface world, still maintains itself as a breakaway civilization, which will far outlast the United States. So that is perhaps where this could be seen as the long game. Does that make sense? Hopefully. And
it does. And zooming out objectively is the only way you can make sense of any of this, because if you stay stuck in the momentary insanity that is an election year and a Halloween attack and the suppression of a book by someone who promised to help Douglas with royalties, you get lost in the muck and the mire. It's only zooming out to observe the possible long game, and perhaps a benevolent person who is not going to die for a long time or may never die was acting in a perfect role and did what he was supposed to do. Either way, I have a firm understanding that all is as it should be. So whatever he was supposed to do, he did. And I don't think we will get any clarification on the accuracies of our documentations at this point.
Right. But we'll continue to strive, albeit not necessarily intensively in that particular direction, but it's part of our striving to know more. I want to bring to your attention from the sublime to the ridiculous in the text box of this call, if you would, Aaron, take a gaze at this, and that probably brings back some memories. This is the level at which Peter Moon and Dr. David Lewis Anderson operated. This is unbelievable. This is like Brendan, Aristides, Heather join in, as well as Nemo, with whatever sarcasm you can muster. But the glow stick. This is
it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. It's just like the plant that proves we have a time travel portal.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. It borders on, like, first of all, it's just silly, but it borders on absurdity. It's like who's actually believing that, where he's saying it's blending art and science, and they're just
a 10-year-old with a wild imagination.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, seriously, if you take a look at this, people listening to us, you would laugh. There's almost nothing to show you, because all it is somebody took the glow sticks that you use to signal people that your car has broken down, and these aren't even flares,
and they're just hanging on a rope light.
Yes. Yes.
Well, let's take it to another level. The GoPro has been around for a long time. I follow a lot of mountain bikers and extreme explorers.
Yeah.
It's a $400 item with a $50 attachment. If you're going to go spelunking in caves, contracting influenza or whatever you're contracting, you might as well get a
amoebas.
Exactly. Yeah, you might as well buy a GoPro if you're traveling that far and document it properly, rather than a shaky video in a maybe cave. So the lack of available documentation is profound.
Thank you. And I do appreciate you bringing that up because I'm getting in some emails and people are asking respectfully, well, certainly your son must have taken photographs. And I said, yes, he did. It's I do want people to understand my son took plenty of photographs of those entities all over the manse, the quote-unquote haunted manse. As I said, it was converted from a church and expanded by a multimillionaire some years before it was purchased by my son's husband. I do want people to understand those photographs are not going to be published because people can clearly see, despite it being barbed wired, so to speak, under that tsunami of these spidery-looking, extraordinarily large, tumbleweed-like entities, people can see the outline and identify clearly the property. We do not want the property identified. And that was something.
And if you see these people, these like Google Earth people online, like there's a famous guy on TikTok and YouTube called Rainbolt, right? I don't know if you guys have heard of these people.
Tell
but
us.
They're people. They're basically people. This one kid got really famous because he posted online, but there's like a whole group of people that do what's called the like a Google Earth game where they can identify any country by like a 1 second clip of a photo or pixels. So he was able to take like a single photo from the 70s and find like where these people's parents were living, where these people's parents went on vacation, anywhere in the world, because they're so good at this game and pattern recognition. They could find anywhere a photo's been taken in minutes.
It's
hours,
so
you know.
they get so good at it. You can find anywhere a movie or TV show is filmed at that moment.
Yeah,
just
so
by a
they
picture
do
of the
all that.
trees. Oh yeah, and that's where they found. Who was it? The actor who went nuts and beat his girlfriend.
Isn't that the norm?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Johnny Depp? Was it Johnny Depp?
No, the one who was in one of the recent Harrison Ford movies with the Holy Grail, with the crystal skulls there, and then he kind of dropped off.
Oh, Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf. He was flying the, I forget what flag it was, but it was anti-Trump flag. And basically somebody tracked down exactly where he was outposted based on, like, I think a few leaves in the picture, which was pretty funny.
No, it's true. You can do that because there's certain leaves that only grow in certain places. By the way, our man Nemo said Pete had each one of those light sticks inserted in his ass. Yeah, I love that.
Nemo.
And
Nemo.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Well, he loves having shit put in his ass.
He does. He does.
That's why he's always getting those colonics taken.
They're washed out. Yeah.
BBCs in his ass.
Oh yeah.
Hitting his
Well, since
spleen
we're
and
kind
shit.
of on the topic of that, one thing that is interesting, I don't know if you heard of the information when you were searching for Saint Germain, but he was, I guess there's a philosopher's stone or something like that he's accredited to making, and it was just by distilling urine for like months on end, and it turns into a stone.
Interesting. I did not know that, but it's similar to the story of Eleanor, who was the immortal that Peter was hoping to meet, which it sounds like to me this immortal does exist, but Peter invented a connection that he was supposed to meet him.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of invention there, and he connects dots that aren't connected, unfortunately. Yes. So as I retrace the past 10 years, and again, like very disconnected 10 years, I've been busy living life, I think he's trying to invent connected dots. But the story was very similar. Eleanor, the immortal, was given this little figurine that he had to be near at all times or he would age.
Like the picture of Dorian Gray, essentially.
Similar. Yeah. So he was basically the story of Eleanor was that he was chosen as the apprentice to a famous magician, and the famous magician, because he was a good apprentice, taught him the secrets of immortality and gave him the item to keep him immortal and the secret to continue it. But the immortals are forever chased by bad people who want the secrets. So you're always on the run, and you're always protecting your chalice or your item, so to speak. And that was the person that Peter was desperate to meet. And he wrote about him. It might have been in Ong's Hat, or maybe a combination of Ong's Hat and the other early books. I can't remember, but it was written about.
Yeah. Well,
and it seems like there's always this greed for these artilica items,
Well,
which makes sense.
We witnessed it in the past year, especially.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, like it was extreme. But and then we go back. I think the show I sent you, Douglas, for 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Even like if you just tell people like I saw Bigfoot in this area, then they'll go and like shoot every shadow in the bush trying to find Bigfoot, and it's like that's why it's getting to the point where you can't say anything. You have to do how Douglas does it and just keep everything secret because these people are just bonkers.
Yeah, it's like one of the things I forgot I experienced the last 2-3 days, maybe 3 days.
Yeah,
like I always deal with a lot of like extraneous activity, but when I walk in a room, there's usually it's usually normal, but the last 3 days, every time I walk in a room, like something falls or a noise is made and no one else is there. Yeah. Yes. So I've experienced that like at
interesting.
A far higher volume than I have the rest of my life the last 3 days. And I just dismiss it because I've been used to it over the years, but that was an
I have a funny Halloween story that's not as harrowing as Douglas's, but it's hilarious. But I was cleaning some room over at work, and I scared a ghost. I scared whatever ghost was hiding in there. Like I walked in through like an atypical entrance, like through like a hallway type secret door, and I walked into this like big room full of like music equipment, and I hit my knee on some like giant drum or something, and it made this huge noise. Yeah. And then I heard something on the other side of the room like jump. And I like screamed. So like I scared whatever entity was like living in that room.
That's true. Funny. Yeah, well, that's how Chinese. This is why the Chinese beat the gongs and the drums on the ghost nights too.
Like you could startle them. Yeah, you could startle them.
It's true. They're just as capable of being scared as you are. Believe me.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought that was funny. I actually laughed.
That is actually.
It's like.
Yeah,
like it was the inverse of a normal haunting. I was like, oh!
I haunted the haunter.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, and of course, just be aware. Of course, they hate you for that. Just like Peter Moon hated being fooled by Paola's mother. What did Paola's mother convince him of again, Aaron?
So when I first met Peter, he was really obsessed with meeting Eleanor. He was obsessed with the fact that he was told he was going to be visited by the immortal.
Right.
Which tells us.
Oh yeah, she kept dangling that in front of him. That's right.
So she's a high-level asset, and she knew about this. Now, whether he had divulged this to someone that she discussed it with, however she found out about it, maybe she read his books. Who knows? But she picked up on this fact, and it was a desire of his. So she had said, "Yeah, you're gonna be visited by Eleanor, the immortal." And so he felt that the union with Paula was more in tune with that than anything. Now,
of course, so he viewed it from the selfish perspective that he would be given the key to immortality through this young half-vampire chick who he identified as simply a tomboy. Go on.
Right. And
can you imagine his hubris? He didn't even do his end of the bargain. He was just a straight gimme bear, as they call it.
And it goes deeper, and so
thank you.
I will elucidate Douglas and Brendan and Aristides privately about more details on that. But yes, that was the gist of the story. And her particular following is troubling when you see them. I mean, it's a very, growing up in something similar, it's, I was at least on the outside looking in because we were so far away.
Yeah.
My family would drive, I think it was 2.5 or 3 hours each way, Wednesdays and Sundays, to go to service, and the service was 5, 6, 7 hours. So life was consumed, but
dedication. That's dedication.
Yeah. Well, when you're under the the guilt of hellfire, you do what you do.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the premise, and he was. I do remember. I remember when he did light the bathroom on fire. He just didn't tell me how extreme it was when Douglas elucidated, but he was more angry that he had been misled by Paula's mother about the immortal than he was about the marriage dissolving, which makes sense. I mean, you're only upset about a marriage dissolving when it's actually a consummated marriage, you know.
Yes. Or someone you actually love. Yes.
Right, and you know, have relations with, not sausages.
And that son of a bitch was still telling me, someday she'll realize I was the best thing in her life. And I'm like thinking, well, you're still, none of it has to do with anything like, oh, I hope I did something for her that helped her on her path or journey.
Right. We all just want to be, we all want to benefit people's journey. But, you know, what I've realized in life is there's more narcissists out there than we realize.
Yes.
You know, and narcissists, you know, I love the Marilyn Manson song. What did Zeus say to narcissists? You better watch yourself. It's just a great line in a song.
Dang, you really went.
Yes.
From.
Yes. Go on.
What's that?
And I'm not making fun of you. I think it's quite cool.
Yeah.
You went from being in a cult to listening to Marilyn Manson. That's radical.
Yeah, I mean, you have to divorce yourself of your beliefs, and and Marilyn Manson is quite a sad tale these days too. Speaking of him, you know, you know, that's like the.
I kind of saw it coming, but
yeah, it's kind of like, how could that not come? Yes, go on.
But it's never fun to watch people who, you know, he started in a similar setting. He was in a youth group in a Christian church, which is a good cult.
Yeah.
You know, and he was just so incensed by it, he went the other way, which is, it's easy to do.
Yeah, and in America, the way they do it, I was part of that, just peripherally, and the way they set it up is so bad. Like,
it's horrendous. There's nothing magnetic.
Horrible.
There's nothing that captures people's imagination to keep them on the path.
No. So,
you know, the fact that we're watching him dissolve as a human is because he's no longer useful to the propaganda machine that is the music industry. So it is sad in that sense. I mean, he lived his life, he did it, you know, whatever he did, but, you know. So yeah. So that was the story of the immortal Eleanor.
Yes.
And Joe Metheny, I think, you know, Peter wrote about him in the beginning. Joe Metheny was pretty connected.
Yeah. Yes.
A math genius, and very much in the occult, and I don't know much more about him, but
all I can say is where it falls apart for me is that, you know what they say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. George, with Metheny, he was a who you know guy, but what he knew was shit, because he was telling Peter, I've got the synchronicity generator, and I asked Aristides, our engineer, what's a synchronicity generator? And what was it, Aristides, your response? Yeah, pretty much, hell if I know. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, I don't know. No clue.
Well, I will say this. It was basically an AI chatbot before the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if you really read Ong's Hat, and again, I have dealings in the New Jersey Pine Barrens. So you have Tom Brown Jr. that comes from there. I believe one of the teachers, it was grandfather, who Tom Brown Jr. wrote about, who also came to visit Red Elk, showed up in the Pine Barrens. That's also where a lot of the cryptids reside, because nobody realizes that the New Jersey Pine Barrens are vast.
Oh, yeah, they're like, enormous. Go on.
Enormous. And I know somebody who I trained with in the Pine Barrens. So it's all connected. And Ong's Hat, the time travel cult that disappeared, was in the Pine Barrens. Now, that could have just been something silly and simple, but there is a connection there, and it's in the Northeast, the Triangle, the 3 states, all that. So I can't dismiss it all. But yeah, I agree. It's who you know. But who you know is what's dealing the blows from Mr. Peter, who we've all treated very fairly. And looking back also, I can say they pulled the plug very specifically because he was being kind of snickered at over the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, it was a 12-hour transmission. He was obviously antiquated. He would say silly things. He would drift off topic. And there was always fun poked at him. But as soon as he was about to publish the book, they're like, they said this, they said that, they said this, they said that. So they just turned the transmission against him in his mind, probably beamed him with something. Was it Amy that said voice of God?
I believe so. She said voice of God or voice to skull or both.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's so easily doable.
Yes.
You know, my professor was beamed from across the street in downtown Kingston, New York.
And what happened? Did he learn to handle that? Did he understand consciously what was happening? Or did he just have outbursts where he just went nuts? What happened?
He started to lose his mind, and I think he eventually did, but he went and found the machine. It was behind a brick.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so, and, you know, he was going up against IBM.
Yeah.
He wanted to solve, again, this is hubris. He wanted to solve the cryptocurrency issue, so he was a laser physiologist, and he wanted to create cryptocurrency, or at least a credit card that couldn't be hacked, which we have not dealt with yet. The only thing that's done that is blockchain. Blockchain technology basically was absorbed by the banks, but it was supposed to set the universal people free. You know, from
funny how that never manifests.
That was taken by the banks. But in his hubris, he wanted to do that, so he bought a company and the patents and was continuing on in his laser physiology to create an unhackable bank card, and he was going to do it in a few years. At that point, IBM, there was a particular person who had it out for him because he wanted the contract. It's a multi-billion-dollar contract eventually.
Yes.
Basically burned his house down, in which his sister was killed.
Oh, Jesus.
And that's when he went to Brookhaven Labs to buy a brainwave mapping machine from the government that he was auctioned off at $500.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when, you know, the goons in white coats said, you know, people get hurt for buying machines like this. And he came home to find his wife suicided. And then he went on a 10-year tirade trying to litigate the hospital for suiciding his wife because they put her on a morphine drip against medical code, which he cited numerous times. 2 of the 3 surgeons that took the case committed suicides. You know, not wink wink. And the third dropped the case. So anyway, it all ties into Long Island, which is why I was interested in Peter's work to begin with. So,
who were you just talking about, Aaron?
My professor, Vincent Lodato. Yeah. So
could you spell his last name, or do you need him to spell that at Aristides?
Well, there's nothing out there now, but yeah, Lodato. I have everything documented elsewhere.
Right.
Not in my possession, but I did print everything out. Not that it matters anymore, but you know, he solved cold fusion, and it was written up in a New York Times article. I did print that out and send it to a safe location years ago. But national security showed up and said, you can think like this, but you can't put it on paper. And they gave him a government scientist job. And his story was they handed him a 33rd degree Mason card at the same time. And took care of him. And then he became a wine importer from China. That was gifted him by Bush Jr. for a little bit of political support at a time Bush Jr. had difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all connected. But
what political support could someone like him have offered? Was his reputation that good that, you know, he just gives Bush Jr. a pat on the back and somehow that helped him? What?
I think he was in a group of people that were influential, and they were all ragging on Bush Jr. because Bush Jr. really struggled.
Yeah.
His, you know, if you watch his speeches, he's got speech impediments.
Yeah. There's almost no need to even describe it. I mean, if people are unaware of that, I mean, he's Alfred E. Newman brought to life. But go on.
Yeah. So I believe the story was, he said, listen, he's not a bad person. He's just trying his best. Give him some credit and give him a break, you know. And the repercussion was, you know, someone showed up and said, hey, we appreciate the support, and here's a wine import license from China. That was the story I got, and it certainly was real.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's importing all this wine from China. I was going to ask if he was Jewish, because as Brendan could attest, all these Jewish guys suddenly get into Chinese wine, Chinese tea, just to make themselves look exotic and shit.
No, he built a wine cave that I personally witnessed and saw in Kingston, New York. And he imported Chinese wine, but he was very much Sicilian, and he was raised, he was about to be a Jesuit. He was in Jesuit school.
Amazing.
So once again, we're right back to the Jesuits. So
yes,
again, everything comes full circle.
So he did all this before or after you were your professor?
So this was after, because he was very much a fan of hard physical labor when you deal with loss, and he lost his wife and his sister in a short amount of time, and that's when he decided to build the wine cave.
But I mean, he solved cold fusion before he was your professor.
Oh, the cold fusion was in, I don't know if it was the 70s or 80s, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah. And so he's essentially like another Marconi, kind of.
Yeah, he was definitely out there. Like, he didn't really teach us anything in college. I mean, he basically would just talk about one or two equations on the chalkboard and like go on emphatically about how this equation, like, it explains the whole universe, and he was very poetic about it.
Wow.
And he only taught at community college to give back to society, because he was just trying to just be busy,
Right. Poor bastard.
Yeah. I mean, dealing with the guilt of what he had, his hubris had cost him his family.
Right.
So I don't think that's easy to deal with.
No. Well, it depends on what kind of personality type you are, but I'm always happy that you share his experiences with us. And I want to thank as well Nīhõ for that wonderful little icon he's using now. He's using this wallpaper that's delightful, and maybe that will inspire Aaron Tice to tell his story about a flag he was witness to, somewhat similar to that. I don't know if you can see Nīhõ's flag that's up there right now. If you're willing to share that story, Nīhõ's on the call. So if you look at the call and you take a look at everybody's icons, I want to thank Aristides for Yes, finding the Alta Vendita, and if you put that in the chat, right, Aristides? The link to that? That'd be great.
Yeah, I did find a link version to put in the chat. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir. Yes, and of course,
yes.
Consider it a badge of honor, Aristides, that now that they're attacking you too, it shows how important they see you to be, and that's a positive. And a Totenkopf, yes, the death's head. So I don't know if you see that at all, Aaron, but if you're willing to share the story you shared with me privately, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on to another topic.
I don't see the flag from Nīhõ.
Oh, okay. So let me do a screen share. I'll do a screen share rather than people describing it. So can you see my screen share, my cursor moving? You were going to say, Brett?
Oh, yes. I remember now, yes.
Yes. If you're
willing.
So
yes, I can share that. And it was a good friend of mine, actually, one of my best friends. And, it wasn't that long ago that the fascist Nazi party was basically made politically incorrect to the point you can't even discuss it. Yeah. And my friend was friends with a collector. He was actually a collector of baseball cards, many sports cards, sold them online. But his coworker in this shared office was like, I have something to show you. And he's like, okay. And he's like, but we can't. We got to lock the doors. So there's two doors into the office because it was a production factory. And, people come in from both sides, the hallway from the office side, the hallway from the factory side. So they had to lock both doors. And he took this locked box, unlocked it, and took out this flag, which is on the screen. And it was, I believe, an original, fascist Nazi flag with, not only was it antiquity, but there were many medals pinned all around it that were also antiques. And he said, it was still the brightest red I've ever seen, the most beautiful, vibrant, brightest red I've ever seen. And it was 67 years old, whatever it was. Yeah. He goes, we don't have any reds like that right now. So he goes, who knows? He goes, it's just crazy. It was the most beautiful red I've ever seen. And I didn't see it, but that's what he said. And And that's a good representation of it there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
That was his defense of owning it, or
No, he was just a collector. His friend, his coworker was just a collector, but at this point, it was already basically illegal to traffic in such antiquities. So, just a couple years prior, you could buy it on eBay, and now
I didn't realize it was illegal. I've been buying stuff.
Oh yeah, no, this is not easy to do.
It's true.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. It is illegal.
Very much shut down. Yeah, very much shut down. And this is, I would say, this is since Trump has been labeled a fascist. That's when the real clampdown came.
Interesting.
If I were to document the time frame, so basically they took his red hat and likened it to the Nazi swastika.
Well, he changed it. Now he wears a black one because
because
of that. Know that.
Because
I
of
didn't
that.
even know that. But but it's become a symbol that is, a symbol of violence at this point, which is, it's whatever it is. But yeah, I think that's when all of this became illegal.
Yes. I mean, it was illegal before that.
What were the red hats?
Yeah, go on, honey.
Sorry.
Go on, honey.
What were the red hats initially or originally?
Well, it just represents the right wing. That's that color, red.
By that, Nemo is talking about red states, blue states.
The modern, modern.
It's come to signify red in terms of politics being right. In terms of blue, it's termed as left. But Heather's going way back to the red hats in Buddhist days. She's going back to the lamas.
Actual original red hats.
Yeah,
the red hats from Venice.
And then, or that as well. Well, before we answer that, because that might take some research, I don't believe any one of us is that familiar with Renaissance politics. But I'm certain it had deep meaning, because the very term left-right really starts, they say, with the French, in terms of in terms of it being identified as part of the political spectrum, where certain people of a certain political bent or opinion would be on the left side of the auditorium, and those on the right side would represent the contrary opinion. But we're going to share screen again so that Aaron can see this question for him from the chat room. So here's a question from the chat room. I don't know if you can see. I will read it for you. Jella Florin, hello all with hearts. Jella Florin says, Douglas, do you watch David Oates decoding Trump and Kamala backward speech?
Is he still doing that shit?
Well, we'll turn it over to Aaron on that. I mean, don't think it doesn't work. It does work. Of course.
I didn't mean say that. Just like, is he just still doing it? Yeah.
It's sad to me.
He's close to 8. He's got to be in his 70s, close to 80. I've corresponded with him lightly.
And apparently he feels like he's 120. That guy looks like he's aged, even beyond 80.
Yeah, he fell from grace. Falling from grace is not easy.
Oh, that's so hard.
Yeah, David Oates is still doing it. And I mean, I would, if I were, so I test everything. If you want to believe what he says, take the audio he gives you and reverse it. He has a simple way to do it. You can buy the program for not much money. But yeah, everything he does is very easily replicatable. It's just like Douglas says, don't take my word for it. Go research it. And the same thing Red Elk said, don't take my word for it. Go find your answers. Like, absolutely, he still does it. It's still a viable technology. It's not a pretty one, and you're going to go through your own hell figuring out why. But I would say, yeah, it's very real, and he's very good at it. Very, very good at it.
Is there a way...
Was he the guy that first deciphered the reverse speech message in Barack Obama's fucking slogan for his presidential campaign?
So, yeah, when Barack Obama was saying yes we can, I think it was Hail Satan or I Love Satan.
Thank you, Satan. Yeah. He was tricking everyone to praise and thank Satan.
But the first time I heard the beginning of David Oates was when he was it was the Clinton investigation with Monica. What was her name?
Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky.
Right.
And he was basically exploring the investigation with Clinton on that. He did a great job on that. And he also did, I remember I was a teenager, I think.
So he recorded actually recorded Bill saying, "I did not have sex with her," and did he get?
Yeah.
And what did he get from that? Like
it was
saying he actually did?
Yeah, there was one of them that reversed was like she was a good kisser, all kinds of yeah.
Yeah, she's a good dick sucker. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they were kissing. Let's just put it that way.
He put his cigar in her vagina. They're doing all crazy shit.
That by the way, is public. That's not a rumor. That's public knowledge at this point. It's public record. Public record. Yes.
And
then he smoked it or something.
Yeah, then he smoked it and said, "Tastes good." Yes.
Yeah, when I first heard that, I was in shock because I misinterpreted it. I thought he used her vagina as an ashtray to put his cigar out. That was horrible.
That's
but he also reversed a very intelligent but kind of ornery witch. I think her name was Harlot the Witch, and that was
Harlot. She was known only as Harlot. Yes.
Yeah, and that was honestly, it was a great show, and the follow-up was a great show. So it was
for those
all
of
night.
you who don't know, Harlot admitted on air to killing a child. And that child's soul is waiting in hell for me. And she said, I own that child's soul, and that child, I bound its soul to hell, and that child is, that's, so this is like the stuff.
What was the point of the backmasking if she already said that publicly?
I think, so at the time.
Good question, by the way.
when she said that publicly, was she saying it in a way so it comes off as sarcastic or
no.
No.
It was confession.
No. But
both.
Whatever she said forward, the reverse was far more harrowing.
Yeah.
And I believe
the mirror is sweet. The mirror is sweet. Remember that?
Yeah. And at the time, it was kind of like when webcams were just kind of getting popular, and Art had a webcam, so you could actually watch him. And I didn't, because I was listening to terrestrial radio, which is antiquated now. But
not to mention that looking at Art's face is like looking at shit. But go on.
Right. And he did publish this, but at the time he was interviewing Harlot and playing David's reverse speech, there was like a shadow that would gather over his head, and it was very harrowing. And if you all recall, there was one thing that Art Bell would never talk about, and he never did. And it was his experience with the Ouija board. He would never, ever, ever divulge his experience with the Ouija board, no matter what anybody asked. It was a Ouija board that was dropped at his door by a witch. And he picked it up and played with it. And he said, "I will never talk about what happened."
You're dumb enough to pick up a Ouija board that was dropped on your front porch and plow that. You deserve to be fucking horny.
Well, Nemo, not all of us know what you know, Nemo.
Just anything that just some random cunt that leaves on the front door.
Yeah, that's Darwin. That's Darwin Award shit. But we all know that Art Bell was on the other side. Art Bell was a pure Edomite, and he was just human garbage, which, of course, this is what got Oates in trouble. So understand this much. Oates exposed Art Bell as a pedophile. And and believe me, Oates was on the side of right when he said that. Art Bell was a fucking pedophile. Look at the fucking Filipino child bride that he married after murdering his own wife. His wife was living in a trailer. They lived in a trailer. She's an asthmatic. The asthma inhaler hangs around her neck like a crucifix. That's not going to part with her. And he claims she couldn't find it in the trailer. Oh, she couldn't find her inhaler in the trailer. Yeah, because you hid it, motherfucker. Because you took it from her and you wouldn't give it back. And then she died. Then he ran over and married her 14-year-old cousin. Her 14-year-old cousin.
Was it a cousin or sister? I thought it was a younger sister.
That's right. Her younger sister. You're right. It was her younger sister. That's right. Yeah. Yes. It was her younger sister. And her younger sister was already married to another motherfucker, because it's legal to marry a girl when she's 12 in the fucking Philippines. That's how they expedite, all the GIs marrying these child brides. That's one of their major industries, one of the major sources of national income. Like Thailand, it's child hookers. In the Philippines, child brides. And so what happened was, he had to pay the guy off, buy her from the guy who married her at the age of 12. So he's getting a girl who, as he expressed it, already knows what to do. And, this is public. He says this publicly, and then he couldn't bring her back to the United States. Imagine that, because the United States says that's human child trafficking.
So he lived in the Philippines.
That's why he lived in the Philippines and
he transmitted from the Philippines. Yeah,
that's right. Until he greased enough wheels, he paid off enough, he bribed enough officials, because he made millions of dollars off of suing. Crystal, what is that? Clearwater, whatever the name of the channel was that owned everything. Ultimately, it all went to Clear Channel. And, so he made, so many millions and millions off of suing Clear Channel. And so then when he greased the right wheels, he brought her over at the age of 16. 16! And she's living in the trailer with him at the age of 16. And he never, ever on air said, I miss my wife, my first wife. Never on air would you ever hear him say, my son, I miss my son.
Yeah,
dying of AIDS.
he just moved right on.
Yeah.
And the lawsuit for millions of dollars that he slapped on David Oates has never been back to the U.S. since then. So he's been in bankruptcy and everything else because he can't. I mean, I think, is he in Australia? I think it is.
Yeah, it's Australia. He's in Nemo land. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should go meet him.
You should. He's not a bad guy. He's a decent human being. He made his software available at a fair price, and he did a very good job giving classes to help you do it.
Can you send a link on the software?
I'll try to find it. I mean, if you find his website, he sells it for, I think it was a couple $100. Yeah. He doesn't sell it for Apple, which is why I haven't messed with it in quite a few years. Like I only play with Apple.
Interesting. Right. Interesting.
But,
yeah, good music recording software. Nīhõ can do it for essentially free if you know what you're doing with it. So he probably just simplified it and made it user friendly. Is my assumption.
That makes sense. Well, Nīhõ, I mean, if we can collaborate and make it work on an Apple, I mean, I'm willing to do more of it. But yeah, it was an interesting story, and that's kind of the background of all that.
And by the way, Nīhõ, if you can help Aaron do that on his Apple, I've invited Aaron. Go ahead and reverse speech myself. But Aaron, it's like you said, he could do it, but like Aaron said, it's kind of like, what's the point? I mean, I say everything up front.
Yeah, you don't want to be reverse speeching me.
well, we know that about Nīhõ.
Again, reverse speech is more to identify.
I mean, how much worse could it be than what you say forward?
Right. And it's David Oates was selling it as like help yourself type. It was a self-help thing where like find what your subconscious really wants, where it was a fast track to finding yourself.
I've noticed New Agers promoting that to use to help themselves, the reverse speech technology.
Yeah, because like what does your true self say? Because if your subconscious
inverse would be, I love humanity. I love everybody.
I love everybody. No, you'd be like Reginald Denny.
I want somebody to give me a Ouija board.
Yeah.
So I can smash it over someone's head.
What about this? Jella Florine says, I got convinced by the babies actually talking backwards. So what do you know about Oates using this technology on infants and proving they're actually trying to communicate?
Yeah. So, and this is interesting, and I tried to do this, but I was too busy with life. Supposedly what David Oates says is, now this is also a shamanic thing. So children supposedly speak backwards first, but we don't understand it. And he's proven this, supposedly. I haven't investigated it, so I can't speak of it. But every shamanic practice I know, including, unfortunately, Satanism, everything is backwards because it does something to the brain. So in a satanic ritual, you walk backwards, you speak backwards, everything is done backwards.
Well,
so,
you remember my mother defeated the Emerald Lama by reading the script backwards. She had to read it backwards. Yes,
indeed. So there's a great power in doing things backwards. It's kind of like reversing things or whatever you want to say about it, but
South Park hinted that out on the Succubus episode where the kids had to sing the song the Succubus created but sing it in reverse, and that sent her back to whatever realm she was from.
It's out there, and he was doing good work, but once he pissed off the kingpin of terrestrial radio at the time, he was ostracized. Now nobody knows of him. It was a long time ago.
And at the time, the first handler they sent my way was a guy named Olav Phillips. and Olaf Phillips is the gay lover of the guy who's in Ground Zero Radio, Clyde Lewis. And, yeah,
God. And that's with what's her face, who's gone now.
Lorian Ann Fenton, you mean?
No.
You're talking about Tracy Twyman.
Yeah, she's gone, and her book was ripped off Amazon.
Yeah, and Tracy Twyman, because I don't know if you were there at the time that I was talking with Crystal Rivers about her. It's actually not a plural. I keep pluralizing her name, Crystal River. It's a pseudonym anyway, and I've forgotten her real name, but it doesn't matter. But Crystal River is how she's known, as basically a kind of psychic, and without insulting her, she does telephone psychic stuff. So that's how she earns her living. But Crystal River became good friends with Tracy Twyman before she died. And one time when she was talking with me about Tracy Twyman, oh man, I was attacked so heavily because I grooved off it so much, because it was Darwinian. It was total Darwinian selection. It's like Tracy Twyman began hanging out with the other side, the Adamites, Clyde Lewis, and they were like using the Ouija board on Halloween night to try and call up Baphomet, Belial, all the heavies. And, you just can't do this shit, for casual entertainment. And they would make it worse by saying, well, we're not. We're calling them up because we're worshippers. And, and then she had this young son she said she was claiming she was trying to protect. And she was writing this heavy-duty pornography.
Around children. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Tell him, Brendan, a novel about her son getting raped and beaten and abducted by a satanic cult and never recovered.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
and then they're saying, it's all for fun.
Yeah, so the sacrifice was paid. But then this goes back to, do you remember the first iPods which had the circle in the middle where you had to circle it?
That was technology too far beyond myself. I was too poor to have that. But Brendan, Nemo, maybe you guys, Heather, maybe you guys remember this. I know of it.
The iPod clicker, the little.
Yeah, the original iPods had like a circle in the middle with a button in the middle of the circle, but the alphabet was in the order of a clock, clockwise, A, B, C, D, all the way through. And you would circle to get to the letter. And people had pointed out that was indeed a modified Ouija board.
Yes.
It was very incredible. And then, lo and behold, very shortly after that was outed, they changed the design very quickly. So it was interesting.
Well, they were all occultists, those people.
Oh, of course, yeah. But then again, that goes back. Well, I don't know how true this is, Douglas, but I do remember. Do you remember I don't know if it was Romanian or Russian, the little series that Peter had found, showing that the Taoists had given technology to Hitler?
It was something that was must have been Romanian, because he can't translate Russian, and by the way, Peter never translated any of the rapey Snicker bar
books.
No,
he didn't. He did not. He did not.
Someone else.
Which is why they can't have another one done, because Paul is not there. But there were English subtitles.
Yes, there was English subtitles, but I vaguely remember it, and but it was like one of these things that Peter would hide a lot from me. I don't know if people remember. If people remember when he brought on one of his favorite telephone psychic old biddies, who wound up giving him the Books of Shadow, as he called them, the Black Book, especially that was from Italy, and that one was the true spell book. That was something that was a powerful.
He called it a grimoire.
Thank you, an actual grimoire, and that's when he called up Uboth Sathla, a name which he had been fishing from myself for months and months. Which, Brendan, you can back me up here on that. The name, Douglas. The name. Yeah. But when he brought on Maria de Andrea. People might remember she said, I want to tell you what your mother told me privately. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Yes.
But yes. So I did have a private conversation with Maria de Andrea, and that would add a little bit to what Aaron Tice has been bringing up and alluding to right now. Not quite sure if I want to go into that this episode, but it was definitely had nothing really to do with my mother at all. I mean, we all know that when my mother encountered Peter Moon, he said, I had to wake up from the dream because I knew that she would kill me. That's how we knew it was really my mom. That's
I think I even said that when he brought it up. I was like, oh, that's genuine.
Yeah, that was genuine. We knew that much. And that was before he even knew me. My mother was trying to kill him, which really that tells us quite a bit. But back to Aaron.
Yeah, fake Taoist master versus a, ancient Chinese regent. It's like,
yes,
that would piss them off. Yeah.
Oh, of course. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. She was one of the line of the Mage Kings. So, and this fool's going around. By the way, anybody should know. Aaron, help us out here. A real Taoist master is not going to go around saying what Peter said. He put it on his own videos. I'm a Taoist master. There's no Taoist masters ever going to say, I'm a Taoist master. They don't need to.
They're from my understanding, other than the Christians being hunted down, the Taoists are very highly sought after.
Yes.
So a high-level Taoist master has to be in hiding because they're going to be tortured for their secrets and then killed heinously.
Yeah, and there's a historical component to that they were the ones who fought against the northern invasion of the Manchus and stuff, and that's why they're always the villains in like the kung fu films, because they were the ones who actually mustered resistance for the southern kingdoms during the Warring States period. So they're always seen as villains, and especially modern Chinese stuff. In ancient China, they were obviously not villains, but in the modern thing, they are considered villains because they attempted to, fight the dynasty. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll go deeper into that at a different point, but definitely, there's always nuances to everything, and of course, Chinese culture can be very convoluted. But basically, that's what people need to understand is they're
3,000 years is a long time.
Yeah, 3,000 years at least. Yeah, that's a long time. They claim their dynasties go back much further than that, which of course I know to be true. But let's put it this way: for those of you who do not know, Cleopatra. Aside from all the controversy we've covered about her on this show so far, aside from all that controversy, the one thing I can tell you definitively is that as a historian, we know that Cleopatra headed her own department of Egyptology, trying to research about ancient Egypt, because she was far closer to us in time. She was far closer to our present age of the iPhone than she was to the pyramids. The pyramids were so far behind her, nobody in Cleopatra's time knew how they had been built. So she had people researching that and trying to find how the pyramids had been built. That's how far back in time the pyramids go. But when it comes to, say, for instance, what we're bringing up tonight with the Taoists, then you had that kind of technology that was being used with the pyramids, and we can go into that another time. But these are extraordinarily ancient cultures, the Egyptians and the Chinese, and but definitely, Aaron, how much longer are we blessed with your presence tonight? Because obviously,
I stayed much past where I thought I would, so I'm going to have to recline into slumber for the evening. But I cannot find the links. It was a long time ago they were sent. I'm sure that I documented them somewhere.
Right.
And if I can find them where I've documented them, I will send them to everyone. As far as the Romanian translation of the documentary, it was very interesting. It was basically alluding to the fact that the German culture, especially the Nazi Party, had high-level technology such as we have now, but was not nearly existent yet.
Right. That's right.
So,
continue.
Yeah. It was like the children of the high-level leaders all were playing with cell phones.
Yes.
In the 30s, and television was given to them way back
Quite
then,
true.
and it was and it was all in color at the time. It was kind of reverse engineered to be black and white and then put in color for the masses.
That's true.
But it was basically, I think it was called not black as in skin color, but black Taoists in Tibet. It was the Tibetan Taoists that gave the technology to them, supposedly because Hitler was in search of Artilica, and he sought out the Tibetan Taoists for that.
Yes. Also, he was someone who had saved the lives of many Chinese during the Nanjing massacre, which I've gone into that story in the past. One thing that I want to say before Aaron takes his leave of us is that, so I've gotten questions in my emails. People are concerned about, so is Peter Moon that powerful that he was able to do this to you on Halloween? And understand, it's not Peter Moon. No, it's Peter Levenda and Don Webb. So, Brendan, tell people that you found out they are at least technically still alive. And
and Levenda lives in New York City.
Yes.
So there you go. Yeah. He's the one who's directing all those clowns that always appear out of New York.
And Peter never talked about Levenda. He never would discuss him, period.
He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare.
No, he would skip over
he would completely skip it because Douglas has brought it up many times.
Yes. So you remember, I would bring up Peter Levenda repeatedly as the true author of the Simon Necronomicon. And
he's never put that in any of the books.
He refuses to put that in the books, despite the in-depth nature. I even went into the old Magical Child bookstore in New York City, where I said this was cobbled together with the other cultists. And remember how Peter would say, "Oh yeah, I was there." And remember how he alluded to, "I was there." I don't know if you remember
of course
that,
he was
Aaron
there.
Tice.
That's where he got.
I don't remember that, but I definitely heard.
No, he said he would go there weekly.
Yeah,
he would go there weekly or something.
Yeah.
Well, he's right there. I mean, he was in Long Island. He was probably a 20-minute car ride to the city, maybe 30 with traffic. Yeah, it was easy. He was in a very good location in Long Island.
Yes, and that means that when Peter said what he said, Peter was effectively confessing or admitting to being one of the co-authors of the Simon Necronomicon that's caused so much grief. That's the paperback Avon edition. Yeah, the cheapest edition you can find is found, probably used even. It's found at most crime scenes involving occult crimes. It's found on site. People take that as their Bible. We call them Simontologists. In fact, that was the term I got from Michael Aquino. Simontologists is what he called the Simon Necronomicon followers. Peter would take great umbrage at that and say, well, I'm only doing what Crowley did, and Scientology is founded on Crowley in many ways, and it's all good. And so far as I can see, there's nothing good about Crowley and the Simon Necronomicon and Scientology for that matter. So it's the Tao of Madness. Tell him, Aaron, he couldn't give the book away. He couldn't give the book away.
He couldn't give the book away. But this reminds me, I remember it was a customer in my previous job many years ago, and he was a magician and an occultist. And I took care of him, helped him out, and I'm genuine with everybody. And I said, well, where do you do your magic? And he told me, and that yada yada yada. And anyway, I said, well, let me know when you're doing another show. I'll come see you or whatever. And I remember I saw him out at a local bar, and he had a small group around him. And I recognized his ring. I forget what ring it was, but it was definitely an occult ring. And I will say he never reached out to me. He recognized me for sure, would not contact me, would not look at me, would not speak to me. It was interesting. But the one book he had recommended was the Simon Necronomicon.
Oh, Jesus. That's a curse. That's like telling you, for those of you who don't understand, you can laugh this off. It's just a cheap paperback edition of bullshittery that you think you could just leave around harmlessly, and maybe you can. Maybe you could purchase it, leave it around your house, and if you're just ignoring it, it's not going to do anything to you. It's a mass paperback edition. It has no history behind it, has no blood on its pages. It's not going to impact you with some kind of curse in the sense of ectoplasmic resonance, where there's truly something connected to it that will impact you, bind you, or blind onto you. Rather, it's if you try to use it. It is a booby trap. It is not meant to be used. It was meant only as a take a look at this. Say, for instance, you're given a test book and the textbook has incomplete problems, and your job is to fill in what's missing. these equations are missing numbers. These equations are missing factors. Yes, that's what it's meant to be like. It's meant for the students of Michael Aquino's Temple of Set at the time so that they would know what to fill in an incomplete spell book. If anyone else tries to use that spell book seriously without knowledge or training of that particular cult, you are damning yourself in the most... You're taking the highest possible risks.
But this is
yes.
Yeah, but this is very, very true with all sacred knowledge, because Peter did qigong, a very basic qigong, and his teacher did not even teach him the form.
No.
So the Tai Chi form is the secret that nobody wants to practice, and if you're taught the form by a master, you can decipher the secrets through the form. Peter never learned the form, not a single posture or move in the form.
Thank you.
So what a Tai Chi master would tell you is all Tai Chi is Qigong, but Qigong is definitely not Tai Chi.
Thank you.
So he learned bits and pieces that he hung on to, but he never learned any complete set. And anybody who does anything without learning the complete set is a madman.
Thank you.
And that is the truth of Eastern technology. So that's my 2 cents on that. Now everyone's gotten to know me a lot better, and I'm gonna drift off into slumber. But I appreciate you all. Thank you for the time, and I hope to chat with you soon.
Yes, we look forward to it. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Have a good one.
Yes. So that's Aaron Tice, and so thank you, all of you. Do me a favor. I have a horrible wanker in my eye. I'm going to flush this out, and it feels like I'll have to stick my head under the sink to do it. So all of you, hold a conversation. Let's see if Brendan Zogit can come off his pause first. He may be on a conversation with someone else. Heather Holman is merely on mute, but Brendan Zogit's on like a pause. So let's make certain he's able to talk before I take my leave. But Heather, let's check your audio. How's your audio, Heather? Say something, please. Let's see if she can come off mute. If not, the conversation will be between Nīhõ and Aristides. I'm sure these gentlemen can handle it, but they're not exactly, in either case, the most talkative people in the world.
Depends what subject we're talking about.
Oh, true enough. True enough.
I'm not good at starting dialogue, but if you can get me on a topic I know of, then I can just go on.
Okay. Okay. How about you, Ari? That gives us an example.
I think he's in the same boat as me.
Yeah, that gives us an example.
I mean, no, Nīhõ's trying to talk. Was just that I was maybe about to do a walk, but maybe if we're waiting for you to come back.
Could you do that? It shouldn't take me too long. It shouldn't take me too long to come back. And it looks like Heather and Brendan are out of the game right now. Maybe they're necking.
Brendan should be back.
Yeah. Well.
All right, I'll wait.
So, thank you, Ari, for that. Bless you.
Yeah.
Both of you gentlemen. If it weren't for you, I'd die. Okay, so Aristides and Nīhõ, you're in good hands with these two gentlemen, and both of them will talk about incredible subjects that will emerge from the recesses of their minds.
Yeah.
Nice attempt for selling it.
Yes.
He's trying to say be good.
I know how to get as close as to the line without crossing it.
There you go.
Yes. No, that helps immensely. I mean, at least, our man Nīhõ, he's no Ian West. He's not going to go into areas where he's just, shall we say.
Biden and all that shit.
Oh God, thank you. No, no, he'd go into Biden's eating babies.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that. I just didn't want to say that.
It's so absurd. You can say that. It's so absurd. It's senseless. So I'm going to go mute. I'll be right back in about 5-7 minutes, but you guys have got this, and love you both. Thank you so much for being there.
No worries.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah, I had no idea that tumbleweed was a weaponized plant put in by the Russians. Did you have any idea about that?
No, I didn't even know it was not native. Although species do get transported around purposely or not a lot of times. But that sounds very intentional. And I I mean, I guess I'm not from like the Southwest, so I'm
You
not a
don't see him
tumbleweed
in your
expert.
area.
Yeah, no, I'm not a tumbleweed expert by any means. So, but
Yeah, I just always thought it was just a harmless dead weed rolling around. I had no idea about that.
Right.
So that's some interesting history about that plant. So if you
Yeah.
see one, just burn it. Oh, no,
yeah,
don't.
I think,
No.
I mean,
Didn't he say
seems
it's
a
like
natural
toxic
thing to do.
if you burn it?
It's toxic. I think that in large enough numbers that even if they aren't like possessed fucking tumbleweeds, like they can build up and choke areas.
Yeah. Just throw them in
Enough of them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Enough of them. Enough of them get blown together, and yeah, it's pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's just drowning your town, I guess.
Well, that makes me wonder how many other plants that are invasive and that were actually weaponized just intentionally to fuck over another land.
Yeah, right. Even if they weren't like engineered or something, you could really fuck somebody's day up by like, hey, let's just take this and put it over there. If you understand like how species work and be like, oh, this would be an area where it would really take off and fuck them over.
Mutate. Yeah. Just like the hedgerow hell thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, just like the hedgerow in India, like the British.
Are we still on air?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're...
Dog's just taking a break. We're just covering time.
It only says 3 participants. Is everything stable?
Yeah.
Did you refresh the page?
No, we got 5.
Okay, well, it's just Skype is glitching then.
Oh, Skype's saying that, sorry.
Yeah. I haven't. It says I haven't joined the call, but I'm clearly talking to you guys.
Yeah. What were your thoughts? Did you know that before Douglas told us about the tumbleweed, did you know that it was a weaponized invasive plant intentionally put in by the Russians?
Yeah, I had known it was I didn't know about the Russian aspect, but I had known that it was definitely a super invasive plant, and it's like spread all over the U.S. at this point. But yeah, I knew that part. I didn't know the details, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just thought he left. Disconnected or?
Yeah, he has various connection issues and.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh. He probably just resetting it.
Okay, hello. Is that back?
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll be able to afford yourself a computer to use an Ethernet cable, so you have good internet connection.
Yes, that is right. Yeah, I should be able to relatively soon. I have a desktop, but it's just I don't have it set up right now.
Okay.
Like a usable desktop, but I need something more portable. You have an installed
operating system?
No, it's operational. It just I have to keep it in the kitchen because of my living situation, and it's just not conducive to like.
Yeah. I mean, you're always.
And exactly. And I'm always out of the house, and also the people I'm living with, I don't want them to know anything about what I'm doing.
Yes.
It's just not conducive to that, and no one can absorb it anyway. They'll just freak out. So.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for a decent laptop on a sale, like Black Friday sale. Don't you get a good deal on computers?
Too. I have some people nearby me that are willing to sell, but when you deal with like just normal people, it's like not a business, then they'll take their sweet ass time. So I'm just waiting on some replies and different things, but it should be resolved swiftly.
Yeah, hope it works.
And if not, I can also like. Theoretically, I could trade in some of my Apple products for credit towards a new one as well if I want to get like a brand spanking new one.
Oh, that's right. You can turn in your older Apple stuff. Yeah.
So I might do that, but we'll see what happens.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do you prefer using Apple computers over Windows PC?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, I could use PC or I could use whatever personally, but I prefer just the ease of use. And a lot of my software is already subscribed or prescribed to that. So
I'm guessing if you're not a gamer, if you're not a gamer or that, you might as well go Mac, I guess. If you're going to be editing stuff and media stuff.
Yeah, I do a lot of videos and sound editing. So that's
you make videos?
Yes. Yeah. Praise,
do you
like praise videos. No, they're like personal praises and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Like praises of divine and different things, but I don't publish.
Okay. Have you considered, like, whenever you get free time, like, making just some nice, helpful tip guide videos for people to learn on YouTube? Because you got a lot of knowledge and just basic stuff you could share about spiritual wards and practices and, you know, just keeping yourself safe. You could share that to a lot of people and they'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I would be interested in doing that. But I just have to upgrade my my software.
Because
and
there's
stuff,
a lot of, there's just a lot of, there's a lot of fucking shills and phonies on the internet. Would they need real people out there giving the real information like you?
Yeah, and it just needs to be practical because a lot of these people put just crazy, just stupid shenanigans that's just not helpful.
You'd be really good at that, but it takes being able to be dedicated to sit down.
You gotta have the time
to
do it.
Well, I work 7 days a week, so it's just
it's hard to
what sucks. Like I don't even have time to like even think straight.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the only factor. Yeah.
Oh,
but I'm not against doing it.
Did you guys end up voting or just didn't bother?
It's the actual day is Tuesday. It's it hasn't happened yet. Just a lot of people are voting early. You can vote early.
Oh yeah. Do you do it online or do you go to the actual?
No, you can't do it online. But yeah, the actual day is Tuesday.
Online? Do you guys vote online in Australia?
No.
Well, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can here. I'm just guessing these days you probably could. I don't see why not.
No, we have to like walk into a polling place typically or do a mail-in ballot.
So. Maybe in a small country they could probably do online voting.
I mean, now I think it's just too dangerous. And honestly, I just am so cynical that like, and it's a fact at this point that all democracy has failed and it's all just smokescreen. I mean, you could vote for, I mean, you could have like half your population vote for someone and they'll just come in with the last 1% and just, like, you can have it all on the books and then they'll say, oh, it was it. You know, I don't know if you've noticed, but every country essentially, including England, Europe, Germany, it's always like by a margin of like 1% or 0.5%, you know, so it's like, so when it gets to that point, it's like obviously altered.
That's why I don't bother voting. I got exempt status.
And then it makes people pissed off on both sides, like, and then they attack people like me that don't vote, and they're like, it's all your fault, people like you, you know?
Yeah, I fucking hate those dumb
Did you see, I don't know if you saw the thing going around, somebody supposedly, it was similar to last time. It's like some channel accidentally put up the results early.
Yeah, they did it last election, 4 years ago.
All the time.
Yeah, there's always fuckery going on.
Well, if you look at the history of the Associated Press, they have projected the results of the American election correctly since 1856. Every single time they project it and it's correct.
How was that?
So it's like, I mean, it's a total just, it's out here, it's out in the open. That's all fake. I mean, it's democracy isn't what they claim it is. It's, you know, it's demonocracy, you know.
What's your intuition? Who do you think's gonna win? I'm reckoning. I think
they're making
Trump's
it chaotic
gonna get
purpose.
the win. Yeah, Trump's probably
they're just gonna make it as chaotic as possible. They're gonna say, "Oh, this person could have done it." They want it so contentious because even the astrology is not coming out clear. It's just straight up like it's going to be a soup of just nonsense. So like they're gonna say, "Oh, this person could have won," or vice versa. I mean, they definitely don't want Kamala in there because she's just a flight risk. I mean, she's just a flight risk.
Yeah.
But she's just not capable. It's nothing like people would say that's like I'm
not
being rude or something, but she's just not capable. Yeah, like she was put in as like.
But who would you rather, a simpleton or a fucking psychotic megalomaniac sellout traitor?
Neither. It's like.
But which one's worse in comparison? What I'm saying.
Which one's
the simpleton or the psychotic?
I mean, the fact
but there's
that's
a degree
between like
the fact that these two are presented as the best options that our country can offer. Like,
It's offensive.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. That's why. Yeah, that's why you just shouldn't even vote. But
Yeah, it's just
Whatever.
offensive. It's just
That's
and it's
Nemo's
like
opinion,
saying-
people. Please, feel free to exercise your constitutional right.
Yeah.
Nemo's-
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
faith.
I mean you could. Okay, so Nemo, this is how it works here. Is our vote counts for municipal and civil
Oh.
elections. So we're talking like your local county or
yeah,
your
yeah,
local
yeah.
election board.
For your mayor or shit
You
like
should
that.
go out-
mayor,
yeah.
school boards.
Yeah,
you can
that's
vote
what I
for
meant.
that.
Yeah,
That
don't
all
vote for your.
works.
Yeah, I know that. Just not
So
presidential
that all works,
elections.
but we're talking like anyone above that, like Congress or above, is like our vote
it's
just
all
gets
rigged.
shredded. It just yeah.
Congress
Right.
is
So
fully controlled.
theoretically, you could change things locally.
I
So
agree.
don't
It's
not
actually
vote,
more
you know.
important. That's
Yeah, with your local council and shit. Yeah, that's obvious.
Exactly. So that's legitimate, but
But
when
even
it
then,
comes
it's
to these
fucking
big
rigged.
pictures-
Yeah.
It's rigged in the sense that whoever has more money can just
Yeah,
print more
exactly.
signs and
It's
shit
just
like that.
there's no honesty in it.
Yeah,
Can't
it's not
expect
like
any good things.
it's not like the old days in like Greek times when the philosophers would like give all these points and people would discuss it and like, or like even in the early 1900s they would all go to coffee shops and chit chat and figure things
Yeah.
out. It's not like that.
Yeah, it's just
It's not at
completely
that
different
point.
now.
Yeah, it's like it's all
We're
just
dumb as
chaos.
fuck. Yeah, we're stupid.
Yeah.
Humans
Deliberately
back then,
dumbed down.
yeah, humans were less brainwashed back then, so they could use their brains a bit more.
Yeah, and if you remember, like in the hippie era, like people were getting more into philosophy and stuff, and
Yeah,
they
beatniks.
cited, the beatniks and these people. So they all cited. They said we took inspiration from the people in like the early 1900s, pre-World War I, that were revolutionaries. They were trying to turn things around. They were trying to do certain. They were more artistic because there was enough because of the Industrial Revolution. They were able to stop working as much, so they all these common people started becoming artistic. They started getting into philosophy, and it became this whole phenomenon. And that's why the world powers that be, or whoever these beings are, the Svartalfar, the dark elves that run the shadow rulers of the world,
Yeah.
the Skeksis, if you've seen Dark Crystal. So those people had to organize World War I to kill off all those young people. And that was like
Right.
the original Great War.
Because they
where
get
it just
drafted
killed
in.
off a bunch of people that didn't have kids and stuff, like early 20s, 18 to 25, like, yeah, all those people in all of Europe and all of North America that were able and critical thinking and smart, like
Potential
Tolkien
threats.
was in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were going to change the whole system because they had freedom to not work and stuff. So they organized the quote unquote war to end all wars, and they just killed everyone. Like, and you could see the history of it where this wasn't even like a strategic war. They were just walking into machine guns and stuff. Like, and the sergeants were ordering them straight up.
Yeah,
just
you got to
march,
go
just-
over the hedge and get killed, or I kill you myself. That's how it went.
Yeah, they called it like
So if you're
land.
Yeah.
And then they would do charges into a certain death. I mean, it was absurd.
Yeah.
And that was
you're better off just killing your commanding officer and just fucking off.
Yeah, but they didn't have that concept at that point because they had honor. They actually had honor. They said, like, we can't. He's ordering us to do this, so we did it. Like, they still had chivalry. They still had honor. And like friendly fire didn't come into like Vietnam and stuff.
Yeah.
And they were all
each
like
other and
totally
shit.
unhinged.
Bombing each other. Oh, you gave the wrong directions. You fucking bombed our whole base.
Yeah, at one point people respected authority like as just a normal human thing. Like, okay, this person is gonna guide us properly, and they're gonna, they're gonna take responsibility for our lives. Yeah.
But their commanders don't give a fuck about them. Just do your job.
No, nowadays it's just like you're expendable. You're just garbage.
Yeah.
Oh God, what are you talking about? Yeah. I just got back to hear that employment.
You're
talking about
shit.
What's that?
Just the military and shit.
I was just going over that the hippies in the early '60s, they were the original revolutionaries of that era that were trying to change things. they cited their main inspiration were all of the thinkers, writers, and artists from the early 1900s, pre-war. And then I was telling them that, yeah, these kids, because they just came out of the Industrial Revolution, they didn't have to work hours and hours and hours anymore. So they all got into philosophy, they all got into culture, artistry, you know, more left brain stuff. And then that's when the powers that be, the Skeksis that rule the place, had to organize the Great War to just wipe them out, because otherwise they would have started asking questions. And, you know, like Tolkien and stuff, they were all put into the Great War.
They were. So, no, they were thrown into the trenches. Hitler was in there along with Tolkien. They were,
yeah, all the people that could think, that could critically think. They were, like I said, they came out of these, you know, out of the 1800s. It was like, you know, food was abundant, everything was there because of the Industrial Revolution. And then they realized, it's like, oh fuck, we can't just have these smart people floating around. So they organized the first war. They
were just good quality human beings.
Good quality humans that could change things, legitimately change things.
Yeah.
And then Douglas, you were better explain this, but where they were just, the commanding officers were just ordering them to charge into no man's land for no reason at all.
Oh god.
Just to get mowed down by Gatling guns.
Yeah, before I dive into that, Aristides, feel free to take the dogs for a walk now, if unless you're walking them already, of course. Aristides, I suspect.
No, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that now.
Okay.
I'll still be listening.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Aristides.
I'm gonna have some meat, but I'll be back in. I'm still listening to.
What?
Back in a bit.
What
I'm gonna have something to eat. I'm still listening.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yes. So do you have, just out of curiosity, before you do that, I appreciate your telling us that, of course, and I look forward to your return, but I was just curious, do you have kind of like a blood sugar or hypoglycemic issue yourself, where you eat at kind of like various times,
My
so you just get
fucked.
Okay. Maybe you should talk to Brendan about that. There's something you must be able to do with your diet.
Well,
I used to chew on batteries when I was a kid and swallow the acid.
Oh, fuck me. That's, holy shit. You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking.
God damn. Your dad wasn't around? Your mom?
No, I was doing this at school.
Still at what?
Damn, Australian school sounds hardcore.
What the fuck? I mean, were they passing this out at?
Well, basically, yeah, I saw in an Australian school lunch, like your like favorite item is like a piece of toast with sprinkles on it. Like, damn, that's rough out there, man. I'm sorry. Sorry you had to go through that.
Anyway, AFK.
Yes,
okay.
Understood.
Okay.
Yes, we look forward to your returning. You know, when he says that, it sounds like he really has to get the food in him. It sounds to me almost like a hypoglycemic or some kind of like, don't you kind of get that feeling, Brendan? He sounds like when he says, oh, I gotta eat, it sounds like I gotta eat. It sounds like that.
Oh, well, that's just let's not out him too much, but that's just the effects of the herbs. That's all that is.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
it's just like if you have.
Like, that's right.
Actually, when I'm smoking weed, I get less hungry. It's the opposite for me. When I'm not smoking, I eat way more.
You did mention that. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
I lose weight
sober, poor guy.
Yeah. I lose weight when I'm smoking.
Okay, interesting.
Oh no, I'm not sober though.
You're one of those shaggy stoners? That's not fair, man.
My stomach's just fucked, that's all.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at what he's been through. Look at the accident. It's like his fucking intestines were removed and then reinserted or some shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Holy shit. It was only a miracle that guy didn't wind up on a colonoscopy bag. What's it called again? Colostomy.
Yeah,
colostomy bag.
Yeah, the bag.
Yeah. Yes, the bag. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. It's like.
But do you want to address the
yes, of course.
Great War real quick, or shall I tell you about I just got some updates on the latest occult siege.
Okay. By all means, please give that, and we'll wind back to World War I. So tell us about the updates.
So while we were on air, my mom just called me and said, "Oh, what can I do about this burn on my hand?" And I said, "What burn? What the fuck burn are you talking about?" And she said, "Oh, I told you I got a burn pouring tea out of this kettle you gave me." And I was like, "Wait a minute."
Give her the number to the burn doctor.
No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But
Thank you, Heather, for joining us. We appreciate that profoundly.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. But basically, she said, "Oh, the kettle you gave me, which was my kettle, so that's why it's like getting this like occult radiation flying off of it and shit."
Yeah.
So some kettle that I gave her, she said she had it open. There was no steam, like buildup of pressure, and she said the lid flew off of it as she was using it, and it burnt the fuck out of her hand.
Holy shit!
And I was like, wait, that doesn't sound normal. And she's like, it's not normal. That's why I tried to. And then she said, oh, I told you about this already, about how I felt like someone was bad-eyeing me. And I was like, I don't remember that. And then she started to get mad. She was like, oh, you don't listen and stuff. And I said, no, wait, hold on. That is part of the occult siege. It's causes strife. It's the seed of, of what would be the word?
I would call it the seeds of Edom, the cult of chaos. Yes, and these are
no, but it causes strife between people. It causes communication issues.
Dissension.
Dissension, thank you. That's the word. Yeah. So that's part of the spell. It's to see dissension.
Absolutely.
So it's like,
Absolutely.
oh, well, you didn't listen to me, and I told you this, and something happened similar to some other people.
You know what?
Around us.
It's so funny because, like I said, for those of you who are asking the emails, and it's like, how did the Blood Boys not, when the tendrils were breaking through the windows, how did they not approach? Of course, I told them, this is part of the game. Whoever touches the tendrils will lose. I told them, get everybody into the basement. See if you can hide from the tendrils. It's very important you don't touch them or you lose the game. But such being said, the point was that when it comes to what they were watching later, and this was on the Japanese Culture Day, some of them, of course, in the cartoon room, were watching, and some of the old reruns came up of Arthur and the Knights of Justice, which is kind of like an 80s or 90s football team gets transplanted back into Merlin's era because he's trying to reinstate the Knights of Camelot, and he needs 12, meatheads, and basically brings back a football team, and it's rather touching. It's all rather simplistically written, but in this episode, the evil half of Merlin, because Merlin divided himself into a good and evil half, which he had bound into a crystal. Morgana breaks it out, and then the evil Merlin is causing dissension among the knights, the football team, and and just to see that, I said, please just turn that off. I couldn't stand it because it's just, after what we've been through, you get how I couldn't bear watching that. That's these guys, they're like the evil half of Merlin, and they're just out there, whispering in people's ears.
Except Pete polished his turd to be all evil. He's like what Aaron was saying, like Vinny is toast. Vinny's like all bound and shit, and then the Pete Moon is just the pure. This is just a lower example of what.
Just to make it.
He's polished the turd of Peter Moon so much that he can't find Vinny anymore and shit.
That's what Dennis Marshall was saying. And
that's what I meant.
And Aaron Tice said, I find it disturbing that Dennis Marshall had that dream in which he said he saw Peter Moon bathed in golden light, but yet at the same time said that Vinnie Barbaric is lost for his billion-year contract, and he won't get to know himself for a billion years. I said, you don't understand. You see, the Peter Moon is this ideal, this golden ideal. Yes. That is just a mirage but Vinnie Barbaric's locked in this billion-year Scientology contract where he's, tell him, Brendan, I mean, you can take the narrative from there. I mean, it's, for those of you who don't get it, Peter Moon is not real, never has been real. It's a construct of a man named Vinnie Barbaric. It's a pseudonym, but Vinnie Barbaric was trying to fit into this role of this Tai Chi master named Peter Moon, when he's really just a dork.
Yeah, basically there's no more of his old self. He's like totally usurped that with this what's the word for it? But it's like what's the word for it? This
like a homunculus.
This persona's a mask, like the persona.
Yes.
So the true like Atman that was in that being, like so-called Vinnie Barbaric when he was a kid or whatever, is totally eclipsed by this persona called Pete Moon.
Yes.
Where he thinks he's a Qigong master.
Yeah.
When he's not even like on like approaching that level.
Dude, his teacher had no arms and legs because the guy couldn't stop eating sweets. and became a type 2 diabetic. There's no way he could even teach the proper form. I noticed that Aaron didn't bring that up when he said, Peter Moon never learned the proper form. He couldn't learn the proper form, but the real detail needs to be added. Yeah, his Tai Chi instructor had no arms and legs and couldn't show him any proper form.
Yeah.
Oh, God. So there you go. So continue with what you were saying.
Yeah.
So this is the latest update with your, and that's horrible. But
so
like
I concluded that my mother, because she had that item that was once mine, she's getting like some of the occult siege radiation.
The resonance.
So I had to tell her how to, the resonance. Yeah. So I had to tell her how to cleanse it because at this point I'm like Luffy from One Piece, and like it should just is bouncing off me.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone around me is getting slayed, like all those idiots that were so-called family.
Yes.
And
by the way, when
people,
I called Brendan earlier, all I heard was hisses and sibilant clicks. I thought it was rats and snakes in the background, like this. And I said, man, where the fuck are you? A pet store? All I hear are the rattle of snakes. Or something? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Brendan's
like
going, that's
the Well of Souls from Indiana Jones and shit.
Yeah. Brent says, that's family. I said, that ain't family.
Well, I couldn't say disowned family in front of them, right, Douglas? You know what I meant. You know I meant this fucking idiot. Like my grandma, she's more innocent. She's like, she's not healthy. She's not 100% there.
Understood.
But she actually cared about me. It's not like that. It's the idiot uncle that's just pure evil.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're all just greedy and just fucked up.
Oh, they're so awful. And greed has so much to do with it. I mean, money alters behavior. That's a lot of his activities.
But it's like they have that. Well, the offensive part about these people is like they have more money than they can use.
Yes.
It's like, dude has 5 houses and fucking house in Hawaii. He has like he makes 6 figures. And he's still like just making my life hell. It's like, what is the point of that?
Because he thinks
it's crazy.
Because, well, for one thing, he's pure raw evil.
And on top of that, I have to, it's just pure evil. But I have to qualify this that these people swore up and down since I was younger, we're gonna pay for your school. And my dad said that, my grandfather said that, my uncle has said that repeatedly. Yeah. And then when I went and finished school on my own and paid for everything from my own pocket. Yeah. I took the fucking diploma out and I said, give me money. You guys said, I didn't say it like that, but I said, look, I finished everything.
Yeah.
At least reimburse me for the books and shit. Yeah. And they said, no.
Yeah.
You got student loans. You pay for that shit yourself.
Yeah.
So that's the mentality they had. Even when I showed them that I got top marks, I was on the dean's list and shit, they just still said, fuck you.
Yeah. So they are just unspeakably disgusting. Like I said, I've never met these people, and I still want to kill them. And horrible it's I'm getting another incoming question in the email where they're asking me, well, didn't she say anything, the old woman that I killed? When I was taking her out to the isolated area, she started spouting all the normal lines. I'm a Fed. I'm here to protect the children. And I said, at 80 years old? Yeah, sure. I said, that's, there's no badge I'm seeing. Yeah, flash your IDs. And yes, for people who are worried, I'm also getting questions about, won't they find something on her? You dumped her in the homeless. They have nothing on them. These people are never traceable. These are the agents of chaos.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the whole point. They render themselves expendable and disposable. They know the risk.
That's why they sent what's called a hag raven.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Exactly. They are disgusting.
And hag is not like an offensive word. It means something.
No, it
was an ancient.
Yeah. Thank you. Go on. Yeah, term. Tell them. Yeah. It's an ancient term for describing, a specific kind of crone. A kind of.
It's an old crone that was sent in as basically a weapon.
Yes.
And she would be expendable.
Yes.
That's why it's considered like an insult if you call someone a hag.
Yeah. Yes. This is why she was doing their version of the Eskimo on the ice floe, then she thought she had completed her task.
Okay, so the word hag comes from Old English hegse or hectes, which comes from the Dutch hex, which comes from the ancient German hexe, which means witch, which turned into the Middle English hag. There you go.
Yes. Thank you. The hex. Hex, there you are.
It's a hex.
She was there to hex myself to
And
death.
Hex comes from the dark Atlantean goddess Hecate, who is their patron goddess. The dark side of the moon, the evil moon goddess.
Thank
of
you.
Darkness and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hecate,
Oh,
it's called, yeah.
Hecate. Hecate.
Yeah.
It's another pronunciation for that. I do want people.
I just anglicized it.
No, understood. Understood. I'm getting another question about her vomit. Is that because she was demonically possessed? No, I distinctively heard her crack a capsule in her mouth. But go on.
Yes.
Continue.
Well,
Yes.
these jutsus are well known from Japanese times.
Thank you.
The vomit ninjas use the vomit technique,
Yes.
and it's partially chi related, but it's also chemical at the same time.
Thank you.
So it's something that if these ninja would get caught, they would perform a ninjutsu, and they would like spit upon their enemies as like a final, like a last
final act of
ditch.
defiance and a final
And so
take.
that's
one.
what
Yeah.
what that was.
Yes.
Whether it was chemical or chi related is another matter, but
Yes.
it could be a combination of two. You know.
Well, the controversy, or rather the question would be, and only a forensic specialist could answer it, and maybe even they could not. Because as Brendan will attest, there's many herbs that cannot be traced or traceable and are just not going to be diagnosable by a forensics coroner, and they would use that term, diagnosable. It's still a patient, except the patient is dead. So I've heard them use the term.
There are toxins that are untraceable. Toxins can be untraceable. Yes.
Yeah. Now I
Because
did.
they break apart immediately. They're like what's called the half-life is so short that by the time anyone puts it into a lab, it's toast. I mean, it's
Thank you. No, it's true. It's true. Now, the question would be, and then we'll move on, but the question would be that what cracked in her mouth, which sounded almost like it was plastic. It was something, she cracked something in her mouth very hard. So she must have been nursing that in her mouth throughout the time. If that was some kind of capsule that was hard enough to contain a toxin, or it might have been something to stimulate her vomiting, in which case the toxin was already in her system. Either it was something to induce the vomiting, and made her projectile vomit the toxin, or it was the toxin itself, which she then projectile vomited because of its violent impact on her physiology. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
Yeah.
And I have it here from ancient Japanese. It's called Shinobi Legends.
Yes.
It says it's called Kakao Oto,
Thank
the
you.
vomit drop.
Yes.
It's a technique of the acid release Kekkei Genkai, or the bloodline limit. So only certain DNA groups can do it. Owing to its name in the manner that some species of insect consume food, the user generates highly corrosive properties within their saliva, spitting and spraying large quantity of acid from the mouth. The composition has said to be so acidic that it melts the very ground that it falls upon. So this is something that was documented and used during like the Edo period in like the ninja times.
By the way,
So,
stomach acid
does that
will
make
do
sense?
that. Stomach acid will eat through wood. Digestive acid is extraordinarily. That's why we get ulcers. It eats right through its own stomach lining when it's irritated or agitated. So please continue. Yeah, I mean, I think you've closed, that line of thought. But yeah, thank you for finding that. And yes, I hope that people notice these entities that I put the link to in the chat room. I hope people notice there's far too many. People keep saying spiders to me when they're saying there's aren't spiders. There's too many limbs. It's
they're not spiders.
Yeah, and it's just awful. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, but when aside from you're telling your mother what to do, so you think she's going to follow your advice?
Well, she kept pulling the Brooke Gibson and saying, and no offense to Brooke, it's just there's
No,
part
I
of the
get
whole
it.
siege.
Dude, I get it.
She said, "Oh, you never told me," and I said, "Yeah, I've told you like dozens of times."
Hey, you never
And she's like,
listened.
you never told me.
You never listened.
And then I said, while you're on the phone, sprinkle salt immediately, right now. And then it's like the excuse train. What if the cat eats it? I'm like, it'll be fine. Just sprinkle it. The cat's probably protecting you.
Yes.
She's like, yeah, the cat's been sleeping by my head for some reason. And I'm like, yeah, because there's shit invading your space.
Yes. Yes.
Like, what are you
Yes.
talking about? It's trying to protect you from getting freaking attacked at night.
Yes.
And so,
Yes.
yeah. So I tried to tell her that, and then I said, sprinkle salt now. And she's like, and I'm like, take a salt bath, and then more excuses. Oh, I already took a bath. It's like, take a fucking two more.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. Thank you. It's
Like, this is serious. This isn't a joke. It's like,
thank you. It's
you're not gonna melt if you take 3 baths in one fucking night. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sprinkle salt, take a salt bath, do something.
Oh, it's-
anything.
Yeah.
Because
and-
just putting the intention out will put the multiverse on your side.
Thank you.
If you just straight up say, look, I don't want this in my space. That's why when it comes to black magic itself and gray magic, and even white magic to an extent, you have to go to them. You have to, what's the word for it? Consent. You have to consent to it.
Yes. And
So if
also,
you know
in a
it's
sense,
happening and
appeal.
you don't consent.
Appeal and consent
Yeah.
is yes. Appeal and consent.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh.
So in a sense, the doctors are wearing white. That's a white magic ritual. You go in and you give them
Yes.
your information. You sit there, but you are doing it. They're not telling you have to go.
Yes.
And so the same with black magic and gray magic is that you have to consent to it. If you know it's happening and you still let it happen, then it's just going to come at you full force. That's the problem, and that's why they count on people not knowing.
Thank you. Not
You
only
know.
not knowing, but denying.
Yeah, that's why the denial is built into the spell. It's
Yes.
built into the spell for a reason. That's how what's it, formulaic that they've gotten with it.
Yes.
Especially these agents of chaos is like part of the formula.
Yes. Thank you.
Denial is part of the formula, and that's why it's so dangerous.
And when we speak of the greed, which is again its own form of, they're spellbound. These people who are relatives of Brendan, they're spellbound. They're spellbound to the
Yeah.
greed, and there's this.
Yes.
With Peter Moon, it
And
was
that only leads to hell. That only leads to hell.
Yeah,
Look at Pete. He can't even get out of his bed. Like,
no, they're you're related.
it's a one-way ticket to hell and pain and torture, and people don't realize that. It's like money can't save you from that. Like,
Thank
it won't
you.
get you out of that.
You'll notice that I do want to mention something about this, that happiness is overrated, and this is why that was the spell the founding fathers cast about pursuit of happiness. You know, with people pursuing something so ephemeral as happiness, that keeps them from pursuing property, which the founding fathers kept to themselves. So, you know, let them have happiness. It's basically
And
like,
people make fun of the Brits saying, "Oh, you can only get leaseholds and shit like that." It's like, so neither can we. We can't own property. If the feds want to take it, they'll just eminent domain your shit. They don't care.
no one
Like we
ever
were, if we
truly
were
owns.
given that to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's like I said, the no one ever truly owns their home. So continue, please.
No.
Yes.
It would have been an unalienable right. The
Yes.
government can't take your property, but they conveniently left that out.
Yeah, because they were the property owners. So yes, go on.
Yeah.
So true. So true. Yes.
And they'll pay, and even people say, "Oh, well, they have to compensate you." They fucking compensate you nothing. It's pennies.
Mhm.
Like they didn't when they worked in front of the house I'm in now. They just straight up said, "We'll give you $11 a square foot." And then my uncle was like, "Well, I paid like quadruple, quintuple that," and they said, "That's just our price." And they hung up the phone on him. You know, like you can't argue with them.
Of course not. No, and I mean they're the men ultimately.
So if they
with
want your
guns.
property, they'll just take it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They'll just make your life unlivable. Like how after he did that, they cemented me into my house. I had to walk to work.
Yes. Yeah. Look
And
at
then
that.
they said, well, we told the owner. And I said, you didn't tell me. I'm living here.
Yes.
And then they basically said, oh, fuck you. You know, we'll let you out if you want. And I'm like, dude, it's already too late. Like,
yeah. Yes.
Like, I already walked fucking 2 days in a row to work. Motherfuckers.
Yes, these sick motherfuckers. Oh, we live in hell. But the point is we'll get back to the happiness theme later, and a lot of the ephemeral nature of it being simply like honestly, my gang brother Beaver is one of these grumpy. He's turning into like a curmudgeon, really, like a grumpy old man. But honestly, he'll probably live longer. Have you ever noticed how long grumpy old people live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Scrooge level.
Yes. Yeah. They live a long time, but that's
They
not...
linger. I wouldn't call it living.
Right. No, that's true. That's true.
They like linger and shit.
Oh, your point's well taken. Your point's well taken. But your relatives are beyond that in the sense that they have this greed stress that it's not just a grumpy old person, you know, like living for a long time because, like you said, sustaining. They're just sustaining themselves at this level of... Yeah, no, your relations are being eaten alive, literally by cancer in some cases, and in other cases just by all of these, whatever they're injecting into themselves to age themselves rapidly, and they think they're feeling younger, and you know they're just aging themselves faster. But all of that has to do with a kind of greed. They want to feel it now. They want it, you know, stimulation now, and yet they also don't want to ever do anything other than amass. All they do is amass. And it's, but with Pete's greed is beyond all that because Pete's greed is, he wants to be seen as wise. He wants to be seen as this wise old man. Well, at the same time, he's just petty. He's immersed in petty greed where he steals everybody's royalties. You know, even when it's,
And that's why the occult is so dangerous, because then people like that, they think they can handle it. Like what he was telling us about the books. He was saying, maybe I can use them. Maybe I can use them for something. Like and Douglas and I on record or on the phone, I don't know if it's recorded still, but we both told him, do not touch them. Like it's just going to bring you pain and hell. And then look what happened. He just fucking did it anyway.
He did it anyways because he honestly thinks he's all that bad. He truly thinks he's wise.
Well, that was like the Golemization is like when people, you know, in the Tolkien lore, when you approach the ring tells you, you know, you can handle it, you can use it, but the ring knows that the only being that can, you know, like Gandalf says to Saruman, there is only one Lord of the Ring, and he has no masters. You know, the ring doesn't answer to you. Like it's not going to answer to you. But they all think, because of the trickery, the dark magic, they think I could use it. Use it to do this. I could use it to fight the good for the good.
Or whatever twists them. It's with Pete, of course, it's just pure.
It basically manifests to each character differently. Like Samwise saw he could make the entire world a garden. That's what the ring showed him. Like, because he was a gardener, and that was what his desire was. Like,
oh God!
And then Gandalf saw that he could, because he was an angelic being, he could use the ring to potentiate good for everyone. But if you force everyone to do good, you become evil. I mean, it's just the nature of it. So it basically, that's why the occult was always kept secret. That's what Tolkien was saying. It's a danger.
And by the way, while Tolkien,
if you're not advanced enough.
Right, very much so. Now, Tolkien was bridging multiple cultures and paradigms, and Tolkien, on his Christian side, that was the Christian aspect of him. What he's showing through Gandalf is that the Christian model of the universe,
the puritanical aspect.
Well, not only that, but he's showing that the Christian model is based on free will. So without free will, then then everyone is an automaton. It's which, by the way, I do want people to understand. My biofacsimilacra, or the biofacsimilacra that I liberated, they basically liberated and saved from torture and the horrors they were being put through. Each one of them, I would say any one of them.
And that's another thing that Pete kept wanting to look at.
Yes.
And shit. He was like, Doug, plug it in.
That's his pedophile. That's his pedophilia. They're innocent souls. They're like developmentally disabled souls. His pedophilia is to violate them. And but his thing is that when it came, any one of them has more soul than Peter Moon. or Vinnie Barbrake.
Definitely nowadays.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about? What device? I've never heard of that.
So
not the Vox Arca.
So Aristides, Brendan Zoe.
I don't think that thing can be plugged into the wall. I don't think that thing runs off electricity.
No,
they're like these miniature robots. Like if you ever see the toys, when the toys come alive, that film.
Like the
It's like these toys were like
It's a Small
they're
World,
basic,
little people.
kind of.
No,
Yeah.
well, they're life size. They're life size, but they tend to
No,
be.
they're basically
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
these semi-robotic dolls that have enough sentience where you can interact with them on like a stimulus level. And Doug said that they were being tortured, and that's why he had to rescue them from
Yes.
the.
So where
you know,
are they?
the
In a
Presidium.
black box?
That's so cute, Heather. No, so let's put it this way. The story I'll make as brief as possible. Basically, for hundreds of years, and people can look this up, and they can take a look at Japanese mechanical doll making or automatic doll making, or even look up ancient Japanese robots. You can look that up, ancient Japanese robotics.
Yeah, in Chinese.
And Chinese, yes. But the Japanese kind of really worked at miniaturization, which is why Brendan said miniature. Normally, the Japanese were specializing in miniaturization. But then over time, they began to work on...
Well, I was trying to reference the film, but I fumbled that because I forgot the
no
name
worries.
of the film.
No worries. Yeah, which film do you remember? Which film in particular was...
The one where the toy robots the little toy soldiers come alive and they have this whole adventure, but they're definitely not like... They're like, yeah, like they don't have full capabilities to think straight. They're just...
Interesting. I wish if
Let
you
me
can
see if
find
I
a
can find
link.
that film.
Yeah, if you can find a link, give me a link to that film. I'd be intrigued. For those of you who don't know, March of the Wooden Soldiers was definitely an early Nazi propaganda film, and that individual became one of the Nazi directors. But March of the Wooden Soldiers.
Yeah, it's called Small Soldiers. It's called Small Soldiers.
Oh,
That film.
Small Soldiers, right? That one is fairly recent. Do you know that the actor in that film
recent.
was killed?
This is old as I am, 1998.
Yeah, it's recent to me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, to me it feels like yesterday.
You guys are old.
Yeah, that's right. I'm old, so it feels like yesterday.
That was
to
like
me.
the other day when you said that brand new Bond film, and I was like, GoldenEye, and you're like, yes. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
it's old.
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
been like 5 or 6 Bond films since that one.
Yeah, well, I'm like as old as the fucking Bond franchise. It's really fucking frightening. Maybe the original one was made. It couldn't be. It had to be the same year as I was born, right? 1966, the original Dr.
Yeah,
No.
that was the first one.
Yeah, that was made
66.
that was made the year I was fucking born. People, fucking incredible. So there's Small Soldiers.
So you're saying Gregory Smith died?
Yeah, the actor in that film who's the no, not Gregory Smith, that's the teenager. The adult in the film died during that filming. He was killed in that filming.
Holy shit.
Yeah, look that up. Yeah.
List of deaths.
Yes.
How did he die?
His girlfriend killed him. They kept saying they were playing with voodoo dolls. They kept saying, "Look, we're playing with." In other words, they were supposed to be using again miniature
Phil
bioeffects.
Hartman. Yeah, Phil Hartman.
Yeah. And
1998. Yeah, he died in 1998. Yeah.
yeah, in the filming, during the filming, they had to restructure the entire film so that they could,
Who was murdered 2 months before the film's premiere.
Yes.
The film was dedicated to his memory. Holy shit.
Yes.
Sure, he just wasn't like offering sacrifice to the
No
devils
doubt.
and gods.
It will.
They do this before new albums, big albums, and movies get published. Like someone's gonna die, they're gonna get sacrificed.
I hear you. It didn't work for that
But that's
film.
that thing. So here's part of the plot line of the film. It says, these commando elite action figures for the project of Irwin's Gorgonites, which were peaceful monsters intended to be educational toys. They were facing a tight deadline for the toys to get ready for shipment. Larry, who's one of the characters, unwittingly equips the toys with Globotech X1000 microprocessors, which he later learns was meant for the Department of Defense. And then they end up at a toy store and then all of that. Yeah. So that's the back story.
Yeah, and so the toy soldiers come to life and they're all attacking each other, but in teams. Now, here's where the bizarre nature comes in, by the way. The bizarre nature of the film is explicitly racist. The whites are portrayed as evil. All of the evil toy soldiers are white. All of the animalistic toy soldiers are meant to be people of color. So all the animalistic furries are speaking with black accents.
Yeah, the Gorgonites.
So the head Gorgonite says, "Couldn't we all just get along? and the white saying, "Kill the minority."
Yeah.
And so they came out with a line of these talking pinheads that I had spoken to Brendan about before. We've never been able to find them. They like scrubbed them from the internet, probably recalled them all and destroyed them. But they came out with, one of them was a pen, big thick ass pens, big as dildos. And one of them had the head of a Gorgonite, and the other one had the head of the white, block-faced, general-looking figure. He looks like your archetypal general with a sugar cube head and a patch fuzz on top of white mold.
Very typical look, for an American. That's
right, the lantern jaw that's drawn with a straight edge. And so my gang brother Beaver, when we were at Toys R Us, he picked up the white one, and he said it just right in his tone of voice, so that, because you were able to just record into it and then it would play your voice back. That was the toy. And so he spoke into it, "Fucking nigga." So that the next kid that picked it up and pressed the button would hear, "Fucking nigga." And he picked up the Gorgonite, and he spoke into the Gorgonite, "Q Whitey." And so whoever picked up the next Gorgonite would hear it say, "Q Whitey." Yeah, and just because I had the ability to do that, I should have bought dozens of those things. I should have bought dozens of them. And oh fuck, you found it. Brendan fucking found it. Holy shit. See if you can.
Looks like a Pez dispenser.
Yeah, see if you can order that. Or
it's
how
called
much
a blabbermouth pen.
Yeah.
$35.
$35. Fuck, order one. It's worth it. Just to program it. If you can find one of the Gorgonite too, so we can have it say the same thing.
Yeah,
we can film it.
Pen.
Then we could film it. The Gorgonite saying "Q Whitey."
The batteries are gonna be shot. All the electronics are gonna be shot. These were like cheap '90s toys.
Oh god, that's right. Shit.
Yeah.
There's got to be people who can like refurbish them. There's people out there who do that shit.
You can pay someone to fix it.
Yeah, pay somebody to fix it up. Jesus Christ. But there we go with that. So obviously my gang brother Beaver was acting as an agent of dissension. But
I like his sense of humor.
Yes, you would, of course. And yes, no, it's very black.
I'd probably get along with him pretty well.
Oh, I'm sure you would. Yes, it's he's pretty bitter, pretty sour about life in general. It's but weirdly, because he's the black sheep of his family, people keep coming to him in the family, for advice. This is why I know Brendan's family is totally fucked. Is that usually when you're the black sheep, what I notice about my werewolf friend, he's like that for his family. He's like, people come to him for advice, even though he's like, kind of like the ostracized werewolf to a degree. It's not extreme, but he's definitely, I guess he proved himself enough because he's considered such a financial success. But even before then, people were coming to him for advice. But the funny thing about both of them is they come to me for counseling. But everybody in the family usually comes to them for advice. But Brendan Zogit's family is so fucked because nobody comes to him for advice. He offers his advice, and they just turn away or they try and dismiss it.
I used to.
Yeah, thank you. You realize there was no... They don't deserve it.
Fuck them. Let them suffer.
Yeah.
No, and they'll straight up tell me to my face, "Oh, that's dumb," or something.
Yes.
Like I'll give them something profound and helpful, and they'll say, "Fuck that hippie shit."
It's like, fuck them.
Fucking disgusting.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it with Vinny
Just say I'd rather be a hippie than a retard.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there you go. So true.
Exactly.
So true. The worst part of it with Vinny Barbaric is he thought he was wise. That's the sickening part. The delusion involved with that. And I get back to that because, of course, we come to his, how do I say it? The whole contract thing and everything else. I'll get back to it later, maybe another episode. But it's one of these...
Masters deal in energy.
Oh, yes!
Whatever he said.
Oh, thank you. No, what he said. I can tell you exactly what he said. Oh, yeah. Writers deal in... No, the stock of trade for writers is information.
Yeah.
But Qigong Masters deal... Qigong Masters stock and trade is energy. And then he ended with that stupid statement with an exclamation mark. healing is in motion, and you're supposed to have a
Yeah.
double entendre, like my healing is happening with him
Yeah.
is what he thought, plus healing is in motion in general. It's just so stupid. It's like that's worse than Barack Obama, we can win, or whatever it was he said, that, you know, the oats.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. That's worse than yes, we can. Thank you.
Right.
Oh God. So,
He was just gone. That's how I knew he was fully gone, when he started saying shit like that.
yeah, we never had a chance to finish what I was saying about that either. We were talking about that last time, but what were we going on about World War One? We can go back to World War One, but later on, remind me. One of the things we were talking about last episode we were talking about humanism, which Amy Como timestamped under her, shall we say, live-in, kind of like, what do they call it again? They used to call it, there was a special term for long-term spouses, then they were considered technically married.
Civil partnership.
Thank you. I couldn't get that out without you.
Civil partnership, or like you said, like a live-in spouse.
Or community property.
That's good.
Oh, that's different. Those are swingers. The pineapple people.
Or slaves. Swingers are slaves, yes.
Oh my gosh, speaking of that, do you know about the loofah, the colored loofah cult? Does anybody know about this?
Tell us about it.
Disgusting.
There is, like, I guess, different colors of loofah that represent different types of scandalous sexual innuendo.
All right. I don't even know what loofah is.
And it's in Florida. It comes from Florida. Maybe Ian knows about it.
Maybe Ian started it. Maybe Ian started it. Yeah, what the fuck is loofah?
It's a vine, isn't
Loofah is like a thing that you go in the shower and you wash your body.
The
body
original
wash
loofah is a natural sponge, but what they do is they make these plastic colored ones. And so the swingers will have, basically, if you're on a cruise ship or something, you'd put like an upside down pineapple symbol on your shirt. That way everyone knows you're a swinger. So when they go past your room or whatever, the hotel rooms or wherever they're at, staying at like the group convention or whatever color loofah is hung on your door handle, then you know, like, these people are bisexual, these people swing this way, these people are like cucks. And then, like, so you know which room to go into, essentially. So
how did you learn about this?
I forgot. I think my neighbor, I have a 28-year-old neighbor.
Briefly.
Well,
it's called, what do they call them? What do they call them? That whole group of people, what are they called? Swingers. That's just like a swinger thing.
No, I know what you're talking about. They're like something forests. Something, or I don't know.
Swingers like
no, he's talking about swingers, like sex swingers. That term's been around
it's their
since
culture. They have like this whole subculture. Yeah, but I don't have anyone to swing with. I mean, so I don't know about it.
We'll look for some advertising.
It's kind of like if you're not a couple, you can't just roll up to them. Like that's part of their shtick, right?
You gotta have something
swap
to offer.
partners.
Yeah.
You swap partners. Yeah. And I wouldn't do that
It's called
anyway.
The Villages.
What?
Stepford Wives level shit.
Or maybe that's one of the places. I would share it, but I'm not having access to our chat, so I would share it, but I can't.
You're not having access. What? You know I haven't blocked you. What do you think?
No, I don't know. It's something with my phone.
Okay. All right.
I could imagine using Skype on your phone's a pain in the ass because you don't have the whole fucking Skype screen. You don't have accessible for the whole features and screen.
Yeah. No,
That's funny you said that, because when I opened my Skype, I was holding my phone sideways. So it could have been something as simple as that.
Okay. Forgive me, I'm not yawning because of anybody in particular. I'm yawning, of course, because of what happened over the past several days. I certainly pray everybody understands. So we'll see how long
Was there a lot of fog on Halloween night?
The show must go on.
Yeah, not anymore. I don't think about it. I mean, what I mean to say is long term, yes. I mean, night by night, we take it as it is.
Well, I'm just talking about your old fans, the hardcore ones would be like demanding shit.
Oh, well, you remember?
Tell me about Cthulhu for another 4 hours.
Oh God, that son of a bitch, Jambo the Reese Monkey. Yeah, he wanted to go
Jambo.
on.
No, there were older ones. Like
yeah.
X.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
What was his other name? The other guy.
There's so
The
many.
dude that thought you were his son, or he was your son.
Oh, Matthew Schwab.
Yeah, these people. They would
fat
literally.
guy.
Like,
He was neurodivergent, I think.
What is neurodivergent? So
that's like giving him credit.
yeah. Yes. Oh my God.
He doesn't look anything like you.
No.
Obviously.
Yes. No. He will.
He's
for
a
one-
fat Ashkenazi.
Well, it was like, what's his name? That was what Q had told him, that you're Douglas's son.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
That was
Yeah.
what our man Michael Aquino told him that. So for those of you who do not know, Matthew Schwab he looked like a caricature of a human being. He looked like something straight off a Judeo-phobic Nazi propaganda poster of what they'd say, Yud Zus, like this is the eternal Jew. He looked like that. It's worse. It's worse because the eternal Jew has a look you're used to. You're kind of now conditioned to look at that picture of the eternal Jew wringing his hands, and you just look at that and say, yeah, that's repulsive looking, but that's racist, and I shouldn't dwell on that. But with Matthew Schwab, it was, you combine that with somebody who had
Like, this guy looked like. Yeah. This is the impression I saw, and I only saw like one photo on his Facebook way back in the day. He literally looked like if the comic book guy from The Simpsons was Jewish.
Yes.
That's what he looked like.
Yeah.
Like something like that.
I thought he looked like Wario.
It's very animated.
Oh my!
I don't know. I didn't see him like on a video. If I, saw him on a video,
I saw a picture of him.
What am I
on his
doing with my
profile
life?
pic.
No, his pictures, it was like they're like he was really just animated looking.
Wow. So Nemo, what did you see? Tell us, Nemo, again. Repeat yourself, please. Those last two sentences.
Oh, I just saw a picture
How long
of
have you
him
been
on
listening, Nemo?
on his profile pic, and he just looks like a fat American Ashkenazi. He's so typical, like I pointed out instantly when I saw him.
Yeah.
And he was constantly slandering you, like trying to say bad shit about you, and I was trolling him hard, like fucking hammering on him.
Cool.
What?
That account got wiped out.
You've been like listening as long as Daryl James, Nemo.
Yeah.
Late 2012. But I haven't had access to internet since 2015, so I had to download Doug's episode from the internet cafe.
Holy shit! Are you
Off
still
YouTube.
doing that? Are you still doing that?
No, I have internet.
Thank God. Thank God.
Obviously.
Yeah. So what happened with what Nemo describes is quite true, but it's more like this. Imagine if Jimmy Durante, people have to look this guy up. Jimmy Durante, Durante. Imagine Jimmy Durante having a more cubic type of head. Jimmy Durante with more of a kind of the head that's shaped like a sand pail. When a kid takes sand in a sand pail, lifts the sand pail up, and you're left with that sand pail shape in the sand. That's the shape of this guy's head, Matthew Schwab's head. But add on a Jimmy.
He's like a Lego.
Yeah. He's the Lego Jimmy Durante. That's what Matthew Schwab is. And this guy, he was running around saying he was my biological son, which was Michael Aquino's biggest joke. Yeah, I'll send this ugly-looking fat Jewish guy this kike on a pike and have him claim to be the son of Hitler's son. Ha ha ha! And believe me, I can see the humor in it.
Yeah, that was the joke. Now the joke makes context.
Yes. Thank you. The joke has to be seen in context, and but this guy truly believed it because what Michael Aquino did was he opened up his skull, took a shit inside, closed the lid, and never flushed. And that's what this Matthew Schwab was left with. Poor son of a bitch. And then what happened one time was he was showing pictures of his like nephews or nieces but two kids, and that's when that idiot Pavel Edward just slammed on him with this, oh, your kid's pedophile, on air, and not even I said that. It's just the guy had pictures of himself with his, nephew and his niece, but he was using that in his campaign against myself, which was just part of the weirdness. But I never implied this guy was a pedo, but, Pavel Edward went there because he was projecting. He was just projecting himself, because later on, Maria Gregorich, showed us he was using my son's timeline, because I had to use my son's, basically I had to use Pavel Edwards' timeline when I was banned from Facebook. I used Pavel Edwards' timeline because he was never using it on Facebook, and I loaded up a bunch of my son's images on it. And then later on when I got back to my own timeline and he changed the password on his timeline, he kept all my son's images and was using them to friend kids all over Europe. And so Maria Gregorich warned me about this. So we all know Pavel Edward was a pedophile, is a pedophile. In fact, he went to jail for being a pedophile. Go on, Brendan. Yes.
No, I'm saying she still went to the other side.
Yeah, and she went to the other side despite knowing that. Because Jambo
like,
the Reese. Yeah.
Mo.
Go on.
That's just what she said. She was like, I feel bad for J-Mo, and then went and tried to fuck him or something.
Yeah. She said J-Mo could move in with her and shit, and he wasn't going to move in with her, that kind of crap. And, she's just,
she was homely.
Yeah, she was hideous. Hideous. Not homely. Homely, homely is almost like saying...
This bitch couldn't cook or take care of herself. Yeah, it was awful.
Oh, it was awful, yes. And,
That's funny.
Okay, so I'm just acknowledging something without reading it out loud. I was told not to read this out loud, so I'm just acknowledging it. I remember now. Okay, and Nemo's been following forever, and he's known all of these evil characters. He's seen them all come and go, so yes, he's definitely a part of Team Dietrich, and we count on him to upload our episodes afterwards as soon as possible, because of the dangers we always face with the potential of anything happening. So let's take a look at...
So
Go on.
Should encourage all the listeners to do the same thing. Like download and re-upload, archive all the content. It's very easy.
Thank you.
And portable hard drives aren't expensive these days.
Thank you. Yes. Brendan, anything you can add to that?
I just said thank you. That's precisely the case. And yeah, if you get into the habit of downloading it first and then listening to it, like if there's like something that we upload, then that way you have it as a backup for anyone, and then also you'll get to listen to it offline, and it just makes it easier. And if it gets scrubbed, which it definitely will be at some point, if like there's something in it like what Pete owes Doug, then it'll get scrubbed.
Yeah. He reported that.
Important. Yeah.
What?
I like how they cherry picked that one.
Yes.
Like, out of all the... But we don't have to go there. But
yeah. I mean, as soon as we can, Brendan and I will appeal that privately just to find out more details. But we haven't even gotten to the point where we have the time for that yet. It lingers up there as content taken down for forever until you address it. So. We'll address it soon enough, as soon as we can. It's just, let me take a look at my calendar here before we get back to talking about some of these things such as World War I, and also what we were speaking of last time when it came to what we had brought up about humanism. And tomorrow, of course, I'll be probably sleeping through most of the day. I'll try to aggressively get in contact with Brooke Gibson. I have an appointment with that dentist who I despise. She's not the UCSF dentist that I want to go back to, and she's with this Delta Dental, which isn't worth shit. And I see her for a cleaning on Tuesday, 11:40 a.m. in the morning. Fuck that, but I'll do that. And then Wednesday we're back in transmission. So the week looks pretty free for everybody. Friday the 8th is the Heath or Heather Vinny wedding. And it's into Veterans Day weekend. They're having their feast during Veterans Day weekend. Share with us whatever you want the public to know about this, honey. Heather, honey.
I am not entering a marriage. We're having a wedding party.
Cool.
Yeah, because I can't introduce ourselves to the community as married, or else of course, we'll lose $6,000 a year in my Social Security.
As long as you just you can do it privately off the books. I mean, they're not going to come after you for that. I doubt it.
That's what we're doing. We're doing it. We're having a wedding party with like 12
But you
people.
can still tell people like I'm married. I mean, I don't see why not, Doug, unless you have some other info.
Well, I think these days it doesn't matter anymore in terms of, you might as well just tell people we're lifetime partners. Just say we're life partners. And
I think what it is, it's just easier for him to say wife than girlfriend. Because people our age shouldn't, have girlfriends. I should have a boyfriend.
I agree.
I
agree. The term wife is much more dignified. Remember, the term girlfriend, I've always found that very problematic. I don't feel that couples should be using terms like girlfriend or boyfriend after a certain age, because it doesn't sound right. It's something a child should be saying. Because it sounds, but when Peter Moon...
There's worse terms that other people use.
Oh, no doubt. But when Peter Moon started saying, my girlfriend, when he was talking about the Airbnb queen, usually it strikes me that people who use those terms as they get older are deluded. That's what I've noticed. And they'll...
to develop, infantilism or something.
Well, if it were just that, it'd be one thing.
I kind of, it's hard for me to say it, so it's just easier for me to say husband. It sounds more realistic.
Oh, absolutely. Or just life partner. Just life partner or husband. Because if you feel that, if you feel using the term husband or wife would be problematic in a bureaucratic situation, you simply say life partner.
It's neutral.
Yeah.
Or other.
Yeah. Or significant other, that's fine. Significant
other,
yeah.
I that if you say, "Oh, me and my partner," then they just assume you're gay or something.
Yeah, which is fine. Who cares?
Right. They think that I'm a lesbian.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's just funny because that's people just don't know English anymore or something. It's like,
well, that's because
all these notional.
Yeah, that's because, just so people understand who are younger listeners, believe it or not, there are younger listeners out there who honestly just don't. How do we say it? They were born too late after the civil rights struggle to understand the nuances of these terms. So just for the youngsters to understand, when it was illegal for gay couples to get married, gay couples kind of co-opted and kind of owned the term life partner. So they would use the term life partner. So it became affiliated with the concept that if you use that term, you must be gay. But once gay marriage became legal, then that term now needs to be rehabilitated as universal, meaning people like Heather and her dear partner for life should be able to refer to each other in a comfortable manner that will not be legally implicating or denying them their benefits. And this is the same problem that Amy Como and her quote-unquote boyfriend Tokyo suffer from. Not that I don't use the quotes to say he's not her boyfriend, but he's more than that at this point. They are trying to become dependent on each other. So they are basically becoming husband and wife, but for the same reasons as Heather Holman and Vinny, they can't get married. So for that reason, they are basically going to have to call each other life partners. So this needs to be more universalized.
And they have introduced a law to fix that or to change that. It hasn't been passed.
Right. That's right. But the way gays now use the term, and I saw this in a book that I do highly recommend to people. There's very few books I recommend that are novels, but one of the few novels I would recommend would be The Conqueror Worms. And in the novel The Conqueror Worms, he uses, it's not for this reason I recommend the book, it's incidental, but in the book he uses the most awkward term I've ever run across, but this is what they're stuck with now. When two gay guys are together in the novel, they're not the focus of the novel. If anyone out there is homophobic, the novel is straight. It's just there's a few gay guys appear as characters in the novel, but he presents them as alternative lifestyles partner. Through one of the characters speaking, me and my alternative lifestyles partner. That's the term that's used now by gay couples. So if they don't intend to get married for reasons similar to Heather or Amy Como, where they're going to lose benefits or something, they use terms like that. Alternative lifestyles partner as opposed to, but everybody should just, at this point.
What do you mean alternative lifestyles? Like people that want to act like babies?
Now that's cute. For what Heather is referring to is the fetish that some people have where they like to act like babies. And I guess that's considered an alternative lifestyle too. So is being a furry.
Yeah, that's another one I was thinking.
It would make more sense for furries than those people, but who knows?
Yeah.
Or the villages in Florida with the loofah, with their colored loofahs.
Yeah, but then that opens the door for like those pedophile communities to be
Thank
alternative styles.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
they, yeah. And they love using their code words. Oh, I like to have a nice chicken or a nice ham. Come over and have a chicken with me.
Yeah.
Or pizza.
Ooh. What pizza?
Pink sock. Oh my god.
That's more
Oh, I
cute.
thought you said pink. I thought she said pink sock.
You know what's weird about pizza? I heard this on TikTok, that there's something in milk that when it's mixed with something that's in bread, something in the gluten, that makes morphine in your brain or in your body.
Is that what makes pizza so addictive?
Yeah, nice.
Pizza, milk and cookies, grilled cheese, all of our comfort foods.
It's the casein. The casein milk is in order for the small mammals to keep feeding, to encourage feeding, it's produced in milk, all milk, mammal milk. But when you make it into cheese, it concentrates, and that's why cheese is so addictive. Like, you know, people that go vegetarian and stuff, they say, the one thing I can't, you know, if they want to go vegan, they say, the only thing I can't give up is cheese.
Because it makes you feel so good.
Well, I know, it just gives me a stomachache if I eat too much cheese.
Raw
but
cheese
it like
or
activates the reward center, so you're encouraged to keep feeding, and then there's also like high fats in it, so that prompts your body for survival. It says like, this is good, you know.
Isn't a little bit of raw cheese good for you?
Yeah, raw cheese is best, but that stuff is like paneer and stuff, like handmade. It's all yeah, that's different.
Why is the older the cheese better? I think that would be gross. That you'd think the older the cheese, the worse it would be.
No, it's not better. It's just people's palates. Like you're in Europe and stuff, the winters are very harsh, so they adjusted to that kind of palate. They would keep cheese, you know. They would.
Yeah, and they just cut the mold right off, and like it was nothing.
Yeah. The cows would feast during the summer periods, and then their milk production would lower during the winter. So they would have to find a way to preserve all that milk without dumping it out or wasting it. So they learned how to make cheese. So that's all that is. And then, like different aging processes create different tastes. And that's why, it's become more.
Oh, and there's so
Some
many
of them
different
put
ones
maggots.
because there's so much milk.
Some of them put maggots in their cheese.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get around it. It's still rotten milk. I mean, excuse me, wine is rotten grapes. So it's like, it's all the same.
Yeah.
But it was for a purpose, is to survive the winter. That's all. That's
but
why it was done.
What Nemo brought up about adding maggots to the cheese, is that something that the maggots then stay in the cheese and become part of what you eat? Or is that...
Yeah, they eat it. Yeah, but I think it has to do because they regurgitate it or shit it out, and it just tastes better or it's more nutritional. But yeah, they eat it with the maggots, and there's a special type of cheese where they have maggots in it.
Probably like Spain or some backwards.
Yeah, Spain. I think it was in
byproduct.
Spain. It was in one of those Mediterranean regions.
Yeah, it was Spain. It's Spain, but normal people don't eat stuff.
I'm not saying that's good to eat. that you can get that type of cheese.
It's like blue cheese. It's like not everyone likes it, even in Europe.
A quiet taste. Yeah,
it's a very specific kind of cheese. It's not.
Yeah, blue cheese makes me sick. Go on.
French one that hangs from a bag and it is like leaking and all smelly. Like people like, oh, that's the best cheese, but I wouldn't do that.
Thank you.
Smelling.
And it's so expensive.
Yeah, it's like $500 for a bag of cheese that's all slimy and shit.
What kind of cheese is that? What kind of cheese is that?
Oh, I'll have to find the name of it. I mean, do you want to try it or something?
No, God, no. I want to know how, like Aristides always says, we want to know the name of something like that so we can avoid it, so we know what to look out for.
I was gonna say, are you gonna request it at the estates?
Oh, fuck no.
Trust me, it's not worth it. I've tried a slice. It's fucking awful.
Oh my God, no, fuck that. Fuck that. Blue cheese already makes me sick. Something like that would have me. Jesus Christ.
Gag.
Yeah, that would kill me where the toxin didn't from that old hag. Yeah. I can't believe it. I'm getting emails where some people are still ragging me about killing her.
Oh, that's funny.
Why don't they go talk to a witch then, kill one. They'll want to kill them too.
Yeah, thank you.
these aren't like Wiccas where they're all cute and like charmed with their tits are hanging out.
Yeah, these aren't golf chicks. These aren't golf chicks.
These are actual crones. These aren't like Wiccas that are like they mean well and they're all like sexy and shit. No.
Yeah.
Like the hat you see from the Witcher series and shit.
Yeah, this is well, she was hot until she like gave up her her life to be a witch. Yeah, but yeah. So that's a whole nother.
Thank you, all of you for honestly,
the reason why they look like that, Douglas, which The Witcher, it was written by a Polish guy, so he knew.
Yes.
But
yes,
it showed the process of why she was, or actually it was inverse. Excuse me. She was ugly, and then she gave up her ability to produce children.
Yes.
As like a black ritual to become beautiful.
Yes.
So it's like so they. Basically, this is what happens when you do that, and then you're a slave to the cult. Then you still become ugly, anyways.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Because it begins to reflect. Take a look at Peter Moon and what he's turned into. He's like, that's why he's showing 2-year-old footage. Go on.
Gray shit.
Yeah, say that again, Brendan, because you're kind of
None of these people have the power to do the Dorian Gray, where they can like keep it at bay for years.
Thank you. But
Which
that's
originally, Bram Stoker actually originally had that power outlined for Dracula in the early drafts. I don't know if you heard about that.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was supposedly never able to be or any photo or any painting of him would look like a different person. And that's why like no one was able to identify the original Count in his story before he amended the draft. So that's interesting.
Wow. And just remember, of course, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, let's look up, because actually I have this on file, and it was something I knew more about but gradually over time with enough drugs and enough stresses, I forget things. And a lot of times I've intentionally forgotten a lot. Let's take a look at the woman who Bram Stoker stole from, whom Bram Stoker plagiarized. Bram Stoker. And it was so easy to do this back in those days. Plagiarized. And, okay, so let's see who it generates. Florence Balcombe Stoker, the widow of Bram Stoker is what it brings me to. That's not what I'm looking for. No, they're instead trying to talk about Nosferatu, which was sued by his widow. And so the Woman in White's influence on Dracula. Wilkie Collins' 1860 novel, that's bringing us closer to it. There was also another woman who was an expert on Romania, who basically Bram Stoker had copied quite a bit of what she wrote as a travelogue for his descriptions of Romania. And what she wrote on vampires was also what he plagiarized and then kind of warped into more Victorian sensibilities. I mean, where Bram Stoker was creative was he was Irish, and he was despised for his ethnicity in England. He was basically looked on as a white nigger. And so when he succeeded with the novel, he became like a house nigger. He became one of the most admired, respected men in England through that book, Dracula, because it was such a best-selling hit in its day. But there's several women that he actually copied elements from. One was that woman who wrote this Romanian travelogue. I'd have to look through my files to find her name. The other is this Wilkie Collins, and Wilkie Collins wrote an 1860 novel titled The Woman in White. And so what happened was he plagiarized elements of that wholesale. So it basically, he's a lot like Peter Moon, Bram Stoker, which is why Peter Moon was so attracted to him and wrote The White Bat. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Wait, no, repeat that. Sorry. Just summarize it.
Sure.
He was.
So just like Bram Stoker was basically this kind of like white nigger in England, who then became like a house nigger because he became this admired, respected man because of the book Dracula. He had copied immense parts of that book from this travelogue written by this woman who had traveled to Romania, but wrote her work in English. He had just basically plagiarized wholesale much of her work for the landscaping in the original parts of the novel, and then he stole a lot of the plot line from a woman named Wilkie Collins, who wrote a novel in 1860 titled The Woman in White. And so his book was written in 1897, and it just copies wholesale elements from that work. So there's like several women that Bram Stoker plagiarized, and he created this literary Dracula. And the end result is it's like he's stealing other people's work and succeeds because of it. And Peter Moon admired him so much for this that Peter Moon always wrote about the literary Dracula, to the point of writing The White Bat, saying, you know, I based my life's work on this Dracula kind of motif, and I've got the white bat, and Dracula turns white for me, meaning good is what he's trying to claim, or good for Peter alone. And Peter was claiming that that's how I wound up in Romania and with this young girl. In other words, he's like Bram Stoker in the sense that he keeps plagiarizing, taking all the credit from other people's work. And that's why he so much admired Bram Stoker and wrote books like The White Bat and was always talking about the literary Dracula. But, you know, when it...
Oh, yeah.
That
makes sense.
Yes.
He considered himself like, he took his model. He took his book writing model.
Yes. Yes. But beyond that, Peter, however, never got the social fame, the social respectability. And instead...
in his own head, maybe.
Yeah, in his own head, maybe. But he knew better. Even he knew that he hadn't ever gotten... You know, when you succeed, you have to succeed by society's standards, not just your own. And he knew he had not succeeded by society's standards at all. He was always bitching about it, and he was always bitter about it. He was always salty that he was they keep, what was it, Supernatural stole all my Montauk work without giving me credit. And then he would claim, I don't want to work with them. I don't know, it's not that, Peter. They don't want to work with you. It's that simple. Just live up. Yeah.
So you're talking about the Sci-Fi Channel. The Sci-Fi Channel stole it.
Yeah, that kind of shit. It was what he was always claiming. But the thing about Peter, the true irony, is that
they did hours of interviews with him and then basically deleted him because he's so fucking ugly.
And boring. Not to mention boring. If you go on,
we can't televise this guy. Like,
oh fuck yeah! I mean, nobody wants to see that. But beyond that, what Peter Moon became was Renfeld. The character Renfeld, eating bugs, was slave to the literary Dracula. That's what Peter is to fucking Dr. David Lewis Anderson. David Lewis Anderson is Peter Moon's literary Dracula. He's this immortal, ascendant master figure who appears in and out of Peter Moon's life, and Peter Moon is eating his bugs, saying, glow sticks, the pioneering of sci-art. Yes.
What was that? Can we read that again? Just to laugh at it.
You just scroll up. It's in the text box. Scroll up in the text box. You'll see it. Oh, here it is. Stinky French cheese. Oh, my fucking God. Yes, this is leaking. Oh, disgusting.
They even look bad. Sci-art, blending of art and science, pioneered by David and Heather Anderson. This example was so penetrating, disgusting, that one of our longtime friends wanted to buy it for his garden. It's like, dude, you can go to Home Depot and buy a string light and a couple LED lights off of Temu, and you're good. Like, you spend less than $100.
Oh, it'd look a lot better than this shit.
Yeah.
Calling it stinky French cheese is kind of redundant, isn't it?
That's cute. That's
definitely.
Yeah, I cannot believe poor Heather Anderson would use that as her cover photo. That is pathetic. That's like, you might as well be showing a car that's broken down on the road, surrounded by glow sticks, so people don't crash into it, and say that I'm pioneering sci-art. Sci-art. This is... it's just
like, I don't understand where's the science in this. I don't get it.
Thank you. There's no science in it whatsoever. The science is
how they're not even symmetrical. It's like, this is weird. I mean, like, there's nothing.
It's just offensive.
And every time when Pete was on, I would try and talk about like the vacuum tubes and shit, and I think one time I even asked him if Anderson knew about that, and he just totally ignored it. Like, he didn't acknowledge.
Oh yeah. Oh,
was real. That was like too science based, you know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And it's
And Anderson probably uses those tubes, but he never tells Peter about it because that's the real technology.
Thank you.
So all that shit that he's talking about is just the smokescreen for these idiots like Pete.
Yes.
But the real shit that he's using as an evanescer to like get etheric energy to survive on this plane and shit is probably with just a bunch of old vacuum tubes that he found in Rochester.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
They used to make them out there, so.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he was living there in the abandoned Rochester city and basically, living like an evanescer does, lying low and sucking up energy from the generator that used to power that whole... industrial city out there. Company town is what they called it. Company town.
Maybe they use that one technology that they put on the top of a spire, and then they'd run the cable down into the ground.
Okay. Aristides?
In the Tartarian buildings, like at the very tippy top of the...
the etheric technology from the finials.
Like some accumulator. Like electrostatic accumulator.
Yeah, the finials, Douglas, used to be like fractal.
Interesting.
You've seen them on the old buildings with the bronze tips.
Yeah, I've seen all the posts, like alleging Tartarian stuff,
Interesting.
But that's real. That's legitimate. Like, if you go to England and go into the old churches, they have, like, this, like, metal thing inside the church that is it, like, releases that fractal energy. So it's deliberately done. I mean, it's...
Cool.
Like, those ancient buildings have technology for a reason. Yeah.
That's amazing. I dreamt about that once. Long time ago. I remember that dream distinctively about the fractal, almost coppery looking thing that was the top of a tower. Yeah. Amazing. There you go. Yeah. And I don't even have a scientific mind, per se. So, there we are. Now, that being said, when we were... again, to drive home the point... Yeah, Peter Moon is Dr. David Lewis Anderson's Renfeld. He's basically the Renfeld character rather than the Dracula character.
Which is supposed to be a joke.
Yes. Renfeld's just a hideous
walking joke.
Yes, Renfeld's just a hideous walking joke. It's just awful. And poor bastard, bug-eating motherfucker. And, and Peter said, the guy who played that role, his entire career was ruined because he was so identified with that role. Well, that's Peter. He was just, the bug eater for David Lewis Anderson. His entire career was ruined because that's all he was recognized for being. There you go. And now that we've made the correct literary parallel, we'll remind Aaron to review that part later. In terms of what we were speaking of with humanism in the past, and somebody brought up, maybe it was Heather, humanism, or was it Amy Como? She was bringing up, of course, what I had said in the past about, elements of economics. She was bringing up the elements of economics where she brought up Hong Kong. So if we were to bring us back towards World War I, which was one of the products of this wave of humanism that ultimately came out of the fall of Byzantium, and it will take us back to the killing of all of these incredible individuals in World War I. I guess the most poignant thing to start off with before we go into something like economics, like Hong Kong, one end of the extreme, as I pointed out, and Albania and North Korea at the other end of the extreme in the old days when I was telling people about the differences between capitalism and communism and why fascism is a third dimension. It est the term radicalized centrism. Oh, thank you. That's a beautiful image of course, Alucard, which is simply Dracula spelled backwards, and he's Dracula, period. He's Dracula. So he's the main character.
Superpowered Dracula.
Yes. He's Dracula taken to, video game level power up,
literally.
Yes, at this point.
Unkillable.
Yes. Yeah. Well, except do not forget.
They killed him with Schrodinger's cat.
It's Schrodinger's cat. It took him out of the possibility realm. He still came back. Yes.
And then went back to fuck, Integra.
Yes, of course. And of course the oh my God, what was her name? The name of the little police girl. He said, "Are you a virgin?"
Sarah's Victoria.
That was based off Edbeth. That was Edbeth, but of course they're selling it to a generally straight public in Japan. For those of you who don't know, only Taiwan of all the Asian nations.
Well, that was the pre-release concept. So they do, before they make the full manga,
yes,
they release the pre-manga, which was basically half hentai, so he could put stuff like,
that's right,
police girl, are you a virgin? And then
yes,
yes,
he's basically fucking Sarah's Victoria, and they gave her and they made her boobs get bigger as she was vampirized. That was and the rationalization was, well, because she needs them to allure victims. She needs them to allure victims, and it's kind of like,
in the anime they don't even give an explanation. It's just like giant tits.
Well, the tits get bigger. Yeah, they grow. They like, it's part of vampirizing, and but it's if they were asked to explain it, that's what they would say. You know, oh, she needs those to allure her victims, and you know, so this is obviously not at the level of the physiological vampirism I'm talking about. This is obviously entertainment in to a degree, but there's all kinds of real shit that they put in, Easter eggs, if you will, into the anime. But definitely Sarah's Victoria was based on what I had told them about Edbeth, as Judith would call Edward, my son. The Sarah's Victoria is literally like a child of Alucard, or the Dracula character, in that he basically adopts
straight
her.
up adopts her. He straight up adopts her. Yeah,
yes,
it's clear.
Yes.
By the first episode.
Yes, that's right. Which Sarah's Victoria bitches him out about. Not Sarah's, excuse me, Integra Helsing bitches him out about.
Integra,
yeah. What are you doing? Like, what's this about? You know, that kind of shit. And he just brushes her off. And it's like, but it is what it is. So we can go more into that some other time. But in World War One, if we go into the tragedies of World War One,
the store I came to is like already closing. I think they forgot about like.
What do you
like
mean?
they're closing an hour early. I don't think they got the memo about the time change.
Oh, Jesus Christ, those dumb fucks.
Should I go tell them? Or
tell them.
I don't know. There's a big ass security guard. I don't want him to get all sketched. You know?
Oh God. Well, hey, you're just trying.
America's lawless and shit. You know?
It's true. It's true. I mean, God, you've been there. They drew their hands across their throat. The Samoans. Tell the people about.
Oh
that.
yeah, those Pakistani Samoans. Like whoever's big over 6'5", they'll just hire him on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where they were pulling that guy, the homeless guy was like, "Please help. Please," and I looked at the security guards, and they did the whoosh, you know, like shut your mouth or we'll kill you.
Throat slice.
You know? The
throat slash.
Yeah, you know that shit. So
it's so.
And I was an employee there, so they would have really like took me in the back room and just fucking wailed on me, and then said, "Oh, he fell on." You know, these boxes fell on him and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't think that they're beyond that. That's
no, they definitely would have. That's why I had to just say, "Oh, have a good night, guys." Like pretend like nothing happened. And then as the door closed, I just hear the guy like, "Please help!"
And then the beating starts. You worked in a nightmare zone. So I'm willing to start talking about World War One. I've just got a message from Ian West. Call me. Yeah. It's like, so vote. It's up to a vote. Everybody on Team Dietrich, even in the audience, you know, how many upvotes do we get? Who wants to call?
I vote against.
Okay, Heather.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I'll be on, so I'll say yeah.
Okay, Brendan.
I mean, you could do whatever, but I always vote against being on.
I'll take that
like,
as...
I like talking to Ian.
Wait. You're voting about Ian being on?
Ian being on, yeah. Yes or no?
What's it looking like? What's it like?
Nay from me.
I would say I'll hold off for a little bit, and we'll see if he's still anxious and about.
And no offense, Ian. It's just it kind of gets tough when we have to sift through all, like we were saying and stuff.
I was just like, no, I'm just curious about the democratic consensus about it.
It's well.
Nemo and Brandon and I said yes. They said no.
Heather's so cute. Heather's
Brandon, you said yes.
Wait, I didn't.
No. Nemo.
I said against.
And Brendan said no. Heather's just being cute.
No.
Heather's just being cute. She says yes because she finds Ian entertaining. Okay. I can understand that.
So Heather's the only yes?
Yes. Heather's,
yeah.
2 no's against 1 yes. 2 no's against her yes.
What about you, Aristides?
Okay,
you can make it a style, man.
I'd say, you know, like if I had the opportunity to make a tie-breaking vote, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, Doug's the tie-breaking vote.
Yeah, I'm the tiebreaker.
Well,
He's
yeah,
the fifth
I mean,
element.
well,
Oh yeah,
right.
but he's asking us for a vote.
Yeah. Well, no, that's if we switch from democracy to fascism.
I love it.
Fascism.
I find no offense. I take no offense. Yes. So Aristides, what about you? Yay or nay?
I would.
You would? Okay. So it's tied. So I'll just say,
it's a tie.
let's just say not yet. I'll say not yet. I'll speak for a few more minutes, then we'll probably bring him on after that, simply because I'm ready to call it quits tonight. After what I've been through, I hope you all understand. Honestly, I'm in no mood to last too long tonight. It's just not. Damn.
Getting spit on with a bunch of black goo acid is, I'm sure that's fun.
Thank you. No,
Holy fucking shit, dude, that story. Like, here you come on, like, you're worried about, like, sure I didn't, offend you. I'm like, dude, we're good. We're good.
Thank you. Thank you. Aristides knows.
And this guy,
we get it easy. We get the assault light.
Yeah. Didn't fight off
Diet Coke
right. Fight off the
But they did
atomic
try and send some foot
apocalypse at the
soldiers.
fucking estate.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. What'd you say, Brendan? They did what?
They have sent foot soldiers, like those old ladies with the glasses and the puffer jacket.
Tell them about that. Tell them, Brendan, because I don't know everybody's heard that. I don't think everybody's heard that.
Yeah.
And you remember when you related that story, that asshole Trampus Nicholson? We'll call him, remember Nicole Frolic? We'll call him Nicole Frolicson. Trampus Nicole Frolicson. He said, wow, Brendan, a girl looked at you. Remember that shit he put in the
he tried to make a joke, which wasn't funny.
Yeah. And then he said, Doug's explaining.
Yeah, Doug explaining. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, and he was making fun of me because I said this old lady, like, went up to the curtains of where my mom stayed at that time and looked into the window as I was, like, getting dressed, sitting on the couch, and he was like, oh, you got upset because a lady stared at you? And I was like, it wasn't just a lady. It was like an agent of chaos. Yes. Trying to case the joint, And then when I opened the door and said, who the fuck are you? She acted like she was all dementiated and shit. It was like, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, you do. Get the fuck out of here.
That was awful.
Like, you know what you did.
And she never showed up again. She was acting like she was a neighbor.
And I got her name. I got her name out of her.
Yeah. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, she said her name was Nancy, but we can speculate on why she said that.
Yeah.
I said, who are you? But apparently the housing complex looked her up and she was a resident.
Interesting.
Allegedly. But she moved out immediately after that incident.
Interesting.
So it was like some kind of asset that was set to basically monitor myself.
Yeah. No, it's awful. It's awful.
Yeah. And then they started showing up at the warehouse.
Yeah.
Where I was monitoring the construction.
Wearing the same kind of clothes and glasses. Tell them.
Yeah, and went inside the house and cast spells inside the house as it was being built.
Yeah.
And so obviously it was like the seeds of dissension and chaos, and that's why it's never the project never got done, and the family has gone berserk every time I'm in there with them.
But Brendan, tell them about how both women were wearing, like the Manson girls. They were wearing like a uniform.
Yeah, like John Lennon glasses, a bun, salt and pepper hair with a bun, a black puffer jacket, like one of those joggers, and that was it. That was pretty much short white lady. Both the same description. Yeah, same description.
Thank you. Yeah. And
like the Manson ladies. Yeah.
Oh, Ian West asks, why does Nemo have a problem with me?
What? We just said we don't want to talk. It's nothing personal. I don't think Nemo ever said he hated him. I mean, you could say it if you want.
I'll say Nemo has a personal problem with him. Yeah. But go on.
I don't like what he said over the past on Doug's show, like putting his stream at risk.
Thank you. See, Nemo's looking out for me, Ian. It would be nice if you looked out for me, Ian, but you haven't had a history of looking out for me. That's why Nemo doesn't trust you. And not only that, but everyone will attest to the fact that you come on my show, and in the past you've played a bunch of dark, deep web shit that, yeah, got strikes against my channel. It's not, yeah.
Well, everyone knows when I drew the line is when Ian, I know you're listening. When you started fucking saying, I love Aquino's things and music. It's so fun. And I was telling you, like, that's horrible. Why are you doing that? And you say, I love it. I love it. So that's when I drew the line. So just so you know.
Well, not only that,
it's nothing personal. It's like you said it.
Yeah, don't forget. Also, he was defending Peter Moon for a while there. He was like,
well, yeah, he reneged on that though.
He did. He did withdraw that later.
But the whole thing with, and I'm the only other person that actually read that Aquino story, so I know it's not a joke.
Thank you. Yes.
Like, yeah.
Thank you. No, it's horrible stuff. I believe maybe Nemo and Aristides saw a chapter. They may have saw a chapter, so they can only imagine.
I just remember you telling some of the details of the story, and just that was enough to put me off.
Yeah, no, it's
I was
like,
had to read both that and Doug's and give a review.
It
was
seeing a little.
scarring.
Yeah. I'm like, this is worse than the aristocrats joke. If anyone knows that.
Yes, feel free to tell the aristocrats joke as cleanly as possible. Do you think that's possible?
I'll just say, just look it up in your free time on YouTube. Yeah, it's better just to look it up. Gilbert Gottfried aristocrats joke. That's the best way to hear it.
Okay, so here we are.
Stay off to him too.
Yeah. He was hated by his people. He'd rip on him so much. It was funny as hell.
Yeah.
No, that
they
makes
fucking
sense.
hated him. Yeah.
Oh god, that makes sense. They probably considered him a race traitor. So I'm sharing screen right now, and this is just more for morbid entertainment. Here we are. I'm taking everybody to the Ian West communique.
Oh my god, he's going off.
Yeah. I got a lot to talk about. They recently did a 40-year anniversary edition of the McMartin Preschool. I got some more video footage of Paul Bonocci testifying about Aquino and the MK Ultra Monarch Project, and some Diddy news that links up with the Menendez brothers. And I got some news about.
It's like I know. To hear about the Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Brendan.
The Monarchs.
Go on, Brendan. What were you gonna say?
I'm just like personally wary of, and this is like to Doug's credit, he's talked about this stuff for years.
Thank you.
But it's not like this monofocal shit.
Thank you.
It's always about kids in tunnels and trafficking. It's like, at this point, everyone should know it's going on. The elites are evil. They're doing it. It's like, why do we have to get into details and come through like names? I mean, it's
not like you can do anything.
It's not
about
healthy.
It anyway.
It's not healthy.
Thank you. And then he says, and I got some news about Teddy Bass. Who is Teddy Bass? Does anyone know?
Don't ask him, please.
So we can wait a little bit on this. Basically,
you can see my weariness of it.
Well, let's put it this way. He's already thrown me off. By saying that I got some more video footage. Okay, that's already thrown me off. Last time he brought up video footage, I got a strike, remember? So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we've got to be extraordinarily careful, Ian. We'll wait a little bit. I'm talking about, I might bring you on in a few minutes or so, but I can't leave you alone. That's the problem. I'd really like to just leave you to talk for, half an hour or an hour and then turn the show off. But honestly, we may have to wait till Wednesday. Wednesday will be here before you know it, and then we'll think about it then. But because tonight is what it is, I do want to finish up my thoughts about World War I, maybe get a completed thought of the bit about humanism and the wars. Now, one thing I want to point out, and I'm already getting some questions in the emails about this, please do not confuse humanism with humanitarianism. Humanism is not humanism.
Which is why I asked the question last time. Yeah.
Thank you. But about World War I, let's start a little bit with how bad World War I was. People have no idea. World War I has got to have been the most monumental conflict in human history because it produced the Nazis. The The Nazis they emerged out of World War One, and so for people who if you want to understand the Nazis, you got to understand World War One. If you don't understand World War One, you don't understand Nazism. And so understand first off that with World War One, I think one of my most tragic examples. There's two I can think of. One is Sherlock Holmes, or rather the author of Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And the other truly tragic example as well is, oh God, let's look up the author of The Nightland, William Hope Hodges, I believe. So let me see if I can just look up his name, William Hope Hodges, one of my favorite authors of all time. And I'm probably giving away too much with that. So William Hope Hodgson. So let's see, William Hope Hodgson. If you look up William Hope Hodgson, and let me look up his death to make sure. Yes. So William Hope Hodgson, his surname is spelled Hodgson. William Hope Hodgson, he was this English writer who produced some of the most brilliant horror stories that you would call them mood stories. It's like, let's take a look at, in Germany, they have a term that's used that's called, instead of horror film, they use the term, and you can help me out here, Brendan, the grim film. It's just grim films. They call them grim films. Yeah. And it's kind of based on the Brothers Grimm. If you remember the Brothers Grimm, that's really where we get the term grim from. And if you ever listen to the Brothers Grimms or read or review their fairy tales, they are not happy tales. These really...
No.
Yeah,
German fairy tales are notoriously scary and shocking.
Yes, they're really not for kids. They really aren't. Yeah, they really aren't for kids. So the Brothers Grimm gave rise to the sense of mood, the sense of dread. So the real thing here's what everybody fucks up about H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft is not what you see in cinema. Whatever they do in cinema, I've never seen them do it right because they can't, because they fall back on body horror. Like, oh, he talked about fish people. Oh, he talked about, and let's add a sex element in, which is so anti-Lovecraftian, it doesn't even jive. So it's like, so they just don't get Lovecraft. Lovecraft is of the German Grimm tradition, where he is presenting a mood of dread. He's made it cosmic, and that was his originality, in the sense of being able to convey that cosmic dread. But when it comes to trying to convey a sense of cosmic dread, it's almost impossible to do that in cinema, and so they always fall back on body horror, and they fall back on jump scares. Okay, this is not the Grimm film. The Grimm film is The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Caligari? How would you pronounce it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and Nosferatu.
I'd have to look it up. I don't remember. Yeah.
Thank you. Nosferatu. These are basically elements of mood and shadow. These are all mood, shadow, and shape. This is like, so the film is not jump scares. It's not body horror. You are filled with a sense of dread inexplicably. So when it comes to, this sort of thing, this is what this author did. And this author did it with a more personal flair. And so one of the books that he wrote was The Nightland, which is kind of like, if you read it, it's like there's two versions of it, and he had a copyright issue. And he had a copyright issue where he was working with an asshole like Peter Moon, who was going to steal his work in America, because America and Britain had different copyright laws. So he had to get The Nightland, which is a large book, he had to get it published in America first, and he created this super condensed version of the Nightland book just for American readers that reads like a video game. But this was in 1912. And so, but the thick book is the one you want to read as well. You might compare the two stories just for the fun of it, but the House on the Borderland, the Sargasso Sea stories, all of these were, if he had lived past the age of 40, think of what else he could have gifted us. Like, what if Lovecraft had never been assassinated, and he died at the age of 38, around 40 years of age. But William Hope Hodgson died leading a cavalry charge against machine gun fire in World War I. So this is just another example of one of these brilliant minds who had so much to give us, to gift us, and he was taken away from us by men directly, ordering them on mass suicide charges, and for no goddamn good reason. And so when it came to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he writes this immense history of World War I. For those of you who don't know, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote a multi-volume, non-fictional history of World War I. And when you get to the part of one singular regiment, he goes into hundreds of pages on this one regiment in World War I. That's the regiment his son died in. And he spent the rest of his life trying to contact his son from the other side by hiring all these mediums, all of these psychics. And that's where his friendship with Harry Houdini broke up. Harry Houdini kept saying, look, you're being ripped off. These people are all frauds. Harry Houdini himself believed in an afterlife, but he knew these con artists were not communicating with the other side, that they were ripping off.
The Spiritism movement.
Yes.
Spiritism.
Yes.
Charlatans. And there's even a church in London called the Church of the Spiritism.
Well,
Spiritism Church.
That's right. That's right. Well, it was born in the United States. We still have a church founded in Spiritism in San Francisco. And
yes, that's right.
Yeah, my cosmetologist V, she knew some young girl who, young at the time she knew her, like, me, everybody's young eternally compared to me. But then you get some fucker like Peter Moon who thought he could somehow steal my youth. And, it's just, oh. But remember, he said, I'm going to live to be 108. And he said it before my surgery. This is what Maria de Andrea shared with me. When I spoke with Maria de Andrea privately, she said, Peter Moon knows you're going to die soon, and that's going to extend his lifespan. That's what she told me privately. And so
that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do. And but anyhow, when it comes to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, it got to the point where Harry Houdini was telling him, these people you're consulting, back to the Spiritism Church, that started in Rochester, New York, where my dad was born, my legal dad. And the Spiritism Church started in Rochester, New York, where there is still, if you look up in upstate New York, there's still an entire little city based on the Spiritism movement where everyone is generally part of the Spiritist Church. And so there is still a city of Spiritist churches in the United States, a city that is based on that occult movement and that paradigm. But it was all based on the loss of World War I. So many people lost their sons in World War I that Spiritism started as a mass movement to contact the other side because all these people were seeking meaning in the loss of their sons. You understand? That was the birth of Spiritism. And that was also why Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was being victimized. And then at one point when Harry Houdini really confronted him about it, then Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was huge. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was over 6 feet tall, and he weighed over a few hundred pounds. And he took Harry Houdini, who was basically this gymnastic Jewish guy, and he physically just lifted him up bodily and threw him out of his house. Literally physically threw him in the air out of his house. He carried him to the front door, physically picked him up, carried him to the front door, and physically, literally airlifted him. Sent him several feet flying. That's how angry Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was. So these are the tragedies of World War I that I remember. But understand, all this is based on the fact that this is what it comes down to. If you've ever... Remember what I said about Aaron Tice earlier, and I didn't have a chance to complete the thought. Aaron Tice had brought up the Elders of Zion, and I brought up the Alta Verita. What is the name of that book again?
Vendetta.
Vendita. Yeah, it's not Vendetta. It should be, but it's Alta Vendita.
Well, it's the Latin. Yeah, Vendita.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's the permanent instruction of the Alta Vendita. I brought that up. We got kind of lost off track. But here's what I have to say about what Aaron Tice brings up, the Elders of Zion, the protocols of the Elders of Zion. The first thing that you have to understand is, by all conventional historical research, the protocols of the Elders of Zion is supposedly a psyop. It is that doesn't bother me. It is a psyop probably instituted by the Tsarist secret police at the time that they were trying to clamp down on the power of the emergent Jewish middle class in Tsarist Russia that controlled so much of their property, so much of their territory. And they tried to prevent them from basically gaining an overweening influence and lobbying, essentially. And so they created the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The fact that it is historically a hoax does not deter from its value, because if you read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, what Zionism has done since that time, or the Jewish diaspora has done since that time, renders the Protocols of the Elders of Zion virtual truth. It may have been organized as a psyop to launch.
Kind of reminds me of the Georgia Guidestones, where it's like people, they don't know how it got there and all this stuff, but it's actually like what they were saying on there is like their actual plan and shit.
Yeah, or it may as well be. It may as well be. In other words, go on, continue, because
the actions are clearly what they're trying to do. You know. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So whether it is a hoax or not, and what Jewish scholars and academics would claim, and not without reason, is that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is a warrant for genocide. So whether it is a hoaxed warrant for genocide does not detract from the accuracy of its narrative. The accuracy of its narrative speaks for itself. It becomes virtual truth regardless, based on the actions of the Jewish diaspora and the actions of the Zionists in particular. And taking that having been said, that brings us back to World War I. Before World War I, the world was basically a Europeanized world. The only exception was the Empire of Japan. And the Empire of Japan was following the Western model of industrialization and development. So prior World War I, people were predicting the end of war, that war is no longer economically viable because the world depends on trade. So economics has rendered war obsolete. This is what academics concluded before World War I. And at that time, all of the world was essentially colonized and occupied by the white powers. The German Empire, the British Empire, the Russian Empire.
Right.
Yes, the Japanese Empire, the American Empire, the French Empire. There were basically only 7 world powers, including the Italian Empire. And all of the world was under the white man's heel. And the Japanese were considered honorary whites. I don't know if you're aware of this, Nīhõ, but did you know that in South Africa, under apartheid, both Japanese and Taiwanese were declared honorary white status? You probably knew this, I'm sure.
I didn't know that, but that's not surprising.
Thank you.
I consider Taiwanese and Japanese honorary whites.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. The Japanese were considered the Caucasians of Asia. So when you have this grouping of white empires, at that point, also remember the population that made that attainable was the fact that at that point in history, the whites were 45% of the world population. 45% of the world population was white. Otherwise, these enormous colonies would have been impossible. So World War I destroyed that. World War I was the first war to wipe out the white race. And that brings us back to the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Since World Wars I and II, the whites have declined from 45% of the world's population to something astronomically lower, 25% at the most, maybe lower than that. So you're talking about an enormous amount, literally hundreds of millions of whites dying in World Wars I and II. And again, put that into context, when Brendan Zogan said these people were intentionally sent out to die, take a look at the enormous Jewish diplomatic influence in Britain at the time. Take a look at the enormous Jewish influence in so many of these colonial empires. I don't know if people are aware of this, but in Kaiser's Imperial Germany, Jews had an enormous amount of power. They were many of the bureaucrats in the Imperial Germany of the Kaiser. This is why the Nazis emerged out of World War I, because they felt the Jews were behind German men being sent to their graves in the millions. So this brings us back to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, the conspiracy behind the mass deaths of World War I, the Nazis responding by developing lightning war or blitzkrieg to eliminate the trench warfare by a war of maneuver. And this has resulted in, of course, who was the man who gave the concept of blitzkrieg? It doesn't matter that other generals developed blitzkrieg. What matters is yes, one of them, Guderian, Kesselring, all the rest of these panzer generals. But none of that would have been made possible if Hitler didn't order it to be put into use as the official doctrine. It was Adolf Hitler who said, this will be the official doctrine of warfare. This will be our standard operational procedure in war from this point forward. So Hitler obviously had the brilliance to recognize the blitzkrieg warfare as the wave of the future. And it's the kind of warfare we'll have to use against the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. But when it comes to World War I, part of the grand conspiracy to eliminate the white race, and this resulted, of course, in the establishment of Israel. It brings us back to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which then, regardless of whether it was a hoax to initiate a pogrom in Tsarist Russia, which I'm perfectly fine with accepting, that doesn't render its text any less viable or any less valid. It is virtual truth. So that's what it brings us down to. With that, I've made my main point for tonight. Yeah. Let's bring on Ian and we can have some fun before I go to sleep. You know, at this point, it's just, you know, I hope you understand, Brendan. Jesus, you understand. I
don't care. I really don't care.
It's just
cringy.
I'm not going to leave him alone. It's just I won't be on too long with him. Yeah, it's cringy. Yeah, it's cringy. All right, but Aristides, if you're still awake, feel free to add him, because Heather's still with us. She can help banter with him, and that's cute.
Yeah. I'm just outside doing my.
This could be my last meaningful act. my last meaningful act. I have added Ian left. All right.
Yes, Aristides means for the night. This could be his last.
No, I'm still around. I'm still around for a minute.
Thank you, thank you. And of course, Ian West. Let's see if he responds now. He's been added to the conversation. Ian, you're at it. What does he say? Oh, here. Oh, what's this? Here, I'm showing you screen share now.
What's this?
He's got something for you, Brendan.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes.
He's trying to butter me up.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's read it and find out. Here, if you don't get to me, tell Brandon. You like that? Brandon. If he needs tubes, to call this place Vacuum Tubes Incorporated, 407 481-9994. It's a shop next to this props warehouse I used to work at.
Hey, I appreciate that, Ian. So he is trying to butter me up, which is fine.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So, what are vacuum tubes used for?
Well, if you're Trappist Nicholson, you shove them up your ass.
I use them for audio amplification, amongst other things. But audio amplification is what they're mainly used for nowadays. They used to be used for everything.
Go on.
Can you still buy
radios? Small tubes that are vacuums?
Yeah, they're like light bulbs. They're just like light bulbs.
Can you still buy guitar amps with vacuum tubes?
Oh yeah. Those are actually preferred because the tones are better, the sound is better, the amplification is actually greater, and it's just better always. Oh yeah, you can find them used. If you find any good vintage ones, let me know. It'd be cool to see them. What you guys got out there.
So I'm going to download the images sent by Nemo. Nemo sent us some images. I downloaded the Alucard image. I'll download Nemo's images. He's given us who he is on, Should I share that?
You don't need to say it, just for use to know.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And now Ian has joined us. So Ian.
Hey.
So how have you been?
Ian, you got any vintage equipment in the basement?
Yeah.
Tubes?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I got a tube full stack amp. Yeah, I do.
What type is it? Like what brand?
I got a Labs amp, and then I've got a custom amp, the custom with the K.
Yeah. So those are newer, but they're nice. Those are nice for guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, the custom's vintage from the 70s.
Yeah, 70s. Well, to me, I'm thinking like 30s to 50s, 30s to 60s. But yeah. No, it's still good though. That's still when they actually still made them by hand and all that.
Yeah. Well, all the customs are made in the United States, just like all the crate amps are made in the United States, and all the PV amps are made in the United States.
Yeah, but they still use chi-fi like pieces nowadays, newer stuff.
Yeah, well, the PV factory is like literally 30 minutes from where I'm at right now, actually.
Nice. Maybe you can find some if you see some vintage stuff, just like flip it or tell me about it.
To be honest with you, yeah, I see a bunch of like vintage old PV equipment around here in Mississippi. Like it's everywhere. It's at every thrift or every pawn shop.
Bet. Yeah. But that's the good stuff. So that's the good stuff. Like we're spoiled in America when it comes to that because America produced a lot of that early on.
I used to have a Marshall, the Dave Mustaine amp. It was like a British tube, and I sold that for a couple of grand a few years ago, like right when COVID hit. But if you go through the old episodes, I just dug here like a couple of years ago with who's the rich kid, the Brendan guy, the guy
Young.
Brandon, yeah. I did a tour for Brandon Young, and he was just like all amazed at my studio.
You gave him a personal tour of your studio?
I did a video tour on one of the episodes.
Tour. I was like, dang. You guys were like rubbing one out in the
back. Back in the days when I had 20 guitars and 50 keyboards and shit.
Oh yeah, that's right. You used to produce music. I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah. But I still got the amps. The amps are at my buddy's house in Claremont. They're still out there.
Nice.
So, well, anyway, yeah. So, did you guys hear the news about Diddy and fucking the Menendez brothers?
No, that's why you're here.
Oh, dude, it's fucking amazing. Okay, so apparently,
and they just put them up for parole, immediate parole.
Yeah, ironically, dude. Ironically, all this Diddy shit's breaking. Like they, confessed the link to the Menendez brothers and the Diddy thing, and apparently the Menendez brothers' daddy was the president of the I think it's A&R Records or A&M Records. I forgot the record label. But anyway, the Menendez brothers' daddy was the president of that record label that this Clive Owens guy owned. So I'm thinking Clive Owens gave him the manager job to like SRA his fucking kids, and that would totally match up with like Diddy doing all this SRA shit. Like Clive put him up to it to make him a superstar. So it's just too ironic, man. It's too ironic.
Well, explain SRA to our listeners who may not speak in acronyms.
Well, it's the satanic ritual abuse.
Thank you. Or Sarah Rachel Adams, one or the other. They're kind of the same.
But it's just too ironic. Like, I didn't know the Menendez brothers' daddy was a fucking president of that fucking record label. Like, they never said that on the news. They're just like, yeah, these brothers killed their parents. Well, I guess they did it because they were getting SRA'd and shit,
Whoa. I don't even know who the Menendez brothers are.
They were these kids that killed their mom and dad. But the news just...
And then they got life in prison, and now they've been paroled.
Yes.
Then how old are they?
Well, they also got a Netflix documentary, or like a bioepic. I mean,
probably your age or my age, Douglas, in between.
You mean like 50?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're different ages. One's older than the other one.
Well, how did they become... When did they kill their parents?
In the 80s.
How did they... Did they own the record label already?
No, in the 80s.
Okay, in the 80s. All right.
Ian, explain.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, we're waiting on you. Yeah,
know
like
the backstory. I don't know the backstory.
yeah.
So the backstory is that the Menendez brothers' daddy was the president of this A&M or A&R record label that Clive Davis was the president or was the board executive of or whatever. So it's just ironic that these kids are killing their parents and, you know, that worked for Clive Davis. And then Puff Daddy, who was Clive Davis was his mentor, is doing.
Are you all right?
They scrubbed him.
Jesus Christ. Hey, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now we can, yes. What the fuck happened?
Did it glitch out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. Okay. The Menendez brothers' daddy. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The Menendez brothers' daddy was the president of A&M or A&R record label that Clive Davis was an executive of. It was like his record label. So it's ironic that these boys kill this record label's manager that also City's doing the same shit, and they're all linked to this Clive Davis guy.
Okay.
Is he still alive?
Clive Davis is still alive. Yeah. He was the one that killed Whitney Houston.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Wow. Well, it sounds like the music industry is fraught with peril.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, yeah.
No doubt.
It totally makes sense that, the Chosen, like Clive Davis, would set up an African American to do all this shit. It's just it's like history repeats itself.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, well, wow. Now I'm getting something here. Okay. Nemo says, Clive Davis, an Edomite K-word. Edomite K-word is basically a modern day black slave owner. Okay.
Puffy's one of his little slaves. That's what it was. They made a link recently to this other chosen person philanthropist that is linked to the more of the Abercrombie Fitch side to it, and he just got popped. But he was working for another chosen person oligarch in the United States, I should say.
Certainly you can name this individual without fear.
Well, I mean, I can. Yeah, I don't have the notes in front of me, but they did a whole expose on about it. Like that Jaguar Wright chick, she's like, everybody's talking about Diddy, everybody's talking about Jay-Z, but they're not talking about so and so. Let me see if I can find him in my history. I researched him, and he was like another record label executive. Mm-hmm. So, matter of fact,
they all know each other.
Yeah, they do, and. And Jaguar Wright's like, yeah, man, if you go through the White Party pictures, you see this like heavy set chosen person like in all the pictures and shit. So
it was him, essentially.
I wish I could I wish I had the notes on him. I don't have my shit together. But okay. Anyway, I want to get to the Teddy Bass thing. You guys remember Teddy Bass?
I don't know who the hell Teddy Bass is.
You had him on your show a couple of times. Like you left him alone. You left him alone with Brooke one day, and all hell ensued. Like poor guy. And anyway, so
wait a second. Let me read something from Nemo. Nemo says about Clive Davis. He says he groomed P. Diddy and has most black musicians as his slaves in the industry. Okay, so that having been said. Now, this Teddy Bass individual, I'm told by Ian West, I left alone with Brooke Gibson, and all hell broke loose. Are you telling me, David, that this Teddy Bass is an alternative name for Peter Moon?
No. He was just another character you had on the show. Anyway. So,
how is it? I don't remember.
When was this?
Yeah, I do a lot of drugs, I know, but it's like, I would think I would remember if all hell broke loose involving Brooke Gibson, because I tend to remember her, because she's so outrageous in her behavior. What happened? Tell us what happened.
Oh, she was just chewing him a new asshole for about 45 minutes while you were taking a break and fucking. Anyway, let me get back to my story.
What was I doing for 45 minutes? Calling the ambulance?
I have no idea. I have to go back to that episode. I forgot which episode it was, but anyway. Yeah, he was from Canada, remember? And him and I had the guitar off.
Oh, you're talking about Brooke Gibson heard you say the Orange Bowl as the big N-word bowl?
No, this was after that episode. It was after that episode. It was after the N Bowl episode. It was after that one.
Fuck, but you know this guy.
Oh, from your show. Well, anyway, let me get back.
What? Wait, hold on. This is something's up here.
Yeah, are you like this is parallel universe shit here? No, we need to get to the bottom of this, Ian. I'm not pursuing this as some kind of like you're lying. It's in fact, I'm just going on the premise that I may well not remember. Like I said, look, I do a lot.
And you want to remember.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember.
He was the kid from Canada who claimed he found this like abandoned store somewhere up there, and there was like alternative newspapers and shit like in the store. And he said he like showed it to his grandma, and he was like, "See, grandma, you're wrong," and blah 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 blah. It's an old episode.
It can't be that old if Brooke Gibson was involved.
I mean, it had to have been about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
I don't think I've known Brooke Gibson that long. But I'm not coming down on you. I'm just trying to place this. I mean, I honestly think, Ian, that you've conflated a memory.
No, I can pull up the episode of Teddy Bass. I can pull it up. I can pull it up on YouTube right now and send you the episode.
Please do. I mean, I welcome it. I want to hear this Teddy Bass.
I'll send it to you. So anyway, that Teddy Bass guy, that dude who I've been the Arizona professor that I was studying that was talking about how Jesus Christ was really a pervert and shit. Fucking, he's got all of Teddy Bass's songs opening up every episode he does on YouTube now. It's so fucking funny, man. My jaw dropped, and then fucking here. Let me find the goddamn.
Are you telling me this Teddy Bass makes music?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. And this dude that I've been following for a minute started opening up all of his episodes on YouTube with his songs and shit. Teddy, like, I need the Christos, and he's talking about all this shit. It's so funny. I'll have to pull it up though.
Is he affiliated?
What do you mean? Is he affiliated
with the music industry?
No. He's just a little at-home musician. He does his own thing, and he, releases his own shit. But it's funny because he's doing raps about all this esoteric mythology and shit now. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Like, I give him props. I really do. I'm trying to pull up the episode with him.
Please do. Yes. No, I mean, I'm fascinated. If I could have forgotten this somehow. I'm trying to remember if the name Teddy Bass sounds vaguely familiar, but not in any sense that it's someone I know or had on the show. Like, how did he get on my show?
You let him on one day.
Well, you let him just like that.
Yeah. And I forgot what he was talking to you about, but he had some good moments. Do you remember the Amy episode when I had Amy on? She was over at my house and you guys called.
Yeah.
And yeah, that episode with Amy. Yeah. Teddy Bass was on that one.
Teddy Bass was on that one. On the camera, the black guy.
Yeah. No, he's a white guy. He's got hair like I do. God damn, I'm trying to find the fucking episode.
I remember the black guy because he had fucking flat Earth tattooed on his arms. Flat on one arm and Earth on the other.
Yeah, that's my friend Carlos. Yeah, that's my friend Carlos. But no, I'm not talking about him. That's Carlos. All right, I'm trying to minimize this so I can pull up the episode. But anyway, I just thought you guys would get a kick out of that if you remember that his songs are opening up this podcaster show.
And this whole 45 minutes thing, maybe it felt like 45 minutes that I was going. I can't imagine what the fuck I would be.
I'm exaggerating all that. I'm exaggerating. I am. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
It's like, how do we all not remember it?
Yeah. None of us remember this guy. He must have been totally immemorable. If Brooke went off on him, how would we not? Well, granted, Brooke goes off on everybody, or at least did originally. But still, how did we not remember that? It just is bizarre.
Did you call Brooke?
Yeah, I'm sure Aristides called her.
She's on the call, but she's live, but she won't answer.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she's always showing live. She just leaves it like that. In her case, it's kind of like I think there's some other people I know who do that, but I can't remember who exactly. But this Teddy Bass guy, very strange. I don't remember this individual, and so yeah, hopefully you can find this, and we'll all have a good laugh.
I got to go through the comments and shit. I'm talking to you on my tablet right now. So.
Okay.
Here, do shit. I finally got internet. Thank fucking God. That only took 4 months.
That's what I've been afraid of. I've been afraid you'd get internet because then you'd start. This video that you're talking about, we don't want to hear the video. We don't want to see the video. But what's this video about? You said you had evidence of something.
So somebody's been going on YouTube and uploading all these old Ted Gunderson interviews, all these SRA victims and shit. And he's got this one interview with Paul Bonacci, and it's part 2 of the interview because the interview is like 5 hours long and it's cut up in 2 parts. So Ted Gunderson's confronting him about like who are the culprits of the satanic cult and shit, and he straight up says he's like, and the one I fear, or fuck, I don't want to misquote him, but it's something along the lines of, he goes, yeah, and Michael Aquino, who is a United States, I forgot what he says, but he says like he heads the MK Ultra, Monarch program.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. For some reason, that reminded me to give credit to my contributors for this month. Holy shit. Just with everything I was through with Halloween, I hope people can understand why I forgot that. Let me look them up and give them their proper dues before, I turn in for the night, because God knows we're going to, do that sooner rather than later. And so let me see here. Just go to PayPal. I'll look that up and try and pay credit to these wonderful people who contributed. So let's click the right buttons so I can recover the right things. Notice notification of donation received. He did not ask for any anonymity, so I'm going to tell his name. Alex Schiller in Canada contributed $50 United States. God bless you, Alex Schiller. Then everything, let me see. Notification of donation received. $100 United States. Again, a second $100 United States from Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Goddess bless you, honey. You're an angel. Really, you should come on the show, honestly. And so these all came after rent was paid. So they help immensely with, the rest of the month and towards the end of next month. Everything helps. And we have one more individual. Let's take a look at PayPal inside of my other account and see who this other individual is. Okay, PayPal. And press the enter button here. And let's see. The other one was V, of course, who tells me, I can't tell her the full story of what happened with the occult assault, but when I told her what
She'd probably just tune it out.
It's so bizarre. You do know she practices magic, or certainly did in the past, and she's talked about occult.
Yeah, but every time you bring up something crazy like that, she just discounts you.
Yes. Also, of course, I got the $300 United States loan from Amy Como, who told me, oh, you don't need to pay me back, Doug. I'll take it out of your ass. And I said, I'll do my best to pay you back, Amy. I love you dearly.
Yeah, wait a minute. A loan? All she got to do is jack off that guy for a couple minutes. Fuck 14 hours.
The one with the Porsche?
Yeah. Well, let's not piss her off too much. But
we love you, Amy.
Yes.
She says she has a message. Instructions from buyer. Quote unquote. Taking it out on your ass is something my dad would say when I tried to get money from him. He never beat me, but used a lot of threats. Kisses. So is this a threat?
Pretty much.
I think that's a warning, dog. I think that's a warning.
Oh God, we love you, Amy. We love you. Get on the fucking show, Amy. Where the fuck are you? At any rate, so yes, that was from Darling Amy, and that
Maybe taking it out of your ass is out of pocket.
It's you know, it's a long way between Vermont and San Francisco. It's one of those things that, yeah, I'll just try and get her $100 a month for 3 months. Yeah, and Heather Holman, that's the other one, sent that 100 United States dollars. We know her. Love you, Heather Holman, beyond all reason.
I love you too.
Thank you. And Brooke Hagberg, of course, has given the most, 200, almost close to $300. So with the various contributions. So all that being said, back to Ian West. So you cannot find this dude, Teddy Bass.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I can't dig through it on the pad on the YouTube. I can only do like one thing at a time.
Ian, you just made this thing up.
Oh God, wait.
Or like you conflated it, like Doug said, because I don't remember anyone named Teddy.
Yeah, Teddy Bass. It's such a weird ass name. We think it would stand out in our memories. Like, oh, whoa, wait. There. Okay. Fuck. Now Teddy Bass. I should have him in my quote unquote favorites because I never remove anybody from the favorites because I never like fucking.
We should probably just leave this guy in the past.
Oh,
man.
God, yeah. No, I remember him. Yes, oh my fucking God. It was not too much to remember. Poor guy. And he may have disconnected. Maybe he like closed his account, or maybe Teddy Bass wanted to interview me. Teddy Bass. B-A-S-S. But probably was pronounced Bass. He pronounced it Bass. So it's Teddy Bass. T-E-D-D-Y, surname spelled B-A-S-S. It's a B grade ass, and but he pronounced it Bass. Yes, Teddy Bass, but he spelled it Bass, and he wore sunglasses like his little emoji show sunglasses. He was trying to be the sunglasses at night type, and he put on the Hawaiian shirt with sunglasses. He's in Seattle or Washington. And he started trying to, because I had spoken openly of drug abuse, he started trying to impress Brooke with his mushrooms. And I mean...
There you go. Now you remember.
Yes. And he pulled out a big bag of mushrooms like, yeah, man, baby, you want to party with me. And that's when she just laughed at him. Yeah, well, what's the mushroom between your legs look like? Hey, come on, pull it out. Let's see, you're pulling all this out. Pull that out.
Shit.
Let's see if I'm impressed. And
I vaguely remember this, but maybe I wasn't even there or something. You guys just told me later. Because I would have laughed if I was there.
Oh, yes.
Was I there, Ian? I don't think I was there.
Oh, you would have died. You would have
remember.
You would have died.
I wasn't there.
You would have died. He was so broken. He was so mortified.
Who's this guy? Who dares to give mushrooms to my Brooke?
Yes, imagine that. Imagine he didn't even give them. He was just showing them off, like, look, baby.
Just showing them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought this was Ian. Maybe I saw. Ian. Maybe I was like, I came in the middle of it, and I thought it was Ian.
Yeah.
Like, that would make more sense. Yeah.
What's his name was on that episode? Oh God, Sammy. Sammy was on that episode.
Sammy Romero.
Yeah, Sammy Romero was on that episode.
Oh, well, he wasn't participating in that shit. That would have been. He just would have checked out. It's like, huh? What's that?
Is Sammy okay? Is Sammy doing good?
I hope to find out. I think so, as best as can be, considering his sister died and she was only in her 40s.
That's terrible.
Yes, indeed, and may well have been a result of this occult siege, and that's been ongoing forever for anyone affiliated with Team Dietrich. I've been meaning to call him. It's just been so busy. I pray he understands, and hopefully he does. And of course, he has a twin brother named Ian, just so people know. And no, Isaac. Sorry about that, Ian. I didn't mean to insult Isaac. And
Oh,
But we love you, Ian. So in terms of this Teddy Bass guy and Brooke, yeah, she tore into him, but it was with good reason because he was trying to impress her and make himself look cool. And where I stomped down on him was because here was the problem. The issue I had with him was that the guy wanted to interview me. It wasn't anything in particular that he said in terms of concept or paradigm. It was his behavior. Here's what he did that alienated me. And it was that Brooke was in her offensive, insulting phase at that time. And she would hit me with zingers, like, jokes. She still does that. But at that time, she was doing it hard and heavy. And I don't mind that. I tolerate that. But this guy kept going, ooh, and whoa, like it was like some kind of score, like he was keeping a score. And so he thought it was like all some sort of one-upmanship, like, oh,
like burn.
Yeah. And so I told him, you're not allowed to come on my program and treat this as some kind of, spectator sport where you're like grooving off of this as, we're not here to amuse you. And I told him, you in particular, we're not here to amuse you. If Brooke and I are on some neurotic trip where we're insulting each other, we don't want some third party who's grooving off it and keeping a scorecard. And, that really shut him down. He shut down after that. And then when
that was your limit, Doug?
Yeah. Hey, yeah. I mean, I've got to draw more lines is what you're saying, I presume. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, seriously. And so
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
That this new guy you got on, I forgot the guy's name.
Aristides.
No. The dude who knows.
Aaron.
Which
Aaron,
guy?
yeah.
The Daryl guy?
Aaron Tice.
Dude, yeah, I heard him say that he fucking hung out with Red Elk.
Yes. Yes.
Damn, you know everyone, Ian. Shit.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I brought up Red Elk a long time ago on Doug's show.
You did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. He was talking about Mel's Hole and how Red Elk would go down in Mel's Hole and he'd see the reptile.
This is conflation. As far as I understand
Aaron,
it,
like drove around with him and like went to that hole with him.
Yeah,
It sounds like a glory hole, but it was something more wholesome. Yeah, Mel's Hole is a bad name for it, but yeah, he said that about it.
Well, Aaron spoke about Mel's Hole, and he was recommending, who listened to it? One of our ladies, I can't remember. Was it you, Heather? He was recommending you check out Mel's Hole or learn more about it.
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, but he thought it would be fun. But no, our man Aaron Tice Aaron Tice spent a lot of time in the past listening to Art Bell. Too much time. Way too much time. So he began to develop what's called a kind of artificial intimacy with some of these characters who showed up, in the sense that he actually followed up on what they were doing to a degree. Some he went more further and actually became kind of a devotee or kind of an acolyte of someone like David John Oates, the man with the reverse speech technique. We'll call it technique. And then what happened was that let me see. Oh, there we are. So just got a response to a message I had sent. When it came to Red Elk, Aaron Tice was hanging out with Red Elk, but Red Elk never went to Mel's Hole. I mean, you're conflating the story, understandably, because they come from the same narrator. So it might seem that it's all garbled up, but believe me, Red Elk would have. I would be profoundly surprised if Red Elk would, have anything to do with Mel's Hole.
No. Doug, seriously, I've got interviews of Red Elk on like other radio shows, not coast to coast. And he's talking about like when he was a kid, his dad used to take him down to Mel's Hole and shit.
Jesus
and they would
Christ.
go. Yeah, I've got interviews. I've got a couple interviews that weren't coast to coast.
Okay.
And he tells us about how he was a kid. His dad used to take him down in that hole.
Well, we'll ask Aaron about that and see if he even knows about this. If that's true, that would blow Aaron's mind. Maybe he already knows about that.
I saved all those interviews of Red Elk. They're on my hard drive. I have them here. Like I have a whole
Red Elk.
What was your interest in Red Elk?
Well, he verified about the underground and shit. He verified about it.
Oh, you mean in the same... Look, I don't want to put Red Elk in that category as that South African shaman who our man, what's his name? David Icke calls the Zulu shaman.
Yeah, Credo Mutwa.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Who verified, David Icke's life by saying, yeah, man, it's all the reptilians, man. And, Jesus.
The Cheetah Hoodie.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Holy shit. Yeah.
He was just telling David what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely encountered like relic populations though.
Yes. Yes. Got it.
They like showed him some hands, like these shamans took him down to a cave and like let him eat a piece of some hand.
Yeah. Cool.
Which was actually like it wasn't human,
Mm-hmm. Cool. That's good to know.
I think that's cool. Aaron Tice got to hang out with Red Elk. I think that's awesome. I highly admire that.
What was it? So you admired Red Elk because he confirmed a lot of your beliefs about the subterranean world.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Like I didn't even know anything about Mel's Hole till I found that Red Elk underground video. And Red Elk talks about all the little underground creatures that he meets, and he tells a story where he hangs out with the gnomes and he brings them a beer and they get drunk off the beer because they're so little. So he brings a 6-pack and these 8 little gnomes all split the beers and shit. It's so fucking cute.
Who said this?
Red Elk does. I'm dead serious. Red Elk does.
God damn.
I've got the interviews. Yeah, I got the interviews.
Is he a Hopi?
No.
I don't know what kind of Native American he is. I do know
he's
Native.
I know he's not Hopi. I know that much. But it sounds almost, knowing the damage that the alcohol did to the Native American population, it seems strange to me that a Native American would then proceed to do damage to a relict population by getting them high on alcohol. It just strikes me as, what is this? Is this intergenerational trauma? It's now interspecial trauma. It's interspecial trauma. We can't stop with just damaging the human species. Let's fuck up others. It's wow. Holy shit. Aside from that, the other thing I remember about Teddy Bass was when he put on that really sad, garish, loud Hawaiian psychedelic Hawaiian shirt. That's when he was devastated because then Brooke, I guess, drove in the final coffin and just said, how, I can't look at the video anymore because I'm blinded by the loudness of, Teddy Bass's psychedelic Hawaiian shirt. And he was she says, now I know why he needs sunglasses. If he looks in the mirror, he'll blind himself, etc. And then it went on. Then he dropped off. He hung up and we never heard from him again.
Yeah. And another thing, I want to talk to Heather for a second.
Please.
I heard Heather,
Doug,
last week.
Yeah.
Just let me quickly say, can you send me the link to that episode if you find it of Teddy Bass getting fucking eaten?
Ian, if you can find it, send it because I'm not looking for that shit. If you can find it, please send it.
Sounds like something I could laugh at.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I go to the library in the morning, I'll send you guys a link to it.
Yes.
But Heather, last week I heard you say that, I heard you guys talking about the underground. And Heather, you said that
Unterland?
No, just underground in general. And you were saying that even back in the Coast to Coast days, that there's been all these stories about the underground, but there's never been any proof. So I was gonna say, if you want me to send you the tunnel video that leads to the Disneyland bathrooms, I'll do that.
I know about that. Those tunnels, and they're Disneyland police.
Well, I've got a real VHS tape of this dude that accidentally wandered into the tunnels and videotaped him. And he ended up
the same guy that he found the tunnel on the outside, and he recorded. I think I saw that, and he's like, "This is how you get in when you sneak into Disneyland through the underground or whatever." So it was a long time ago.
Remember what he said after that?
No.
Yeah, my name is Ian West. He said, "My name is Ian West. I need help."
No, it's just
No,
different.
this guy. What happened to him? You know.
No. I don't know what happened to him. I just have a rip of the VHS tape of him going from the tunnels from the outside and then
Yeah,
ending
send
up.
it to me because if it's the same guy, I think I've already seen it, like
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Yeah, no, what you're describing sounds like the video I have. So.
And he's outside and the sun is shining and he's showing the tunnel, but he's not going into the tunnel at that time. He goes later on in the evening or at night.
Yeah, well, he went during the daytime. And he got to like a red wall or something, and he just pushed it open, and then he was in the men's bathroom at Disneyland, not Disney World.
Yeah, in California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he came out in Small World, and
You're making this up, right, Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan's quick.
yeah,
Brendan's
I'm just saying like random Disney rides. Yeah, he went to Splash Mountain.
No, It's a Small World is probably the right ride.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
yeah, I heard that one used to scar kids and shit. I went to it when I was little. I don't remember it.
It's a small world after all.
Yeah, those
It's a
people.
small world after all.
yeah, those people.
What was that, anyways?
that was Doug.
Kids. I'm exhausted. You do know that if I had been a normal human being, Ian West, you do know I'd be dead of organ failure by now. You've heard what happened in the beginning of this episode. Did you catch any of that?
No, I was at work. What happened?
Yeah, somebody summarize. Well, I mean, you know how organ failure happens because you strive to induce it in yourself every day.
He got attacked by a witch,
Yeah.
and then was also poisoned at the same time. And then also, he was assaulted. His whole crew was assaulted by occult measures.
Yeah.
And then Doug had to kill someone, and then that's it.
Yeah, in a nutshell, yes.
You okay?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, and not to mention the huge spiders.
Yeah, not spiders. Creatures, entities, phenomenon. But one thing that what else comes to my mind that we could bring up to our listeners that is relevant to Ian West and Heather Holman and everybody who's been on the show. I forgot what I was going to say about the.
Man, I think we should all just go to sleep.
Yeah, I agree. We should all just.
I'm not tired.
Yeah, well, it's the middle of the day in fucking Australia, Nemo. Jesus fucking
5
Christ.
p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m. There you go. But I do want people to know that I was basically, Ian, when it comes to what was it, organ failure. Oh yes, Amy. Ian brought up Amy. So for those of you who don't know, Amy is this tall, blonde Nordic chick who Ian West is positively in love with and was trying to make a good impression on her, and Brooke Gibson and I ruined it. It was awful. And I wanted to just kill myself in atonement for what I did to Ian because, she just took her drugs and left after that. It was so sad. But what happened was we told her about, Ian was a very troubled child and people picked on him in school. And what happened was he got depressed enough to hang himself. And of course it was on that pipeline that runs across the roof that's connected to the sprinkler system. And he hung himself on it and then regretted it instantly. But when you hang yourself, the problem is that it prevents your nervous system from being able to lift your arms. So you can't really lift yourself up and pull the noose from yourself. That because he was also a little overweight too and never did a pull-up. And then what happened was when he was stuck up there hanging and struggling, the girls walked in from their softball practice and they all thought he was a piñata and started beating him relentlessly, at which point, of course, the pipe finally broke and the sprinkler system turned on and they thought he had pranked him, so they all started beating him mercilessly once they saw he was alive and kicking on the floor. Then the teacher walked in and saw them beating him like a harp seal and finally had to drag him out, telling them, "Stop, he's alive, stop, what are you doing?" And So like a beached whale, the poor man was brought in, and then by that time Amy said, God, I never realized, Ian, what a loser you are. And here you are trying to impress me as this big drug dealer, the coolest kid on the block, and you're really just a depressed loner. And she took his drugs and walked out the door. And after that, you know, while he was...
you guys are ruthless. Holy shit.
That is not true. None of that is... No, me and Amy have been lovers since day one, motherfucker.
Oh, really? Really? Oh, of course.
Did you close the deal? Man?
I met her. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Did you close the deal with?
Well, at least you didn't call her your girlfriend.
She was my lover, but that was about.
Drugs doesn't count.
Well, I didn't do her drugs. So shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Y'all, Doug's such a hater. Doug's a hater.
Dude, she was with you for the drugs. She said it. She said it. No, she said.
You gave away like thousands of dollars worth of drugs.
Money to me. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are so stupid. Y'all are so fucking stupid.
We're just giving you a hard time.
You're one on my list right now, Heather.
Oh, thank you.
You might want to text me.
Are you gonna send her any drugs?
Your list of curses, so you can curse me with that candle downstairs.
Maybe you could tell us about the villages in Florida.
Tell us about the head downstairs surrounded by the candles that you're gonna curse Brendan and me with, and Brooke.
Yeah.
I can tell you about the villages. I can tell you all about the village.
Briefly?
Yeah, okay. The Villages is a retirement community that was developed in Central Florida, and it's also I mean, basically, it's just a big retirement community. That's all there is to it, really.
Wow, that was so thrilling. It's like, why would Heather even ask about that?
Well, the retirement community in Phoenix, it's called Sun City, and it's got the highest sexually transmitted disease percentage in the state.
I did hear that. I heard that too about the Villages. Like, it was the highest AIDS population in like the whole state of Florida.
That's because Ian keeps going in and volunteering as a care provider, and he fucks them all.
You fucking loser.
He says, I'm a care provider. Yeah. And I'm going to give you some care, baby. Yeah, you better earn your feed tonight. Matter of fact, I'm feeding you right now. Yeah. That's then you get all this granny sex that he pumps up onto. That's why I keep running into the granny sex on my fucking porn hamster and shit. It's because of Ian. He publishes it and uploads it. And, well, there you go. We're off to the races. So, dear Ian, anything else to share with us tonight to enlighten and educate us with before I roll off into the gentle night? And I'll be back Wednesday.
You guys see the helicopters land up at the White House and shit?
Tell us.
Oh, dude, fucking. Apparently there were 10 helicopters that flew in at night. One of them was a police escort from Philadelphia, and the other one was a police escort from New York. Now, I don't know what cargo were in those 10 helicopters, but yeah, 8 of them were military and 2 of them were cops. So it's pretty. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Though.
I presume the old Ian I knew would have said, so they arrested Biden and Harris and replaced them with clones.
Well, I don't know if the police helicopters were doing like prisoner transport, like pickups or drop-offs, because they cut the cameras off after they landed. They just showed them flying into the White House. You guys can check out YouTube. It's all on there right now. But
that sounds like it's really easy to fake.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Heather.
I'm just being speculative.
You know what it probably is? It's probably footage from Call of Duty 11 and shit.
No, this is the thing. I mean, unless 250 different channels wanted to fake it, but no, this is a real.
Well, the military aren't really in cahoots with the police as far as their helicopters, I'm sure.
Well, you say this.
just say this. But anyway, no, like I said, one of the helicopters was a New York helicopter, and the other one was from Pennsylvania or somewhere.
But
or
they were acting in tandem with the military, is what you said.
They work. Yes. This is all confirmed too. But I don't know what the fuck was going on though. I don't know. It's just they had these 10 helicopters land in front of the White House and the Capitol.
All I can picture is the Transformers movie, the Transformers 2.
I love it. The worst one. They're all bad, but that's got to be one of the worst.
Yeah, that's when all the military was affiliated with the police, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah, they're operating like they're a single unit and shit in Transformers 2. Thank you, honey. That's very astute. Very astute. So Ian was watching Transformers 2, and when he...
Look, God damn it, disinformation, Doug. God damn it.
Yeah, and helicopters.
What else you got?
I've been to DC, and that's the only way for those people to get in and out of the White House, because otherwise there'd be a bunch of people and fucking journalists.
Yeah, they're not going in a limo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they have tunnels there too?
And there's no tunnels before you say it.
Well, actually, in all truth,
under the White House, there's an emergency escape tunnel for the president in case of like a big war happens.
Yeah,
in America
there is indeed a network of tunnels under the White House. This is true, but it's like one of these. As a matter of fact, Trump was taken in those tunnels to take him to Bethesda Naval Medical Center when he collapsed from COVID. And then they jacked him up full of all these hormones and whatever the fuck they did to have him walking again. And then he instantly came in front of the public and took his mask off and said, "None of you need to wear masks. All of you can just die." And so there you go. It's so that being what it is, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Ian.
Well, I don't get how they're doing this thing, because if the United States is bankrupt, who are they? Oh, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm pretty sure Trump's going to win. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I knew.
How are they going to pay him?
Ian's drugs. They pay him in Ian's drugs.
No,
How did you meet Amy? How did you meet Amy?
She was my neighbor.
Drugs.
Yeah, drugs.
He was outside smoking the crack pipe, and she was like, "What's your name, sir?"
I love it when Brandon gets jealous. I love it.
Brandon, you keep calling him Brandon.
It's fine.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to get early rest tonight. Things, I should be able to catch up on a few responsibilities before Wednesday, but we'll all be back Wednesday before you know it. And, I love you all. Aristides, say good morning to everyone, because you're still,
Good morning. Please donate. Help Douglas get a good start to the month.
The blurb. Tell them the blurb.
Oh, yeah. Always hit the upvote and subscribe and turn notifications on, and go and try to make alternate sub-channels to give extra upvotes. It's under your menu.
Bless you. Thank you so much, Aristides.
And it's always fun. It's always fun to bring Ian on and play this game of like, how long is it going to be before he brings up something like patently like ridiculous. we can like gamble on the time, like 2 minutes.
Pretty much ends it.
Oh my god. Yes.
Tunnels or SRA or not that those things don't happen, but I mean,
that's all I know, Artemis. That's it. That's all I know.
Yes. By the way, Ian says thank you for the Catholic book. So that's Aristides, not Nemo, actually. So that Ian, who to give credit to. But Nemo, of course, is credited for quite a bit. He uploads our episodes. So Aristides, nothing would be possible without you, and of course, with you, nothing is impossible. So thank you so much. So now Nemo says thanks, Areo. Can you try and pronounce Aristides' name?
Ian said that.
Yes. Yeah, Ian said that.
I'm sure he can.
Yeah,
Let's put the donations link in last time.
Yeah, Ian also just said Archimedes, But
Yeah, no, it's funny.
I used to call them Archimedes.
Yeah, no, it's truly funny all the permutations people come up with. But yeah, please humor me. I'm gonna put the PayPal link in the chat there. Please donate. Again, help Douglas get a good
I have
start.
a question. Is the link also there when we're not live
Yeah.
streaming anymore and it goes to
Yeah,
videos?
yeah. If they have to like scroll through to the end, like it'll come up as if they're live, like as they're listening through.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
It always shows up in the chat box.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to see all the chats, just like skip to the end.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bless you, Aristides. So, Heather Holman, say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Yes, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Say hi to Vinny for me. Brendan Zogit, say good morning.
yes, good morning and good night. I'm going to bed now.
Yes, bless you. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. And
Oh.
yes. So, dear Nemo, say good morning if you would be so kind.
Good morning, everybody, and please donate any amount you can afford towards Douglas Dietrich and download his content, re-upload it on all media and social platforms.
Thank you, sir. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Dear Ian, if you would be so kind, say good morning.
Good morning, everybody. There, don't listen to Doug. Whenever he calls, just patch me through. You don't have to wait for his permission to put me on. Just put me on, guys.
Oh, it may yet get to that point. We'll see. Oh.
Think of it for the raise. You know, the numbers were really low tonight, Doug. I was worried about you there.
Yeah, Amy.
Yeah. 14. Like, oh, he's going slow tonight. I was like, oh no.
Oh, I don't know what you're looking at.
Oh yeah, they all started flooding in after you came on.
Oh yeah.
100 subscribers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you did that once, how come you don't keep doing it? Come on, get us 300 more subscribers. Why not?
Thank you so much, Brendan. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Amy Como felt that Ian West was the great draw, the great man, for a while at least. I tried to set her straight on that. We'll see. At any rate, so that
don't lie,
His
Doug.
magnitude, his grace, his magnetism.
Thank you. Yeah, the numbers don't lie, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Well, we'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be here before you know it. Everybody do join us then. My love to all who support myself morally or financially. And Heather Holman says to Gel, that's conceivable. Jenna, there we are. And Bill's put up, that's Aristides, has put up the link. Everyone, again, we'll be back before you know it. I'm exhausted tonight. Hopefully I'll be able to do a much longer episode. Especially if George Knight shows up on Wednesday. We'll see what happens, how long he can stay with us. And he usually has to plan like far ahead for a longer episode, so we don't know. We'll find out if he shows up, and other than that, just be here because we'll be here. And again, it'll come, in my opinion, all too soon. All right. Love you all. Take care and have a blessed day. And okay. All right, with that, we're going to end stream, and we are going to